All right, all right. Another Saturday night. So you know what it is. Another Saturday night shoot the breeze. This is Koku, host of the Bitter Medicine podcast. This is my weekly segment called Shoot the Breeze. I am considering returning once during the week. I'm not sure what content I want to do. You guys hit me up, drop it in the chat, send me an email, bitter.medicine.podcast@gmail.com. What should I do that's short form, right? Thanks, Oni. Oni says we can hear. He hits the one. I appreciate it. I didn't even check it. I forgot about it. I forgot about that again this week. Yeah. So what continuous shorter form content should I do during the week? A couple people said do something on economics. That's an option. I might want to bring back the interview sessions during the week. So you guys let me know what you think is pretty neat. That'll be pretty good. Something shorter, maybe an hour or something like that during the week. You guys let me know what you'd like to see happen. Before I get into the preview, Oni was here earlier today. He put in the chat, serious question. He says, I asked a beautiful Ghanaian sister where I can listen to Amia Pano in Brooklyn, and she recommended a place called Club Urzuli. Do I need to block her now? Is she state property? Thanks. So you guys respond to that. Serious question. Club Urzuli. Yeah, that sounds like state property. But you guys hit up that, respond to Oni on that one. Let me also shout out Tanzan, who says Amani Koku, Bitter Medicine Podcast, and everyone. Appreciate that. She also laughed at Oni's question. Trighappy262 is here. He says, short clips from the podcast. The clip channel is basically just videos. People need 1 minute stuff too. Yeah, that's another thing too. That's a good idea, actually. And I've been thinking about that heavily too, to do clips of to do shorts basically of this show. And you know what, Trigger Happy? You guys, when you're listening, if you hear something that's a good short clip in an episode, note the timestamp, send me a message on the Discord, and I can start clipping those up. I really could use some help just clipping up the shows anyway. So if you're interested in helping me with that, just let me know. Yeah, so what are we doing tonight? We're going to look at a situation that reminds us of the Malcolm X quote, who taught you to hate yourself? We're going to answer a question. Well, in fact, we're going to look at a scenario and answer the question, is this pre-colonialism? Is this what the men were doing, etc.? We're going to look at a prompt that says the U.S. goes overseas preaching democracy while suppressing it at home. This is not a topic, but did y'all see Kamala Harris going to, what was it, Ghana? Telling them people to, our people in Ghana to basically accept LGBTQ. Like, how dare y'all go to another man's country and tell him what he's supposed to do? But this is not that prompt. We're going to talk about why historians never mention the Battle of Adwa. We're going to discuss Black Socrates. We're going to discuss how the F.B.I. watches music videos too. We're going to look at a video from a former atheist explaining how the Haitian Revolution would not work without voodoo. We're going to answer the question, are Black people agents against their own prosperity? We're going to look at the decline of the U.S. dollar along those similar lines. And we're going to answer the question, how do we perfect Black buying power? All those things are coming up tonight. There's some topics I did not get to this week. I'll try to get to them next week. There was a lot of topics. It was kind of difficult actually making them kind of work nicely together this week, but I'll get to the ones I didn't do so you guys don't be disheartened by it. But we have some good topics tonight. Trigger Happy 262 says LGBT and feminism act as wings of neocolonialism. As Kemi Seba would say, these are forms of social neoliberalism. Yeah, I agree with that 100%. It's the audacity, man. Yeah, we have to get on our power game. You know, the audacity that they'll send this Trojan horse, black-looking Indian woman, right? Anyway, that's the topics tonight. I will begin the show officially now. The link to join the panel is attached. It's pinned to the top of the chat. I'll drop it again in the chat. But like I tell you, folks, you ain't got to come talking about drop the link. Link, please. It's right there, pinned to the chat. You guys respond to Oni's question here as I officially start the show tonight. And on the other side, I will drop Shoot the Breeze topic number 1 tonight.
You are listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast on KWAZ Radio. Welcome to the Bitter Medicine Podcast, where it's all about Black empowerment. Our show focuses on Black news and entertainment, arts, science, economics, history, people, and strategies that uplift, empower, and motivate Africans within the diaspora. And now your host, whose favorite color is black, Goku.
Welcome back to the Bitter Medicine Podcast. I am your host, Koku. Just want to remind you guys before we get the show rolling that this show is part of a podcast network called KWAZ Radio. There are other shows on the network you are invited to tune into.
This is D Webb with the Harsh Reality Podcast, asking you to tune in where we tackle the news of the day that affects our community, only on KWAZ Radio.
Peace, family. This is Oni, inviting you to listen to the Pro-Black Perspective, where Black problems are addressed with Black solutions.
Greetings, fam. Tune in to The Learning Curve with me, the Revolutionary Matron on KWAZ Radio.
You are listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast on KWAZ Radio.
Make sure you guys are also tuned into Tanzan African Mind. I haven't gotten back the full ad yet, but listen to Tanzan African Mind, Brother Bakari Podcast, the Forecast Radio, and Consider Cheek Show. And shout out to Erica Howard. She started a channel too called Grandma Used to Say. Check out her channel. Trigger Happy, I reached out to your boy Kanjiverse. Invited him directly. I also sent you a message to say the same. So let's see if the brother comes through. Before we drop Shooter Breeze topic number 1, let me welcome in the first panelist in tonight. That's Bwana Hagaziki. Bwana, how are you?
I'm good, brother. How are you tonight?
I'm hanging in there, man. I'm good. I'm good.
Is full clear, nice and clear tonight?
Yeah, but nice and clear. You.
Yeah, I changed it. I had to change it. But it's good. It's good tonight, so we can roll. We rolling tonight.
Yes, sir. You're coming through loud and clear. Let's welcome in Oni tonight. Oni, how are you?
I'm too stressed to be blessed. You already know.
Thanks for
Sorry,
coming.
my bad. Sorry, I did that backwards. Too blessed to be stressed.
Yeah, you said it backwards, and I thought that was funny as hell. But yeah,
Coco, who led this Jamaican teller on the show tonight?
yeah, I don't know. He clicked the link somehow, and he got on there. Y'all check out forecast from last night. Him, Oni, Bakari was holding it down. I caught like the second half of the show because I was checking out Jose and Tan and Uzuli on the Black Pentagrammers. But check out that show. It's an interesting conversation that I heard last night too. Daily Affirmation by Pauline is here saying good evening. Tan Zan was in the chat saying what's up to Daily Affirmations by Pauline. With that said, let's welcome in Tan Zan this week. Tan, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm hanging in there. I'm good. Thanks for joining us.
Hey, Buana, you're not gonna ask who let this Kenyan tether?
No, we love the Kenyan tethers. This is my vampire tether sister.
So, fellow tethers.
Well, y'all throwing me into the tether thing too? No.
Everyone here, unless you have the lines going all the way back to 17 or 18 something, and you have your war papers,
Yeah, the 1552 census. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, thank you guys for joining the panel tonight. Let's get right to Shoot the Breeze topic number one then. Shoot the Breeze topic number one tonight. Who taught you to hate yourself? A Malcolm X quote. This came with a link, of course. Let me share it with you guys. Here we go. This link takes us to Twitter. Ron G is replying to a thread here, but this was added. So let's check it out. We'll watch it twice. It's only 45 seconds, and then we'll discuss it.
I have no African heritage whatsoever and no African relatives. I am all Cherokee Indian.
How come?
You probably are too.
Well, why do you say that?
Because Cherokee.
I guess this is Tether Internet. What's going on?
The Indian is black, actually. It's the same people that Columbus met when he got off the boat. We are not African. This is Richmond, Virginia, where the first 20 slaves landed. There's no record of any other slaves landing here. Those 20 Africans that landed here were on a boat that was hijacked by Portuguese. The real black slaves here were Portuguese. Most of the slaves in this country were actually white, not black. My people owned slaves. We weren't slave owners. 96% of the southern slaves were owned by the 5 tribes of the Lakota. I am Cherokee, the largest of the 5 tribes. I have no African heritage whatsoever. And
Oh, it's not my computer. It's the video.
no African relatives. I am all Cherokee Indian.
How come?
You probably are too.
Well, why do you say that?
Because Cherokee, the Indian is black, actually. It's the same people that Columbus met when he got off the boat. We are not African. This is Richmond, Virginia, where the first 20 slaves landed. There's no record of any other slaves landing here. Those 20 Africans that landed here were on a boat that was hijacked by Portuguese. The real black slaves here were Portuguese. Most of the slaves in this country were actually white, not black. My people owned slaves. We weren't slave owners. 96% of the southern slaves were owned by the 5 tribes of the Lakota. I am Cherokee, the largest of the 5 tribes. I have no African heritage whatsoever.
All right. I've seen this video making the rounds before. Trigger Happy 262 in the chat says the only possible black population that came to the Americas is around South America. The Lucy skull they found was likely related to Melanesians. He says Ivan van Sertima only had a working hypothesis. It shouldn't be completely thrown away, but to me it's done more damage than good. Jose is in the chat. He says Portuguese. I told some of y'all my Cape Verdean people are cooking them blackheads in the USA. Ha ha ha. Real Black Gentleman says 96% were owned by $5 Indians. Gotcha, Chief. Trigger Happy says this is what happens too when black equals African. If that equation doesn't become an equation, this is what results, right? With that said, Tanzan, you saw this, what seems to be a black man, right? Saying he and his people are not African, never was. They were Indians. And you see the prompt that reminds us of Malcolm X quote, "Who taught you to hate yourself?" What are your thoughts on this?
Well, I think he learned very well. He learned very well. Not only is he denying, what he is, but he's proudly calling himself, a slaveholder. I think he said that at the end. And for me, you can call yourself whatever you want, but for you to now take on, this is like, I don't know, Stockholm syndrome with a twist. Now not only do you love, your masters, you are your own master. It's weird to me. If you want to claim something, yeah, you can claim it, but you also have to look at the history, and the history was that the Indians took the black slaves. They took them as slaves. So I don't know what part of that he doesn't understand, but I think that it's either you deal with the brutal reality, or you find some easy escapism, and I think this is the latter. So I'm not, if for me, just like with people's beliefs and so on, if it makes him feel good about himself or gives him some sort of esteem, I'm not for the ignorance is bliss, but sometimes you just let people, be happy with what they want to believe. But I still think that it's a shame for him. He can say that he can, he has some mixture, and there's nothing wrong with that thing. But to just completely deny it, well, I I think that we leave him alone. That's the best I can say. Is that even the people that he claims to have an identity with, they don't accept him either. So sometimes you're running away from one thing, but what you're running to may not really be what you think it is. Because yeah, he can run away or not run away. Well, he can say that he's not from the motherland, but the Cherokee or whoever that he claims to have such brotherhood with, have they given him the same gesture? Have they also accepted him as brothers? So yeah, that's all I'll say for that. But I understand that it's not easy, especially not knowing where you are exactly from, or not knowing your proper history, or having to go through the experience. So I understand it. I understand that sometimes maybe if people don't have something, they'll grab hold on to anything that makes them either feel better or make some kind of sense to them. So yeah, that's all.
Yeah, that feel good stuff, Tan. Um, that feel good stuff can be very problematic. Uh, you know, there's a time when you had literally snake oil salesmen walking around, right?
Mm-hmm.
And they'll sell you some medicine that turns out to be bird shit in oil or something like that, right? But because the guy has the ability, and this is what Tariq and them are, Yvette and them are, they make you feel good to be this American and to claim to be, to claim this idea of American exceptionalism. And that's really what's going on. We have encountered that sufficiently, I guess, with African exceptionalism. I think it was Trigger Happy who said it before. Like, we make Africa strong. People will be clamoring. It's either him or Great House. People will be clamoring to want to be African, which is real funny. Real funny how allegiances don't really matter. It's just about what looks good, what feels good. That's kind of crazy to me, with that said, let's go to Buana. Buana, what say you on?
Well, Coco, I think that all of us know who taught us the initial in ourselves. It came from the colonizers, so we would have known this. But the thing about that is, we as the colonized or formerly colonized, we repeat the lie perpetually, generationally. We repeat the perpetual lie that when they found us in Africa, they found us with a bone in our nose, you know, and we were savages. We had nothing to contribute to civilization. So obviously, young black learn these kinds of things. We want to get away from that experience because we ourselves internally, we don't feel like, we don't have anything to contribute. So this is the reason why we turn to escapism, escape that past and that heritage. If we are tired of the true history of our ancestors, and a lot of these people are devoid of that history. They don't self study. They don't really look at other kinds of alternative information. They live in a certain westernized system, and they imbibe the things that the westernized system would perpetuate. And really, what it is the Negro has nothing to contribute to the civilization. These are the lies that they continue, and now we off on the reservations, with this escapism nonsense. And with this guy, I'm sure Dane Calloway had something to do with teaching him. But I found, in listening to these conversations, is when you listen to them, they refer to that. My grandmother said, or my auntie said so. So the elders was perpetuating a lie as well, and now we living in a time of mass information. We live in a time of science where we could really track from through bloodlines, where our families' histories would have come from. But these guys, they are anti-scientific, they are anti-intellectual, they are anti-book knowledge and learning. It's interesting when you refer to scientific knowledge. They say we don't want to have anything to do with that. We dealing with genealogy. But genealogy is made up of the same liars who they say create the scientific information. They become walking contradictions of themselves, and it's unfortunate. But I understand that in any team or a team event, everyone likes the winner. In the Bahamas, we was hard and fast Laker fans because a Bahamian athlete would have went to the Lakers, so it made many Bahamians Laker fans. But also because Lakers was winning, so we latch on to what was winning. So these guys, they say, okay, some of these guys say, since we can't latch on to white America, because they'll never accept us. Some people who are delusional, they say we'll latch on to the Indian, since they have the Native Americans. We're gonna latch on to them because we perceive them as winning as well, even though they ain't winning. So the decisions are heavy, very heavy. But it will work with the underdog until the underdog becomes the winner. Until they become the franchise team. Because the franchise before, I feel like we could be the franchise team again. And we just need to put in place the same things that the winners have done, to become the franchise players and the winning team. I think that we don't want to do the work and we don't want to do the effort. We want to just accept the praise. We just want to accept the end of the situation when everyone looks at us in a very glamorous way. But we don't want to go through the process. And I think through the process, you'll learn how to become a winning team. And I think that that's the reason why people ain't on Team Black as yet. But we're going to do the work, man. We're going to do the work until we become something that going to be the envy of the world again. And I believe that that'll happen. I really believe that. But I'll stop there.
I appreciate that, Buana. Yeah, I grew up a Lakers fan. I had some family who were Celtics fans in the 80s, and I was looking at them crazy, like, what? Like, what do you like about Bird and McHale and them? But anyway, in the chat, KW Don 7 says, I check out whenever somebody starts talking Aboriginal flat earth nonsense. Real Black Gentleman is out there. Shout out to him and Jose. He says, I never see these guys pull out family trees. But that's what Bono was getting at. It's always your grandma and them was talking some shit. He says not a shred of scientific analysis. KW7 says if he is Cherokee, let him try to get a piece of the casino action. FOH. Yeah, get out of here with that bullshit. KW7 says he will deny DNA testing via African ancestry. RBG, Real Black Gentleman says 32 great grandparents, all of them are Indian, bro. I mean, these are good. These are very good questions. KW7 says when the bell tolls for him, I will not feel sympathy for him. Trigger 262 says the more and more I study history, the more I see the revision of history as deep propaganda, deeper than the revision of imagery. Right? Zuliism is in the chat. He says, we American. Okay. Trigger Happy says, Dan Calloway should be seen as a CIA agent. Oni, what say you to all of this?
Well, first I want to know, did anybody see my question? Because I'm not
no
getting
one
answers.
responded, right?
Yeah, I don't know what happened. Maybe they didn't get it, but yeah, like
you know what?
Oh,
Only
actually,
ask the question again now. Ask it now.
Oh, okay. So let me see if I can pull it up. So here's what happened. Here's the predicament. Oh, I didn't even see it in the chat. Here's the predicament though. I met this pretty Ghanaian woman, right? We were chatting. I asked her where I could get some Amiapano music, some South African tunes. And she said you should check out Clubber Zuli. You know what I mean? So I was just wondering if anybody thinks I should block her. You know what I mean? Because I think she might be state property. Like, what do y'all think? But anyway, on the topic, interestingly, Dr. Clark was saying that somebody asked Dr. Clark, they said, Dr. Clark, what do you do about Black people who do not, who want to get in the way of Black liberation? And Dr. Clark said, I think he said just stay as far away from them as you can. You know what I mean? And I think I would heed to that. This guy comes in and says, all this kind of I feel like I can say it this way, right? I had an elder, African American elder. I thought she was a brilliant lady. She's actually part of the ANPM for a minute, because I would tell her about Carlos Cooks, and she would tell me about the Black movement. She'd tell me about the the stuff that Carlos Cooks would do, and because she used to organize with him, whatever, right? Allegedly, or in their organization. I don't know if he was around by the time she was, right? But she would sometimes invite me to the powwow. I didn't go, but she was like, "Yeah, come to the powwow. I got some Native American, ancestry." Sometimes I would see her wearing a feather on her head. I'm from Tether, she's from Feathers. It was it's been a thing. It's not new. I mean, I think all of us heard it, 20, 30 years ago, where some Black person would say, "I got Indian here." They kind of thought that's what mixed hair looked like. Nowadays we call it, mulatto, mixed people. But back in the day, people thought it was Indian hair, that kind of stuff. I'm saying all that to say, I did like the sister, right? But a lot of the backwardness that I might have had, I actually didn't blame her. But my thing is that, when it comes to people, in fact, that's what Carlos Cook said too. It's you just take them, you weigh them, they're good against their bad. You weigh their knowledge against their ignorance. All right. And then you move from there. The dude lets you know he was incredibly ignorant. You say, okay, well, sorry, I'm only trying to engage Black people. You know what I mean? And then keep it moving. And then when this white boy, has him, or anybody has him, against the wall, you say, well, look, I'm only looking out for my own people, man. I ain't Indian. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Ask Blackfoot, to help you out. You know what I'm saying? So that's pretty much it. Why does he feel this way? I mean, I gotta say that it's kind of on us a little bit, in the sense that we need to be educating our own people, right? And if you're not educating your own people, the reality is somebody will, right? If you're not teaching your own people, somebody will be teaching your people. So somebody taught this dude, you know, and not just but like it goes back, it goes back. So it is what it is. Like I say, if he wants to think something like that, good for him. You know, kudos. He like it's best when they let you know that they ain't with you. You know what happened to Fred Hampton was he didn't know the dude wasn't with him. Right? If the dude came out and said, "Hey, I'm actually working for the FBI, CIA," Fred Hampton would be appreciative and probably still be alive. You know what I mean? But people, Maya Angelou said, when people let you know who they are, when people tell you who they are, believe them the first time. This dude told you, "Hey, look, I'm not about you guys," right? Believe him.
Well said. Well said. Shout out to Brother Bakari who says peace on Black Power, KWAZ Radio family. KW Don 7 said Dan Calloway should be charged with high treason and dealt with accordingly. Real Black Gentleman said to KW Don 7, tarred and feathered. Go ahead.
No, I want to piggyback off of something when he just said, because this whole idea of educating your people and this whole idea of liberation, education, and things, these kinds of things are extremely dangerous. Extremely dangerous. You go ahead and try to explain to this black man who's probably more than 50 years old that he's not Indian, and then go about the business of showing them things like that, he'll probably shoot your head off. You know what I mean? There are some of us, and even back in the day, with the whole Harriet Tubman now trying to liberate, the rest of the people on a plantation. That was a very dangerous game because there were slaves they was like, we ain't going nowhere. This is our home, and we ain't trying to go home. In fact, we gonna tell mass on you right now. These are very dangerous games. So, like the brother said, initially he said that if a guy says convincingly that he is Indian or he is Hebrew, all these other fantasies these brothers have in their head, you got to keep. In some instances, not all, but in some instances, you got to keep it moving. Keep it moving. So I agree with that to some degree. I really do.
Yeah, my concern with the keep it moving thing, I agree with everything that you and Oni and Tan had to say. My only one concern is when you let these guys go unchecked, who are they teaching? Right? Who is this guy going to be teaching? And is there going to be a time where there's just this groundswell of our people who have been just completely miseducated, where we could never, do anything, where numbers or might, is called for. That's the only one hitch. I do agree. Some of these people, you gotta leave them. Like this man here, and this guy on the screen right now. This was a tweet I saw a black man put up earlier this week. Like you do have to leave these people alone for the most part. But my problem is, who are they indoctrinating? Because everyone is a potential teacher. Who are these guys going to indoctrinate? Look at Razuli. He's indoctrinated. Right? So that's my, and who is Razuli going to be teaching that this stuff to? That's my one issue. Is there any last words on this prompt?
Well, yeah, I would just say that's the issue with regards to our lack of institution building. That's why I said it's partially on us because, the thing is that like nobody could teach. Like it'd be very hard to convince a lot of people in America that they weren't in America. You know what I mean? Or that Joe Biden wasn't the president. Or just things that America tells you and reminds you and makes sure to teach you and it has those institutions to teach you. We don't have those. You know what I mean? So a lot of us, if I say, can you, like you guys know what I'm talking about, right? Or if I even do the, happy birthday song, you know what I'm talking about. We are, particularly if we're talking about people in America, we are accultured and indoctrinated by this American tradition where the American um, knowledge base is very proliferated here. But what isn't proliferated here is that Pan African knowledge. So a lot of what we know about ourselves as African people is coming from this public fool system, you know, and a lot of it is coming to us to propagate this dysfunction, this social dysfunction that we are not countering because unfortunately we are just sending our children to this place where these social dysfunctions come about, you know, because even the word slave, right, that means something to people who go to public school system. It means nothing to people who don't, or even a lot of people in Africa, right? Uh, like the reason why it doesn't mean anything to them is because they're not exposed to the same educational system, right? We are, and so if you listen to this guy, he has this sort of internal conflict with slavery, right? And he has this sort of this sort of knowledge about the Indian tribes in America, right? And he maybe his family member was saying, hey, we just we have this cognitive disassociation with our so on and so forth, kind of like what Malcolm X was saying, like who taught you to hate yourself, right? That's fine, right? The issue is that like that's going to be on repeat. The people who are making these fools is like I said, the public fool system. And if you're not building institutions against it, the reality is that you can't counter it, because tomorrow. Actually, I'll say this. I just saw this, right before I couldn't listen to it because we're here now. But Monique just came out as a homosexual or some shit like that. Monique, who there's a video of her from like 20 years ago saying, "If there's any motherfucking faggots here," something like that, right? Like she's just like the most virulent homophobe. She's all of a sudden a homosexual, right? That's the propaganda of the state. And I was thinking about this too because I was like, let me get my son some more books that are more his age, right? And I'm thinking to myself, a lot of these books that I might order or that if I don't read through it, right, it might have some gay shit in it. Just like if I'm turning on Netflix, it might have some gay shit in it, right? And that's where things are headed. It's like, how do you fight? Somebody comes out queer, somebody else comes out queer, and if you fight in the queers, the reality is that the queer maker, like the Frankenstein, is not being fought. So it's like, yeah, you're gonna get this fool, and it's like that's why I say I would go into retreat mode. You know what I mean? I'll go into retreat mode. But if you want to stay, you're gonna have to stay around a bunch of people who believe they Indians, believe they Hebrews, believe they
Israelites.
yeah, queers, right? But they don't believe they're Yorubas. They don't believe they Chui, they Akan. They don't believe they Zulu. They only believe in the Middle East or some shit, But that's what it is.
Thank you for that, Oni. Let's welcome in this FBA lover, Azuliism. How are you this week?
Yo, you're gonna have to stop that. Yo, I'm coming on right now because you attacked me. First of all, I never said that we were not African. I'm just simply saying that we were here first. So if that's not saying that we are not from the continent, I'm saying that we were here first. And the whole, can we stop saying the whole theory out of Africa was given to you by the same people that you're fighting right now, supposedly. So stop that shit. Stop it. We don't know y'all don't know the whole facts. All y'all talking about, it was told to you by the same people that brought you here, supposedly to slavery. So do not say that, that I'm saying that we're not from Africa. I never said that. I just said that we were here first. So this brother in here, maybe he doesn't know how to express himself, and he's just trying to. I'm not saying he's right. He might not know certain he might be listening to the ADOS or the F.B.I or whatever, but I'm not. So all of a sudden we acting like we know this and that. All this, just like there's a book. There's people that have a theory that we came here first. And what is wrong with that? What is wrong with that? That we were here first, and we were established here first. I don't understand why you're fighting this, acting like if somebody says this, or it's self-hate. I don't get this. Maybe this brother, this older person, maybe he don't know any better, or maybe he's trying to find the truth also. The theory out of Africa that everybody left Africa and traveled and then came to America to this whatever, the Bering Strait, whatever that is. That's all a theory. What is so difficult for people to be like, okay, there could be another theory that Africans travel through here first. To me, it's worse that you guys can't fathom that the people who built the pyramid could have came here first.
Yeah,
it's
but
worse.
No, it's possible, but 40 million people didn't come here. 40 million people didn't get here.
How long do you think people reproduce when they come here?
You know what I'm saying is, right? We have the more recent evidence, documents to show that we were transported out here largely during the Ma'afa. My question to you too is, are Cherokees African? Are these different Indian tribes African? Because again, how do you become Cherokee, right? Because as far as I know, Cherokee is this Amerindian group, right? How do you become Amerindian? That's really my question. Did you come to America before the Amerindian got here? Well, then how did you lose America to that Amerindian?
That's what I'm saying, and I think that's what some people are maybe trying to say is that we came here before the Amerindian, and maybe we got taken over. Maybe there was a previous Ma'afa that happened on this land that we don't know about. Because I don't understand how everybody who are light-skinned, straight hair and stuff like that always come from the cold weather. How all of a sudden these new Amerindian, you want to say, have straight hair, white pale skin, are in the hot weather? I don't understand this. So just like when we're going to say 1,000 years from now that the German that settled in South Africa are the original Africans. Like, I don't understand how people can't fathom that something is not right by the pattern that they told us people came here.
But Azuli, I'm not going to belabor the point, but I'll say this. How is it, like Oni would say, ABA, right? How is it we're always anything but African? How is it with Cherokee, but allegedly Africans came here and mixed in with those groups or became those groups, whatever it is you're trying to say, right? But how is it we never go back to say, yo, we just came from Africa?
First of all, I'm not saying what that man is saying. Me and him are saying totally different things, but similar and a little bit. What I'm trying to say, like I said before, Cherokee, maybe this brother right here, because the degradation, the pejorative propaganda that has been launched against Africa keeps people from wanting to tie themselves to Africa. Maybe that's what he's feeling, but that's not what I'm feeling.
So, all right.
Can I respectfully suggest something though? If y'all don't mind, let me just respectfully suggest something. Okay, so if we was the first original inhabitants in this side of the world, right? One thing I know about people, when they journey from one place to the next, they don't only take their person with them. They take their culture, they take their language, they take their gods, they take many different things, right?
Food.
They take their foods, etc., etc. So if let's just say, if Africans from the continent came from the continent to this side of the world, right? And let's just say that the Amerindians or the other population, we would say that they had a Ma'afa and they replaced them, kill all them off and replace them. They would still have remnants of them being there. Like even if it's through little small languages that you could compare from the continental Africa in the Americas, you would see little vestiges of that. You would see vestiges of their foods. You would see vestiges of their culture. So I'm asking, what did they leave so I could find that I could say, well, these people here this and their food, their language. Look at what they do here. There have to be some vestiges that they would have left behind to show that hey, we say that they are here because of these things, and I don't really see a lot of that. So if you could point me in the direction of that, I would be able to be on board with that argument. But because I don't have sufficient evidence, that's why I say that may not be a possibility. It could be, but we have not found the evidence as yet. So since we find the evidence of yet, I can't go to speculation. You know what I mean? I can't go that far to speculation. It's possible because anything is possible on this planet. But until I have better evidence or sufficient evidence, I can't just rely on speculation. That's one. The other thing I wanted to say in terms of this out of Africa theory, right? Yes, the Europeans proffer this argument that Africans originally came on Africa and things like that. And how did they do that? They use their scientists, they use their anthropologists, they use their ethnographers, these other kinds of things. But they still have to contend with the scientific community around the rest of the world. So the Chinese scientists and ethnographers and geologists have to confirm what the Europeans saying. So that the Indian community, so does the African community, because yes, they have African scientists as well. So they could check and see if your evidence or what offer is correct or incorrect, or it's most plausible or it's implausible. They get into the forums, scientific forums, to argue whether these theories are more probable than not. And it seemed to me that a lot of the scientific community, not just Western science, but a lot of the scientific community universally has accepted that theory. And it is a theory, but a theory based on probable evidence, not just based on mystery and myth. But I would just stop there and let the brothers them speak.
Does anyone else want to add any last thoughts here?
Well, I'll say this. So I think I don't know what Azuli's talking about. I don't know. That's why, like I said, I'm gonna block that lady. But the thing about one thing is this, that the Native Americans, about the out of Africa theory, it comes from the evidence, which is that the oldest bones are found in certain places in Africa. Are found in certain places in Africa, as well. Some people say Botswana, but some people say Kenya, that kind of thing, right? That on top of that, like that's where a huge collection of the bones are, a huge collection of the prehistoric humanity is, and then you could kind of follow the trail of archaeological evidence, i.e., bones and remains and so on and so forth, throughout the world. Now, obviously, I think that people understand that it's likely that there were some Africans who made it to America. It's not a question of whether some Africans made it to America. It's a question of whether those people who made it to America centuries before the Ma'afa, whether they are related to the people and to who are now in America, the quote unquote African Americans, and to what extent, to what degree, right? It would be minimal, if anything, right? Mostly because the people who might have made it to America before there's no real evidence that they didn't do anything but get assimilated, if they got assimilated. there's very little evidence. Now there is some cultural fragments in some parts of the Western Hemisphere, but what this man is claiming about being Cherokee, that is completely ridiculous in the sense that the Cherokee, their bloodline is recorded, right? So the people of the Native American storylines, they do have like real family trees, you know. So there was this one Native American who called out, you know, one of these speakers saying like that's his great grandfather or something, you know what I mean? Because it was a man from the 1920s or some shit, you know what I mean? Or the man from like 1840s, like, which
And you
is,
believe him? And you believe him? What evidence is it? Just because he said that's his father?
well, again, um
You people are going by the same people that you claim oppressed you. All the shit you're regurgitating right now is by all these scientists are following the people who oppressed you. But you it's hard pressed to believe Africans, the niggas that built the pyramids that you claim are the creator of civilization couldn't come to America before everybody. Yo, I'm gonna be on the chat.
no, I didn't say that they didn't.
Chat.
All right, go to the chat. All right, but anyway, I didn't say that they didn't come. I said that the relationship between the people of today and the people of that time period is not you know, it's not real in the sense of, like you were saying about the genetic test, right? I could take a genetic test and show relation, show some sort of biological tie-in with Koku, right? Or with Bwana, or with Erzuli, and with Tanzan, in a sense, right? As to say that you can compare our genetic makeup to find how distant in our past that breaking point is, right? And then you could do the same with the quote unquote Native American, and you can do the same with the European, and you can do the same with so on and so forth. And you will have these genetic markers along your DNA, you know, substrand, if you will, right? And you can find where these related human groups have diverged from each other, right? And you'll see that with regard to, like, say, me and Koku, it would be more recent than with regard to me and the Indian guy and me and the European, right? And that said, the African American, who would be from the same sort of gene pool, would be very closely related to somebody like me, and more closely related to somebody like me than to the other people who are called Cherokee. And so, why I say that is to say that if there were earlier Native American population or Native African population or whatever you would call it, I don't know, right? But if there were an earlier population, you would be able to pinpoint that on a genetic like profile. But you don't. What you find from genetic profiles is African people of the diaspora being close, like having the closest relatives in sometimes Western or Central Africa, right? Like that's what you would find. You don't find that close relatives among let's say, like you would say, an ancient Egyptian group, or you don't find it again among, like, let's say, an early passage from ancient Mali, right? Now, that's not to say that ancient Mali didn't travel. It's not to say ancient Egypt didn't travel. It's just to say that the people group of today is very likely not directly, like, not direct descendants of the people who made the trek earlier.
I would like to dispel a myth that is being proffered, and and I hear and keep on coming up, because when people talk about Western science, people automatically go directly to white men, right? Let me first say that, ask yourself, well, where did they get their science from? Where did they get their science from? Much of Western medicine or Western scientific theory find out where the origins of the or Western so-called Western sciences come from. Since people think that we just copying and regurgitating the ideas of white men, when in fact they doing is copying and regurgitating scientific technique that's been on this planet long before you ever see what's these high-minded scientists names are. You know what I mean? The world is an old world, brother, and sometimes things what's been happening a long time in the world it's been repackaged and reformatted, and they put a Western name to it and say this person is the father of science, when in fact the scientific technique that he's performing has been done for centuries long before we ever reached the Western world. It's just that these people have the ideas of patent and putting their names on things, name and claim to fame. It's not just Western science. A lot of these people around the world and watch and observe so-called scientific, and they put it in the European name and make you think that they great because they create and implement these kinds of things. When in fact, some of these things was going on long before it reached the West. So I wanna dispel this myth, this idea that the white man has a monopoly on science and has a monopoly on intellectual thinking and format, because that is a myth, and they have stolen a whole lot of things that they don't tell you about. So when I talk about science and scientific theory, I'm regurgitating my father notes, clef notes, my former father's clef notes. What probably gets stolen away from them? Because I know these white boys do not have a monopoly on science. They do not have a monopoly on science. That's a myth.
Yeah, so I also want to add to that in the sense of, it's realistically like this is one of the things we have to start to learn to value, and that's observation. If a house is on fire, right, and a white man says, "Hey, that house, don't go that way. The house is on fire," right? And obviously you see the smoke or whatever, right? It's not like, oh my gosh, you're a fucking cracker. I'm pretty sure that thing is not on fire, right? It could just be the place is on fire. And why I'm saying that is to say that observations in and of themselves have value. And so when we talk about DNA, we're talking about an observation you can make, anybody can make under a microscope, right? And under this microscope, there's going to be a sequence of genomes, right? And those sequence of genomes are unique for each individual, right? But they're similar to related groups and less similar to less related groups, but they're similar across the span of humanity in a sense, right? That said, you know, if the assumption is that white people are lying about the genetic structure by by writing, like, purposely collectively writing down what they're recording incorrectly just to deceive black people, it's just kind of conspiratorial, a conspiracy theory, in the sense that, I can't remember the letters, but it's like ATRG maybe or something like that. Like, that's the entirety of the sequence. There's four different letters in a
ATCG.
ATCG, yeah. It's four different letters in a sequence, that, like, a really long sequence, and there's a particular sequence you would look at, and you can find the genetic relations between people groups, and the reality is that, overall, the African American, as far as the African component is concerned, right? As well as the Jamaican, the Jamaican and the Trinidadian and the Bahamian and so on and so forth. You find that these are closely related groups, and you find that these are populations that came, that came to the Americas around the same time, and that the African American wasn't in America before, um, uh, like, let's say the quote unquote Jamaican was in Jamaica. Um, and but you also know that the Jamaicans and the Trinidadians and so forth are definitely not indigenous, and so it's just, if you know who is indigenous versus who isn't, um, like, it's just very, very clear that African Americans are descended from the recent Africans of the diaspora. Sorry, of the Mafa.
Yes, sir. That's an absolute fact. Bakari was here, but you had to step away. I guess he'll be back. I was curious to hear what the brother who descended from feathers had to say. You know what? There's no last thoughts on that. Let's go to Shoot Breeze topic number 2. That was a good discussion too, by the way. Shoot Breeze topic number 2 says, "Is this pre-colonialism? Is this what the men were doing? And why were the men or boys not punished too? Or is this a feminist hit piece?" There's a lot of questions in that one prompt. Let me hold on a second. There's actually 2 videos for this one. So let me play the first one, and then we'll go into the second one.
Ja, we zijn op Lake Bouillon. Het verblijf op een van de 28 eilanden. En voor deze ochtend hebben we een heerlijke, relaxed boottrip. En dan gaan we kijken wat hier allemaal te zien en te doen is.
But the Punishment Island is the smallest island among the 29 islands that we have here, where our grandmoms and granddads used to punish girls that we are getting pregnant when they were not yet married. So whenever a girl gets pregnant before she was married, it was a big loss to the family. Because by then, whenever a family produces a girl child, they would think of a future big income of getting dowries, because by then they used to give a lot of cows and money as dowries. So whenever a girl gets pregnant, that was a big shame to the family. So the family had to also punish the girl seriously through beating the girl to the extent of killing the baby inside. And after proving that the fetus have died, the old brother and the father of the girl had to take a girl in a local canoe, and they drop her on the punishment island, such that the girl can starve and definitely die from the island. So a lot of girls died from the island because by then there were no these family planning methods, and girls were normal; they had boyfriends.
House, yeah. You live here.
Yes, I'm by names of Ndamwesga Tyson, commonly known as Tyson Bunyonyi. This is my grandmom, Chitaraga Vigwamauda, the one that was survived from the punishment island. And the punishment island is the smallest island among the 29 islands that we have here at Lake Bunyonyi, where our grandmoms and granddads used to punish girls that were getting pregnant before they were married. So this grandma of mine got pregnant when she was not yet married, and the family members had to beat her seriously, and they killed the baby inside. And after killing the baby inside, the old brother and the father of my grandmom took her in a canoe and they dropped her on the punishment island, so as she can starve and definitely die from the punishment island. But by that time, when they were dropping her there, they found there other 2 girls. So it became a group of 3 girls, and they stayed together for 2 nights. And during the day of the second night, they decided to count 1, 2, 3, and the third time to jump into the lake so as they can drown, because swimming lesson was not common here. So it was like a way of killing themselves. And as they counted 1, 2, the last time, my grandmom feared to jump into the lake, and the other 2 girls jumped. so they died, and she was left alone for the third night. And during the night of the third night, she was screaming because she was very hungry, and she knew that it was her last touches in the world. So as she was screaming, my grandpa was passing by with a canoe. He heard someone screaming on the punishment island. The man was very good, kindly, and he parked on the island. He found that this was the lady that was screaming on the island, so he had to help her to take her in a canoe, and he brought her here in this family, and they used the herbal medicine because the lady was my grandmom by that time was very in a abnormal conditions. So they used the herbal medicines because here there were no these modernized medicine. They used the herbal medicines to treat my grandmom, and she recovered. And my grandpa decided to marry my grandmom. So now she's my grandmom, and I'm the grandson. That after the punishment island situation, when my grandpa brought her here, that the life starts again, and she started with a new life of visiting churches. That's why she's like waving and singing the kind of church song, so that she handed over all his life to God.
How many years? 20.
Kazorenda mu mesho hati. Ah, you are right.
Yeah?
That
20?
that she still needs like 20 years in the future. Act as a tour guide here at Lake Bunyonyi. So whoever wants to explore or have some stories or visit my grandmom to have an eye to an eye like conversation, you're highly welcome. Thank you.
So there's a second video. I'll play that now as well.
Lake Bunyonyi in the southwestern district of Kabale in Uganda is the third deepest lake in the world and second deepest in Africa. The lake has 29 islands, with the Company Island being the smallest. It is this island that is known as the Punishment Island, where unmarried girls who got pregnant were taken and left to die there.
To be rescued by the poor fishermen who could not afford the money for the dowries. Like they come like during the night, they check. If they find like 10 girls, they choose one who's like more beautiful than those girls. They marry for free, but you have to go away from their region. Because if they get with that girl, or they kill immediately.
93-year-old Jessica Rushanda, who got pregnant at the age of 18, is a survivor of this tradition.
I was brought by my brothers very early in the morning. They made sure I step out of the canoe onto the island before they left.
At the time of her arrival, there were 5 girls at the island who she joined to feed on aquatic plants and await their death. But how did Rushanda finally survive after spending a week at the death island?
For the week I spent on the island, we fed on wild fruits and weeds for survival. Of course, those who did not get picked up by men died of hunger. We would live with the dead bodies on the island, sometimes push them in water and rotate as we wait for men. My hopes of leaving the island were shattered when 2 girls were taken by sailors, leaving me behind. After waiting for days, a young man came to my rescue and asked me to live with him, leaving 5 girls behind. As I left, more girls were being brought to the island. I wasn't shy or ashamed when a man took me on. It was just my lucky day.
Shortly after settling with her husband, she gave birth to her firstborn Owen Byarhanga, who has since migrated to Chitagwenda in western Uganda.
My husband and I worked for other people and we were given food in turn. We later cultivated and grew our own food. When he passed on at 94, I worked very hard because being a widow doesn't kill you if you're wise. After my husband died, I started feeling strange pain in my spine and then slowly started losing my voice.
The now grandmother of 50 and great-grandmother of 20 children also weighed in between being killed and being dumped at the famous island.
Yes, indeed. Only trying to find a direct flight right now to that island. With that said, let's shake it up a bit. Oni, what say you to what you just saw on the prompt that says, is this pre-colonialism? Is this what the men were doing? And why were the men or boys not punished too? Or is this a feminist hit piece? What say you?
Sorry, hold on a second. Let me. I'm trying to get this ticket right now. This plane ticket. Hold on a second. Nah, it was Uganda, right? All right. Yeah. So, I mean, I think we should just investigate. Like, we got to use our passport, bros. You know, go investigate. No. What did you say?
Time to travel.
Exactly. It sounds like that's like a blue passport right now. All right. Is this pre-colonial? Look, that's what I was. See, that's what I. No, it was a little sad. I ain't gonna hold you, but this is what I mean when I tell people that culture comes from economics. You know, what we were talking about was an economics problem, right? Is this pre-colonialism? The reality of the world is that, like, there's going to be different cultures because there's different economies, and there's an economic trouble regards to excess women. You know, the Chinese at some point when they felt like population was getting too high, they were like, you know, their government said, hey, look, you can only have one child type thing, right? They said, okay, well, if I had a girl, I'm going to kill her. You know what I'm saying? I'm just going to kill the girl. Or they might bind the little girl's feet if they did have a girl, because they're like, hey, you know, Chinese dudes like small feet type stuff, right? Yeah, I mean, I could believe this. You know, I'm not saying it's true. I'm not saying it's false. I can believe this, and I can see that because even in Europe, you know, check out the joke would talk about this, but in Europe, you would have like yeah, girls were treated like shit too because they were economically not as viable as men. Um, and also, if you recall the whole idea of what kind of economy this is, this was a uh, uh, this was like a no, I don't want to say agrarian per se, but they had dowries with large amount of cows type thing, right? Uh, there's so much to this, but yeah, I mean, it is what it is. As far as the question of why were the men not punished too? Because like, why were they men? I mean, again, it's like uh, the question being who goes down in value, right? If you are a father, right, um, and you're expecting a dowry, if you're trying to, basically, a lot of people are raising their girls to sell them, right? And if you can no longer sell her, you can no longer afford her. You know, and that's what I said about the, you know, if you read check out the Job's book where he discusses the two cradle theory. He says the reason why this white boy hated women, right, was because she was not economically viable. Now, the remedy for that, of course, is or a remedy for that is agricultural economies, right, where women can, you know, contribute just as much as men, which is broad inside of Africa, but it obviously wasn't universal, right? And on the other hand, there is this sort of dowry system, and so yeah, the men don't lose value if they can still own property, right? Um, but the women who don't, you know, that's an issue. So I don't want to say this is a, I mean, the feminists can use this, it's not a universal. They can use it, but it's realistically just how the real world is, in the sense of not everything is one way. There's no monoculture, there's no this that third. There is reality, and reality is people in you know, desperate times call for desperate measures. um and it's sad, but that's the reality of desperate times, you know. And I think I'll go back to what uh Du Bois's aunt told him when he would criticize Booker T. Washington. She says, well, you never bore the whip. You know what I mean? We don't live in a situation where we go through extreme poverty and we're relying on selling our daughters. You know, I'm glad that, you know, she was rescued, and like Koku said, you know, maybe I'll go down to the island and get a couple of women myself, right? But 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 either way, like that's what you expect. That's the this is the real world, you know. There's the imaginary world, there's the real world, and unfortunately, this is what it is.
Appreciate that, only good kickoff to that topic. So Tan in the chat was telling us Zuliism, Africa was not a matriarch. I read this article this week about how Africa was at least matrilineal. It's interesting, and it raises a question. It's off topic right now, but you know, they were talking about how the Indians and the who was it again? Uh, Persians, you know, used to come in and sleep with and marry these African women. I always wonder, why is that always the story? Why is it always the story these African women were sleeping with these foreign people groups? And how come we never hear about African men doing that to this other to these other people groups? It's just a fascinating thing for me, as Buana would say. Speaking of Buana, what say you to this?
Yes. So for me, I would like to answer the deeper question that's going on here for whoever created the prompt itself, because you know, we as a community, we don't perfect African romanticists. We don't romanticize Africa in a way where we believe that no misdealings and and nefarious things took place in Africa. We are an African nationalists. We understand that there are some cultural practices that we did and we continue should be gotten rid of. I'm admit that. You know what I mean? With these kinds of see this particular the reason why I say we in African romanticists is I understand that human beings gonna be evil and do evil kinds of things. My grandfather at a very early age, he was orphaned. He had no parents. And the men of his village, because he was an orphan, they plotted to murder him, throw him in a bonfire. So these kinds of things, I am not unfamiliar with the fact that we as a community, we do things that I believe that we should get rid of, especially some of the traditions that we continue to practice. And it's interesting too, by the way, that something was said in this video. They gave her an abortion, which is I don't know how they did that because obviously they didn't have the Western doctor come in and give the African woman a abortion, but they was able to do it and she still lived. And they heal her with herbal medicines. So what kind of science was they practicing? Witchcraft to heal the lady from bleeding to death? That's something to question because these people had a tradition of some kind of medical science where they knew that they could have cured whatever ailment that you would have incurred due to the abortion they initially gave her. But that's interesting. But I would just say that we are not we are nationalists, and yes, we should get rid of certain practices. Certain practices are outmoded. Certain traditions are outmoded. They need to be revisited. People say, "Who am I to question these things?" Well, I can question it because I'm the equivalent of the African as anyone else, and I don't consider that to be right. And if you go produce an island exclusively for women, I would say you should produce an island where you go displace men and have them fend for themselves as well. Because that's really a ridiculousness. And looking at this from my position, and being conditioned and how I was conditioned, I would consider this to be very, very unfair. And I would question them about it, the issues with them about it, the brothers who would have done this, family members and all. Sometimes people say within the family, that's where the real hatreds are. But that's neither here nor there. I would say that this is an unfortunate event, but I wouldn't. I would just say that this is not. We do not have exclusivity to these kinds of practices. These kinds of things occur all throughout humanity, and there are some things within our own community we do it displace and get rid of. We should stop practicing. But I'll stop there.
Buana, before you go, Nama X, shout out to Nama X for being here tonight too. He says, Buana, how is this a black practice when they're talking about marriage in churches? He says this is not black, this is European. What say you to that?
So when I watched the initial video itself, I was getting the impression that this was a cultural thing that they did, in creating this kind of island. But maybe it was a post-colonial thing. I don't have enough information in terms of what they was doing prior to, and in terms of whether this was a traditional practice or not. And if it was, because even if it wasn't, there are still African practices that goes on in Africa that is pre-colonial that I wouldn't continue to practice. In particular, there are human sacrifices. I was watching this video with this guy named General Buck Naked, and in terms of what his clan did in Liberia. So there are, like I say, even if it was something that was post-colonial, there are still things that we do pre-colonial that I would stop practicing and I would get rid of. I really would, But that's my answer to that question.
I appreciate that, Buana. So we have a resident continental African on the panel. When you see this was in Uganda. When you see this turn, what are your thoughts?
Well, first of all, when you look at something, you have to ask yourself, why are they doing what they're doing? What are their reasons? Because it's easy to just get to the conclusion and say, oh, these people just want to kill, women or want to stab them and all that. But they said from the beginning that it was done because to discourage women from getting pregnant before marriage. So this was a punishment, first of all. So whether the punishment is fair or not, that's you can judge it from the outside, but that injunction was there because in most traditional African societies, having a child out of marriage was not good for you, not good for the family, and not good for the child. So punishment was very strict on women. It was very rare actually to hear of it that someone got pregnant before they were married, because you remember marriage was a familial thing, and so everyone was involved. So if something like that happened, some people actually outright just they were punished more severely than this. At least this one, they were given a chance to go and maybe be rescued. So it was a death sentence, but not a guaranteed one. So that was that. But I know that in most societies, it was very, very, much taboo for a girl to get pregnant outside of marriage, because you brought shame and dishonor to yourself and to the entire family. So it's almost like you had to go and do severe penance for it to be accepted back into society. So yes.
Let me interject real quick. Nama X made this statement. He said, marriage is a black concept now has been delivered. When you say marriage, are you talking about the Christian concept of marriage, or are you talking something else? Or are you using marriage to describe something else?
No, I'm talking about marriage, two people coming together and having a family. I'm talking about marriage in the traditional African sense. So a traditional African marriage was not just, two individuals running off into the woods. It was the entire family. That's why even when they say they were taken to the islands, it was usually by their brothers, their family members who, had to bear the brunt of that dishonor. So marriage, I'm talking about marriage from a traditional African society, was the union of two family members through two individual people. So everyone in the community was involved in the marriage of two people. I'm not saying weddings. I'm not talking about, standing in front of a priest and all of that. I'm talking about everything from, the investigation to, to the tests of marriage, to the process of the elders being involved, to all of these things. So it was a communal affair. So as was this punishment, the punishment was a communal affair. Either the parents or the elders or the tribal judges would impose this punishment on those who are found to be guilty of it. So yeah.
All right, thank you, Tan.
I'm very curious what the punishment was for the males of the village, because they also are violating societal norms as well in terms of deflowering a girl prior to her being married. So I'm very curious to know what would have been their punishment.
And that's the problem with these kinds of information. They're usually very one-sided. They have a conclusion they want to drive towards, and the basic conclusion of this was, oh, this is a terrible and primitive society, and look at what they're doing to these poor women. So I understand that the brand, but what should have been also included is, firstly, how did this people don't just get pregnant by themselves. So who are these boys, or who are these men who impregnated the girls? What happened to them, and so on? My guess would be, and obviously I don't know about the particular tribe, but usually what would happen was the man's family would pay a price, or he would have to go undergo certain rituals and pay a certain penance as well. So it was usually on both parties. So I don't know in this case what happened. Their family probably paid a price, or did something to compensate. So yeah. Oh, Dutch. Oh, okay. Of course.
Well, not just that though.
Hmm?
Oh, not just that, but one thing about pregnancy is that you don't know who the father is. You know. Also, I do want to address that nobody said anything about abortions. They said that they beat the woman until the baby, until she bled out essentially. So they would beat her in such a way that it would force an abortion. But remember that in order for somebody to show signs of pregnancy, it would take at least, I don't know, 3 months, 4 months after the sexual encounter. Not to say that the men weren't punished, but like you said, they didn't go over whether the men were punished or not. I did think it was kind of peculiar that the church was already in the community, because if you believe the Christians, you would believe that this um, wouldn't happen. Sugar Happy said that's kind of an abortion. Yeah, that. Well, I mean, I think somebody was talking about the technology involved in abortions. So like jumping down a flight of stairs is not like what people call an abortion per se. I mean, it's not like I think somebody was making the case. Oh no, I think it was Bono was making the case of how technologically advanced these people might have been to have abortions. Like I think maybe he was thinking that they were like taking the herbal remedies for abortions, but no, they were just doing the pretty much jumping down a flight of stairs thing, which I guess you could say is technically an abortion, but it's not the same as, oh, this is an advanced technology. It's really straightforward, you know. But yeah, I think that the church being present kind of does speak to some things, like essentially the church looking the other way, which is what you'd expect, I guess. But it is still surprising, and it's kind of sad that the lady, after all this, kind of gives herself to the church. But it's also not surprising that she gives herself to the church.
No,
If
actually, I disagree. Oh, hold on, is that me?
Yeah, it was
The
you.
usual position of the church would actually to save the lives of the women. Hence, this a piece such as this, when the British, the famous story about that British lady who went to Nigeria and still stopped the children, the twins from getting killed and so on, and so she rescued. Yeah, the British and white people love stories like this, where they go highlight some so-called barbaric aspect of or cruelty of Africans, and then they go in there and rescue the poor people, whether it's the children or the women. So no, the church would not agree to this. In fact, the church's position would have been to stop the practice and say, we have come to civilize you, stop this barbaric practice. In terms of abortion, the way that people looked at things, the ultimate thing was children. Who is going to take care of the children? So hence why so many laws were made, including polygamy, including wife inheritance, and so on, so that the children would be taken care of. But that condition was that they would be taken care of in the confines of marriage. Marriage was a protection for the man, the woman, the children, and both families. So when you went against the society or rules and decided to have a child outside of marriage, you really left yourself open to to be outside of society. You left yourself vulnerable and without protection. So that is why they would send the girls to the island. So if a man picked her up, now she would be under his protection. So the man who the way you got into trouble was with the man, and the only way to get out of it was another man. In terms of abortion, however they looked at it, they were looking at the fact that a child should be born within marriage. It was not so much, oh, you want to abort children or kill children. It was the fact that you have disobeyed the laws of the land, you have disobeyed the laws of marriage, and you have dishonored yourself and your family. So it was not so much, pro-abortion or this. It was more of, children should be born within the marriage, and women should be punished for not adhering to those laws. I should be anybody. Yeah.
All right, so I don't know why Tanzan just interrupted me for that long thing, but I think I'm gonna put.
Use tether babbling.
I'm gonna put tether. I think I'm gonna put
Yeah,
Tanzan's
you
name
were
on this
talking
plate.
for 3 hours already, Oni, so
I
she could
think
interrupt
I thought
you.
you
Yeah,
left.
you were talking for
Why
a
is this
while,
guy still here?
Oni.
Anyway,
Yeah.
I'm going to put Tanzan's name on this plane ticket. She's going to Uganda. Forget it.
In the chat, Jose says nobody noticed the difference in the two stories about the same woman. So this brings us to Urzuli, who's back. Urzuli, did you notice that there was two different stories here?
Yeah, I know this was two different stories, but the reason why I researched this, and this is how crazy the thing is, I'm watching something on Netflix called the 10 they have a series of 10 folklore stories that came from Africa. So the first story is about this island. So I'm like, and in the story, they say the women are chained with weighted heavy metal balls, are chained to this tree, and then they are left there to die because they have committed that they got pregnant prior to that. And the director of that story is the director and the writer is a Black African director, but who produces that series is UNESCO. So then after that, I say, yo, let me research this story. And then I see these two stories. So in my mind, it's two things. Eh, two things could be true. That actually happened, and then it's a hit piece. Because in my mind, I'm looking at it, it's like, okay, the girls get pregnant, but how come the boys are not punished? But Tan said something very important that maybe they didn't show the boys being punished. Number one, number two, and number two, this is probably, and I'm thinking about this, is like, are they trying to make African community accept single motherhood? Because now they're targeting the emotional part of every man and women. So they'd be like, oh, this is crazy. Why would you do that? Why would you do that? And then as it's ushering this new Western philosophy into Africa, that they bring this type of story in. All I'm saying myself is this: if this is true, and like they said, they didn't show the boys getting punished. To me, how do they punish the boys or the men that get those girls pregnant? And if that's what was the case, to keep women from having babies out of wedlock, which, okay, it's kind of harsh at the end of the day, but like Ten said, there's still people that rescued it. There were still simps with boats passing by doing this stuff. Well, simps with boats because they couldn't get women their own. And it says that in some of the thing. I was watching something, they said men that couldn't afford dowries will go by this island and steal the women. So a bunch of simps. And my only thing is if this is true, how fair was the punishment? I get it. That what if it's a young girl? Because I heard they wanted something to do. The youngest were 12, like 15. That's crazy. But again, I saw this. The reason when I researched it is because I saw this on Netflix as a 10-part series on African folklore. And in the first story was about that island, and the women were chained like slaves. And then who produced it? UNESCO. And again, a Black director and a Black writer wrote that. So that's what I'm saying. I would just, if it's propaganda, we need to control our image, and this is not a good thing to be put out there, because a lot of people are watching Netflix, and a lot of girls from the diaspora, from the Caribbean, are watching that and are going to be angry at males. So that's what I'm saying with it.
No, I agree, Azuli. I think that we do need to control our image, but the lady spoke for herself. Both of these ladies, if they different ladies, they spoke for themselves, and none of them ever mentioned the fact that they was had a chain around their neck or anything like that. None of them. But as a solution to the issue, my question in my mind is, if these girls gotten pregnant, right? In the Bahamas, we have something called it's called a shotgun wedding and things like that. You make that man marry that woman. You know what I mean? So I mean, if he sleep with her and he gets her pregnant, then that's his wife. Period. It's no. You would need the punishment if you enforce the rule that, hey, you get her pregnant, you are responsible for that child and that woman. Period. And the story.
That sounds like you punishing the dude.
Hey, simps with boats. I like that one, by the way.
Absolutely. Anyone have any last thoughts on this prompt?
Simps with boats, for real. But at the end of the day, like what I wanted to say, Coco, I know you want to move on, is that, we need to invest in our own image through stories. I'm going to give another example before I did. I'm at work. Coco, we work at a college. This young lady is writing a paper on Africa. Nowadays they have some AI that could do your essays for you, right? Why the AI? She typed, because she's from another culture. She wrote the AI. She made the AI write the essay. You know what the AI wrote? Africans came to America through slavery to indentured servant and refugees. Which African got kidnapped? Which African left Africa to become a refugee and to come to America to be a slave? This is what's happening. And we're sitting here thinking this is a game. The AI wrote an essay saying Africans during the Maafa, they came to America as refugees. Who leaves another country to become a slave in another country, bro? So this is what I'm saying. If you don't protect your image, if you don't invest in your image, if you don't create, you spend money. Sometimes imagination is more powerful than this science math we're doing it. If Black people refuse to invest in creating their own stories. So this story right now, I saw on Netflix. I didn't finish watching the other stuff, which the other stories, but that number one story, that was, even if it's true, like I said, they had an image of 3 women tied down to slave. They put the shackle on their feet with heavy weighted metal balls. And which that's the question now. Where would they get those shackles? Where would Africans get those shackles if Africans was not using shackles to enslave people like that? So I'm just saying that it's a dangerous world out there. AI, the AI wrote an essay and said African people that from the Maafa came to America as refugees, indentured servants. So that's what I'm saying.
Last thing I'll say before we move on to the next prompt, that I've noticed for a long time. These folks that they're talking about, it could only be, it's possible that there's only like 200-300 of them. But the way they paint these pictures, you would think this is ubiquitous throughout Africa. This might just be some little corner of Africa. So yeah, I agree with you, but that image thing, these guys will make, one isolated situation with a handful of people. They'll make it seem like that's all Africa.
And the women, like I said, a lot of women, the women, especially the Black women who already have grudges against men in general and Black men, they're gonna eat this up and use that and throw it in our face because we ourselves are not countering that with movies or with stuff that says of our own image. So that's what I'm saying.
All right, SWB. Thank you for that. If there's no last thoughts, let's go to Shooter Breeze topic number 3. Shooter Breeze topic number 3 is the U.S. goes overseas preaching democracy while suppressing it at home. By the way, shout out to everyone else who joined. I saw Carl Hezekiah was out there as well in the chat. Shout out to all of you for tuning in tonight. Crap, hold on a second. Messing up. So this one has 2 links to it. Let me share the first one first. It's taking us to Yahoo. Over on Yahoo News, it says Tennessee's House expels 2 of 3 Democrats over guns protests. There's a video here. Let's check it out. If it'll play.
There's a time where people get sick and tired of being sick and tired. And so I came as a representative to this well. So today, we are brought to here, responding in the extreme measure because we did, but because by breaking the quorum, we broke the glass of your false power for the world to see. We broke the glass, this chamber that someone called sacred. One of the members on the other side of the aisle was in tears and said, I've never seen such a breach of the sacred chamber. And I thought to myself, that representative has obviously never read history. Because is it in this chamber, if you walk around this Capitol, you'll see bullet holes when representatives got into conflict. You'll see duels take place on this House floor, debating whether people like me should be treated like equal citizens under law. This is not a temple. This is a place where we're supposed to wrestle for our democracy and wrestle ideas and give voice to 78,000 constituents each of us represents. But for so long, this body, drunk with power, has modeled for the world what we know as nothing less than authoritarianism. And today is the climax of that behavior. That a week after a mass shooting plagued our community, the most direct action this legislative body takes, or should I say my colleagues on the other side of the aisle are taking, is to expel us for speaking about the issues of weapons of war on our streets. We called for you all to ban assault weapons, and you respond with an assault on democracy. That is why the nation is watching you today. And I say to my colleagues on the other side of the aisle that no matter what you vote, you have the votes, but you will not be victorious because there are generations of young people who see what is going on. There are young people that as you try and beat us down, they are rising up to take back this state from the extreme forces that have sought to take away the democratic process, the deliberative process. On last Thursday, when thousands gathered here, tried to silence members from talking about the issue of gun violence because they were afraid that a conversation would remind people that there is complicity of this body in what happened at Covenant Elementary School.
I see why they kicked him out. I mean, this guy's up there sounding like Gil Scott-Heron. Like, what? Why are we performing spoken word? And the other guy is worse. The other guy jacks MLK completely. But what? Let me finish the story. That was the video with one of the people. So this story says Nashville, Tennessee, in an extraordinary act of political retaliation, Tennessee Republicans on Thursday expelled 2 Democratic lawmakers. You just saw the video of one of them from the state legislature for their role in a protest calling for more gun control in the aftermath of a deadly school shooting in Nashville. A third Democrat was narrowly spared by a 1-vote margin. The split votes, the third Democrat, by the way, is a big old husky white woman. That's her over on the right-hand side. The split votes drew accusations of racism, with lawmakers ousting reps Jason Jones and Justin Pearson. We just saw Justin Jones on screen. I'm going to show you Justin Pearson in a second. Well, both black, while Representative Gloria Johnson, who is white, survived a vote on her expulsion. Republican leadership denied that race was a factor. However, the visitors' gallery exploded in screams and boos following the final vote. After sitting quietly for hours and hushing anyone who cried out during the proceedings, people broke into chants of shame and fastest. Banishment is a move the chamber has used only a handful of times since the Civil War. Most state legislatures have the power to expel members, but is generally reserved as a punishment for lawmakers accused of serious misconduct, not used as a weapon against political opponents. GOP leaders said Thursday's actions were necessary to avoid setting a precedent that lawmakers' disruptions of House proceedings through protests would be tolerated. Republican Rep. Gino Bulso said the 3 Democrats had, quote-unquote, effectively conducted a mutiny. At an evening rally, Jones and Pearson pledged to be back at the Capitol next week, advocating for change. Rather than pass laws that will address red flags and banning assault weapons and universal background checks, they passed resolutions to expel their colleagues, Jones said. And they think that the issue is over. We'll see you on Monday. So you guys get a gist of why they were tossed. But let me just show this video here. It takes us to a tweet of the other Justin Pearson. Just listen to this guy.
Sad day on Saturday. All hope seemed to be lost. Representatives were thrown out of the State House. Democracy seemed to be at its end. Seemed like the NRA and gun lobbyists might win. But oh, that was good news for us. I don't know how long this Saturday in the state of Tennessee might last. But oh, we have good news, folks. We've got good news that Sunday always comes. Resurrection is a promise, and it is a prophecy. It's a prophecy that came out of the cotton fields. It's a prophecy that came out of the lynching tree. It's a prophecy that still lives in each and every one of us in order to make the state of Tennessee the place that it ought to be. And so I've still got hope because I know we are still here and we will never quit.
Testify.
Out of order. Out of order.
That man almost slipped up and said, I have a dream. Like, it's that bad. Lero says it's cringe. Right? Like, yo, what is this? Tanzan, what did you see there?
I saw church. I thought I was in the 1960s or something. Wow, someone that young should not be sounding that old. And those kinds of tactics, I don't think they work that well anymore. But on the whole, you know, whatever theatrical and drama they were involved in, you know, definitely the reaction was excessive. No, they, like they said, it's supposed to be about some egregious, you know, infraction against them. You know, the body is not supposed to be, or if you don't like somebody, you banish them. So obviously, it was racially motivated. So yeah, he was doing a bit too much and almost making it into a joke, because when you concentrate so much on how you say something, it takes away from, you know, what you're trying to say. And he was more involved in trying to look good rather than trying to, you know, get to the point that he was trying to say. So he didn't really help his cause, and you know, he didn't really get what he wanted. But on the other hand, you know, the reaction is, you know, it's not surprising anymore. It's just that if they're going to do the, you know, new tactics, you should come up with other better tactics as well, because the Saturday preacher, you know, tone has been taken, and people are not listening to that moralistic summoning anymore. Nobody's sitting there, you know, being, you know, wagged in the face, you know, having a finger in their face, and then they're going to sit meekly there and just say, yes, you're right. No, you know, as somebody who is you know, the new crop, they should not be just imitating what their elders did. They should be taking that and innovating it and coming up with new methods, new arguments, and new creative ways to get their point across, not sounding, you know, like some octogenarian, you know, who just got inspired. So well, you know, the what they do is, it's not surprising anymore. Even when they preach, they're just preaching it. They're not practice the US. They don't practice it. So yeah, it's expected that they will not follow their own rules, because if you make the rules, why should you follow them unless somebody is making you follow them? And I don't think this is the way to get it. You know, this moralistic grandstanding it's just not, it doesn't work anymore, and he makes himself look ridiculous and his cause as well. Yeah.
I appreciate that time. Oni, what say you to this?
Oh, so I think that white man was saying what all of us were thinking. You know, that dude was out of order. Like, just out of order, out of order. Like, I was like, yes, you know, I finally me and the white boy agreed. I mean, yeah, about that's what I'm saying. Like, what we are not processing is that these are state representatives. Okay, this is not a joke position. This is a really big political position for anybody. You know, to be the state representative is to, I don't know how many, but maybe represent, I don't know, maybe 50 60,000 people, or I don't know, maybe 600,000 people. I really don't know Tennessee that well. Either way, this is a significant position. One, you got freaking clowns out of the black community getting into that position. That's one. Two, this white boy could just say, I don't give a shit if you have 600,000 constituents. Get the fuck out of our building. We're handling business. Like, if they can tell you that in this country, what hope? Like, why do you put so much? Like, what are you putting? What institution are you putting your hope in? If everywhere you turn, these white folk are telling you you'll never get these institutions. Even when you make a huge accomplishment, a huge accomplishment in a political sense of becoming the state representative, a lawmaker, and then your colleagues say, what are you doing here? Get out of here. Right? Like, that should tell you everything you need to know. I mean, and it's not like it's one time. Not it's like it's one time thing. In other states, they are. What is with Erzuli? I told you he was gonna be back at 10. Did I tell y'all he was gonna be back at 10 o'clock? This dude said he was gonna be gone. I said, you just tip the lady, and after 2 minutes he's done. Anyway, after 2 minutes he's done with her. He's like, how? Anyway, but my thing is, damn, that's embarrassing. This dude couldn't, like, her. She was like, there's gotta be an hour, Zuli. I know you're not gonna last, but it's gotta be an hour. Yo, man, try to get a girl who charges you at a minute rate, man. Try to get a girl who charges you at a minute rate, my dude. And this dude buying the whole hour back. All right. Anyway, so what I'm saying is that, yeah, I mean, there's a legislation in, like, let's say Florida, where if you are a teacher and you teach something that that a parent doesn't like, you could lose your job. Okay. And that parent might not like you teaching about race type thing, anything racial. I think, as a matter of fact, I think it was yesterday, right, with Forecast, where they were showing these people were showing the Ruby Bridge documentary, right, from Disney. You know what I'm saying? And this teacher might be getting the axe for that. All that to say, yeah, I mean, that's the big joke, because it's like, if it's, like the question is then, if it's America that's, oh, democracy, right? And then when you have people who elevate themselves from the democratic practice, who keep the, like if you see how this guy is whipped, okay, you see how this guy is whipped. There's another video of the man. He got a clean fro. I ain't gonna hold it, right? Nice clean fro, right? You see him in another one, like straight out of the fucking church, right? He's whipped to the like he's whipped, like he got the scars. You know what I mean? Like he got the phantom scars. And notwithstanding that, the fact that even at that level, he's being treated like a piece of shit. Like Forecast would say, he got that the Negro wake up call, right? The fact that is what's happening, that you could be a slave as they need you to be, right? And it's just not enough. I mean, come on. Like I would say, if you put in all, like they say, don't put all your eggs in one basket. If you put in all your eggs in this basket, you shit, you get in the wrong basket. That's all I'm saying.
I appreciate that, Oni. I agree. With that said, let's go to, let's welcome in Real Black Gentleman this week. Real Black Gentleman, how are you?
Man, I'm doing well.
Good. What's for you to this?
Look, first of all, I want to say that I'm never for stifling people's speech, you know what I'm saying, especially like punishing people to that degree, you know what I'm saying, exposing them. So like he doesn't have his job, right? They didn't kicked him out. That's what happened?
Well, they got him up out of that meeting. I don't think he lost.
Oh, okay. So like he still has his job though, right?
Yeah, he's like an elected official. So okay.
Okay. I wasn't sure what the deal was. They said they expelled him. Okay. I'm not, now, having said that, right? Look, what are we talking about? Like, we're talking about in light of the the transformer going out here acting a fool, trying to incur, you know what I'm saying? Like, you look, we as black people are daft for trying to persuade taking away constitutional rights, a la the whole Second Amendment. Like, why are black people talking about, look, that's not sensible. I feel like black people, you know what I'm saying, you cannot have black people in representative government trying to sound like the church. It's not the right place for it. I mean, it's not effective. It makes them look like a fool. It makes black people look, you know what I'm saying, off kilter. I don't like that. I feel for them, you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Shouldn't have, you know what I'm saying, in the next breath, like, why, bruh? Why are we out here doing the most for other peoples and like trying to like negate something? Like, assault weapon is a whole manufactured term. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, that there's no real thing as a so-called assault weapon, assault rifle. You know, people can go on an assault with any gun. You know what I'm saying? It's just like it's really semantics, and really it's not even semantics. It's just wordplay. Like, I don't like it when black people are on the back end of things. Like, it seems like we protest backwards. Like, I just do not understand why he's wasting his time trying to. You know what I'm saying? There's a lot more things that black people need to worry about. Infrastructure and plumbing and sewers and the water and all these things. And we like huffing and puffing about, you know what I'm saying, guns and like the fact that the goddamn transformer done acted a fool and then shot up the church. And you want to sound churchy in the legislature. I'm gonna yield the mic.
No, I appreciate that, real black gentleman. I'm glad you. There's a couple things you pointed out that's dead on, but I'm glad you brought it back also to the conversation. Like, these guys are anti-Second Amendment. Why are you doing that shit? What is that, black folks? Why are you doing that stuff? You know? Let's go to Buano. Buano, what say you to this?
Yeah, so before I begin, let me just first preface this in saying that I really don't like to discuss the internal politics of another man's country. So I'm very glad that real black gentleman came on to have his say so in this particular instance. When we talk about Africa, I think I have an ancestral right to the continent, so I like to delve into internal politics. But since I'm being asked to discuss this particular issue, I'll give my 5-cent opinion. You know, in terms of when these brothers, I'm talking about gun control, I'm like, man, you all have a right to guns just as everyone else in the country. So if the people in the state of Tennessee wants to have assault weapons, you have a right to buy assault weapons as well to protect yourself for whatever reason. So these democratic talking points only speak for their party. They don't necessarily speak to their constituents, because maybe their constituents don't mind having assault weapons if it means that, hey, we as a community, which is 14% of the community, we living in a hostile environment. So it appeared to me that having the ability to protect myself, where I could get guns, whatever reason, if it means protecting myself and my family, I should have a right to do that. But see, he's sticking to his democratic talking point, and they giving him a script to talk about. It's 2023, when the black man in America, and like I said, I don't like to discuss these internal politics, but to talk about equality in 2023, brother, it means you ain't been watching from 1776 what's been happening. America is not even no Western country. These ideas are equality. These things are high-minded ideas that profit, but the reality of these Western enclaves, they don't practice equality, brother. Get that out of the table. Get that out of the equation, brother. You know what I mean? We are in a competition, and we are in a competition to win. There are going to be winners and losers. Displace this idea of equalness and equality. That's just a nonsense that the Democrats like to run on about, and it's disgusting. And the fact it's in a black man mouth at this point in time. Come on, bro. Come on, man. You creating a narrative that is fanciful. It's a fantasy. And the fact that, hey, this guy sound like Martin Luther King Jr. He basically called Martin Luther King voice, and all his gestures, and how he's speaking things like that. But he is just it's just red meat to his audience, because he understands that the black community, by and large, is coming from a Christian tradition. 90% of the black people in America are Christians. 90%. So, to have that kind of posture, he's preaching to he's basically it's like a dog whistle. He's dog whistling to many of his constituents. You notice that they was cheering, because politically we are still there. We still look to being represented by religious leaders instead of real political leaders. See what I mean? But that's a whole other matter. Because I wouldn't beat him up too much on that, because when Donald Trump does it, and Donald Trump throws his red meat to his audience, he talks about law and order, law and order. Who's that coming from? That's coming from the old Reaganites, people who was with Ronald Reagan, who was an actor, by the way. That's a whole other matter. So I wouldn't beat him up too much about that. But this guy, when he's proffering, it's just a whole lot of performance, little sense, which is how the politics game works, unfortunately. But like I say, at this point in time, I think that we as a community, in particular people who are in North America or even in the Western world, we need to find a new script that is independent of someone giving us a script. Because these ideas of equality don't work for our community. It's been working. These ideas of gun control don't work for our community. It's been not working. So we need to find our own script. The Democrats does not have the ability to create a script or a narrative that's gonna cure the issues that is availing the black community inside of North America. I don't believe a thing. I'll stop there.
I appreciate that. Wow. But talking about his oration and his gesturing, it's just feel good stuff again. It's more feel good stuff again. The other brother doing spoken word poetry.
This is what his community, this is what they go after. We go after fanfare. We go after things, like you say, that make us feel good. We would never listen to politicians who want to tell us the hard, fast, and honest truth. They wouldn't vote for him. And these guys know that. So he gonna come with this articulation that sounds like Martin Luther King Jr. because he know many of his constituents. They are the voters, not the young, maybe not the young, so much the younger people, but the older people are the voters. They still in them churches are worshiping white Jesus. So you gotta throw them that red meat that can keep you in office. It's a game, it's a game of performance, man. But we do it here as well. So they don't have a monopoly on it. We do it here as well. So to see it being done here is just a reimagining of what I've been watching for my whole entire life politically in these Caribbean places. But like I said, I'll stop.
Yeah, I mean that's the thing, right? That's the thing we should be discussing as well. It's always performative because everything is a production. That's just what it is. Everything is a production, and you have to nail certain beats in production. So this guy is trained. These two guys are trained to have that delivery because their handlers know, this is what your audience likes. It's a funny thing. Let's welcome in our sister Lero this week. Lero, how are you?
I'm good. How are you? What's up to everybody? What was that?
I said I'm hanging in there. Thanks for asking.
Okay, good. I'm glad to hear.
Good. Shoot the breeze topic number 3 is the U.S. goes overseas preaching democracy while suppressing at home. What do you feel about the prompt in relation to these videos that we are seeing?
I could say a lot, but I'm gonna try to keep it brief. To be honest, it's just so unserious. I mean, for one, why can't we just come and speak like we are, organized? Just I don't get the theatrics of it all. And the poetry, like it's not 1960 anymore. Like it's not, and it seems like we're just constantly trying the same methods. Like, how many times is America going to have to tell us that this is not your country? You don't have the say here, we do. You know what I mean? And it really boils down to, like others had mentioned, Black folks just really like a lot of that sentimental stuff. We like surface level things because we don't have to be, rigorous in study, and we don't have to be critical, and we don't have to be accountable, and don't have to put in any work. It's easy to just support a slogan or what looks nice. Oh yeah, he's preaching Black Power fist. He got the fro going. Like, what does that even mean? What is he talking about? What is he saying? Like, and some people don't even know, but because it's just beyond me. When it gets down to it though, like as far as gun control goes, like a lot of people think of like gun control as being kind of a leftist position, but if you really think about it, in America, basically restricting gun rights to citizens, and access to guns to citizens, but leaving them in the hands of the military and in the hands of the police, because let's be honest, both sides of the coin, Republicans and Democrats alike, are not trying to reduce their police budgets. They're not reducing their military budgets. So it's really taking away gun rights to citizens and leaving them in the hands of the state. I don't see how that's a leftist position at all. That seems very authoritarian to me. I don't get what benefit that would be to Black folks, but even then too, like, say gun control did come into play, I mean, it's kind of futile at this point, the amount of guns that are in the streets. These boys walking around with switches and weapons that you can't even buy legally. Like, you know what I mean? They all over the hood, and if Black folks got them, these crackers got them too. Like, so it's of no benefit. But it comes down to the fact that we don't see militancy as something that's important to us, because we believe they're already, integrated within this nation, and we kind of seek satisfaction and pride and solace in this racial plight with our enemies. And it's unfortunate, like, that's our circumstances, being a minority in a white country. But at some point still, we have to turn to ourselves and start asking hard questions, if we really want change, but because that's the kind of over sentiment of everyone, but we don't take the time to be as disciplined enough, and it doesn't matter that much to us. We're pretty apathetic about the situation, but we virtue signal about it, and and all those type of things. But yeah, it really is going to come down to just Black folks kind of coming to themselves and thinking for themselves, getting organized within oneself, and not worried so much about, what white folks is doing to you because you were a slave. Like, and it sucks that you even got to say that, but you were enslaved. How much more worse could you get from that? You know what I mean? And it's a plethora of issues, but I'll kind of leave it at that.
Larry, at the beginning you said something, and by the way, thank you for that. You said something that reminded me of a story. You said, why can't Black folks just come and talk to another Black person like normal friggin' people, right? It reminds me of a time, me and a good friend of mine, we got lost trying to find this place that was like in Spanish Harlem, right? And so we're lost in Spanish Harlem. My friend, who did like 3 semesters of Spanish in college, like many of us did, he thinks he's a Spanish speaker. He sees a Spanish guy. And he started saying, escúchame. And the dude was like, yo. I speak English, man. Just talk to me in English, man. It made me remember that funny-ass story that I went through with this friend of mine. Yeah, Black folks, we got to learn, just talk to me like a man. Just talk to me seriously. All the joking and all this gimmicky bullshit. Let's go to, first of all, let's welcome in our brother, Carl Hezekiah this week. Carl, how are you?
Hey, Koku, how hope everybody's doing well in the chat. You guys can hear me okay?
Yeah, loud and clear.
Okay, all right. So I don't know, these responses I'm hearing from this video, they're kind of wild to me. I wonder if we watched the same video. But just to give a little context to this man speaking out. So of course there was another school shooting. America has, an average of a mass shooting every day now at this point. So in this shooting, there were 3 children killed, 3 teachers were killed. So a total of 6 people. So what happened was that a group of students led the protest. The students actually came to the Capitol in Tennessee and led the protest. And these three legislators, the two black men and the white woman, joined the protest that was led by the students. So it's not so much the politicians asking for the gun control. This is something that's asked for by the children. Now, to Laro's point, other people's point in the chat, the United States has more guns than any other country on earth. There's enough guns in this country for every individual to have one. And there's a proliferation of guns in this country. So we understand that, there's not going to be a way to stop all of those guns. But there's a lot of loopholes. For example, there's a gun show loophole. Like you can go to a gun show and buy a gun without having to go through certain background checks. So the concern is to that keep these weapons, these high power weapons out of the hands of certain people, perform background checks, mental health screenings, things like that. And that's the request. So there's nothing out here that says they're going to completely ban guns. And I don't think this guy was saying that. So as these politicians join the student protests, instead of listening to the students, they just decided to expel those members. And these people they're expelled. They're not in the legislature anymore. They don't have a job anymore. So they can be reelected. They can be sent back by their constituents. But as a response to that, the legislature said they will withhold funding from any projects from their district if they rescind them. So these people, this is not democracy, this is fascism. These people really are trying to, they're doing what their constituents asked for. These children came to the school to ask for some what they call common sense gun control, background checks, mental health, things like that. And basically, they said, fuck them kids. And fuck you for joining them. So when I hear you guys talk, I understand the cadence is annoying. We grew up in the church. Many of us grew up in the church. We saw videos of Dr. Martin Luther King. I understand how they were talking was getting on people's nerves. But the overall message that they were trying to send, that these children, their parents, their families are asking for this. We will join them and ask for it. And instead of them not even just listening, but they just got them out of there completely. And to me, it's the hypocrisy of this. Even you got Kamala Harris in Africa going around talking about protecting the LGBTQ, protecting them, democracy in the Middle East, and yet here we are in this country, and these democratically elected officials can be just kicked out because we don't like what you got to say. And then how racist it is, because it was a white woman who said the same thing. She didn't get fired, by one vote or whatever. But just the overall image of it, they don't care. It's all about might makes right. So I just brought this to everyone to kind of say, just to look at this hypocrisy. And I personally don't believe gun control is going to happen in this country. There's too much things invested with the mentality of the American settler colonial enterprise. It was historically speaking, every white man had to own a gun because they were afraid of Native Americans and slaves rising up and killing them. So gun culture is embedded within Western society. I would say American society in particular. I don't know of any Western country who has this much a proliferation of guns, unless you really count Israel, who gets their guns from the U.S. too. So, but just in overall, there's going to be another shooting. Nothing's going to be done because, truth be told, people don't really care. And I don't even think that even if they did do some type of gun control or gun legislation, even a modest amount of doing anything to limit the number of weapons that are out here on the streets, I don't think that the majority of people in the U.S. at least would adhere to it. When you hear about gun control, that's mostly coming from like places like New York, California, but they only care about gun control when people who they don't like have guns. So, for example, the very first gun control, one of the first gun control acts was passed against the Black Panther Party during the 1960s. by Ronald Reagan, because the Black Panthers would walk around the community armed with guns to protect Black people from police brutality. They got that gun control passed quickly, which is supported by the National Rifle Association, NRA. Now they're talking about gun control for trans people. So there's been thousands of shootings in this country within the last 20 years. Of those thousands of shootings, only 4 people have been transgender who have been committed those. But now they're really talking about restricting weapons for transgender people now that there is more legislation against transgender people going out in the country, denying them health care or whatever, whatnot. So now transgender people are the problem, whereas the thousands of shooting that involve, white men, they don't get looked at. So that's just my thoughts on this. Thank you for bringing this topic up.
No, I appreciate you, Carl. Thanks for coming through and thanks for the topic. Let's welcome in our brother Bakari. Brother Bakari, how are you this week?
Peace, man. I'm good. What's up, everybody?
Good.
Everybody in the chat. I came in. I've seen a video. I'm against gun control. In all honesty, I heard what Carl just said. But when you hear people speak of gun control, the main issue is always because they didn't mention it there. That don't take away from the fact that they have mentioned banning guns, or we want to ban magazines. You can't have a magazine with more than 10 rounds. And with the laws that's been in this country against Black people, there was a time where Black people, they made a law where Black people couldn't own guns, right? When Black people had, go back, you can go back and look up the militias that Black people had after Reconstruction, and you can see what Black people was fighting back. So they made laws where Black people couldn't have guns. So I don't think there should be no Black person talking about guns. There was a white dude walked, a white woman, whatever the hell it was, walked up in the school and shot some white folks. White folks should have been on the front line talking about that. Everybody's problem is not our problem. Our problem is lack of training with the guns, lack of respect for one another, so we would know who to use the guns against and not keep them pointed inward. But no, I'm not for the gun control thing. Even the gun control thing came up when the white boy in Wisconsin killed the people when he killed those 3 people in Wisconsin, right? Didn't bother me. I didn't complain about it. I saw it, and what I said was, instead of black people saying, yeah, we need gun control and talking about what he did, we need to just be worried about and keep this. So if we ever have to use it, this is something we can use to defend ourselves in their court system, because we had to use our gun. So no, I'm not against. Every time they talk about banning something, I go out and try to get as much as possible. Like I said, when they said they want to take you to 10-round magazines, I went and bought me about 10 32-round magazines, right? So they want to do away with the wide open trigger. With that one, they say they're gonna see about if they banned it, come in your house, that they want you to be able to, it'll be illegal if you get caught with one. But with the magazines, if you have yours before they switch it to 10-round magazines, it would never happen. The police have them, these white militias have them, everybody have them, and ain't nobody worried about gun control but the people who traditionally in this country has been dominated by the gun. So no, I'm not with the gun control. That's me personally. And on that, I yield the mic.
I appreciate that. Does anyone have any other last comments they'd like to leave? All right, then. Well, then, since there's no comments no more.
Hold on, I got a comment. Sorry about that. Step back for a second.
Topic number 4. Carl just killed a joke, but okay, Carl.
Sorry. But I got a question for Bakari. So, I understand not banning guns, but don't you think there should be something put in place so that way people who are mentally ill, people with a history of violence, don't have access to firearms? I don't know what state you're in. I'm in Florida, but at least here, if someone has a record of domestic violence, for example, they can't own a firearm. So while I don't support banning guns either, should there not be something in place to where certain individuals don't have access to firearms? And another point, you said it's not a black issue, but there are black children in these schools who are getting gunned down. Also, is that not also a black issue? And I'll just stop there.
Well, with schools, when you see the big school shootings, stuff like that, it's it's not very seldom at a black school. When was it at a black school? But when you say, I want every black person that can have a gun, because when we start, so this is how this system would work, right? So let's go. So now they're gonna start making up stuff like they always done. So now they want black people on paper. So then it will be less black people, whether they have a mental condition or not, whether they actually did something or not, whether they were actually violent towards someone or not. It would be on paper. Let's make sure we convict them. Now it's going to be harder for for black people, excuse me, to get a gun. I'm in Georgia. Anybody can go get a gun. They ain't even doing no background checks for handguns. I think I want every, because my thing is, right, so we can talk about it and we can talk about what should and what shouldn't, right? But the rules are there. I want us to understand the rules, and I want us to start arming ourselves. Start arming ourselves. So throughout this thing, what I said was the people who have been harmed most with guns in this country is the people that fight most talking about gun control. They don't want us to have guns. That's why I went all the way back to Reconstruction and see when they changed laws, because the black militias was fighting back, making them, we the ones they don't want to have guns. See, a white person mental issue is not going to come up until they shoot about 40 people. Oh, they mentally ill, put them in, crazy house, I guess, right? So now that person can't get a gun anyway. But if they start doing it like that, just like some of these felons that black people were getting, so now you're a felon and you can't legally own a gun and you can't win. We ain't having the money to pay the judges. So the whole system is going to absolutely be rigged. The whole system is going to absolutely be rigged against us in that sense. Instead of us, I think if we dealt with one another more and we did real gun training, some people, you may not, in some of our people, we just might have to, if we build a society, we're going to have to let them be over there in their society. But I believe in the Second Amendment, a right to bear arms, and also to form a well-organized militia. That's the part of the Second Amendment that most black people forget. It's not just the right to bear arms. It's the right to bear arms and to form a well-organized militia. And I think that's what we should be doing instead of fighting, saying, oh, yeah, they should ban the guns because another crazy white person that shot up another white school. We need to be forming well-organized militias so we can protect ourselves. I hear the mic.
So what about those two situations where it wasn't just a school? It was what happened in Charlottesville and what happened at a grocery store in Buffalo. And the grocery store in Buffalo, which is, these two attacks by white supremacists, which attacked, black people in the grocery store, black people who were in church. Now, these are targeted attacks against African Americans by white supremacists who had a history of violence. If there were particular laws in place, he couldn't even been able to get a gun. What about a situation like that?
And that's what I just said. They gonna. I don't know if anybody had. I don't know, right? So watch this. You know why they can get guns, and they gonna always get guns. Criminals gonna get them, and also the 3D print machine is not illegal for you to make your own gun, right? So I'm a firm believer in. I'm gonna say it like this. Let's say whatever white boy walked into a grocery store like that in Buffalo and started shooting black folks. Where I am, it would have been a whole lot of black people shooting back at him because we have our guns. I carry my gun everywhere I go. I'm not going. I keep my friend. I keep 32 friends with me everywhere I go, and I'm not the only one. See, anything they're doing and getting, we can do and get. And I think that's like even I have friends that go to church and they have their guns on them. I got a friend that's a preacher. He preached with his gun on his side, and he have members situated in his church with guns just in case something might happen. See, we can say, but until the rule change, what do? I'm not, I don't want no crazy white folks with guns. I wish we could take everybody guns that sell black folk guns. How about that? But until the rule change, what will we do?
Well, watch this, my feather brother, right? But look here, you know, that's the thing that really gets me. There's two things. One, Carl just said, what about if somebody has mental illness or a history of violence? We in America, the majority of the population got mental illness and a history of violence. America was stolen by white folk who I can't remember who said it, but they have some sort of mental disability, if you will, and they definitely have a solidified history of violence. And the reality is this, like what Brother Bakari was just saying, the gun laws were written to get the guns out of black people's hands. That's it. These white boys use those guns to steal this land. And these white people, and this is the second part about it, right? Because I don't know why, but like these Marxists, they will tell you. I'm not saying Carl's a Marxist, although that is a Marxist name, right? If I ever heard one, but I'm not saying that he's a Marxist. I think he might be, but the irony is this: Marxist Leninism is supposed to be a revolutionary ideology, an ideology about taking up arms against the state. Okay? About the proletariat arming themselves against the bourgeoisie, against the government, taking over, establishing a dictatorship of the proletariat. They're supposed to be about violence. That's the whole appeal of the Karl Marx philosophy. And for the modern liberalized socialists to say, hey, you know what? I actually think the state should have all of the martial authority, right? I think the state should have all of the weaponry, right? What that tells you is, one, first off, if the state has all the weapons, you're not going to be revolutionary, right? You're essentially a reactionary, okay? Because you're not trying to change the state through revolutionary means, right? But on the other hand, right, the state, the reality is that you want the people, you want the proletariat to be armed against the bourgeoisie establishment. So there's two things to that. The one is, hey, what about will the people with mental illness or the people with a history of violence get weapons? Yes, they have them. White people have the weapons. The laws were only established to stop black people from having the weapons. But two, on that note, if you're trying to take weapons from black people, you're trying to take weapons from the proletariat in the interest of the state, that's not a revolutionary philosophy. That's a reactionary one. And I said this yesterday, but I'll say it this today as well. Huey Newton said, any unarmed people are either slaves or have the potential for slavery. That's it.
Let me say this right quick before you pass it. Let me say this right quick, right? So we ain't gonna let the mass shooting be our representation, right? Because black people, we don't really do a whole lot of mass shootings, actually. So what I'll let be my representation, Michael Xavier Johnson, he was just 1 minute. Look what he went at. Gavin Long, look what he went at. But now when you talk about the well-organized militia, I'll talk about the NFAC. Look what they did down in Brunswick, Georgia, how they made the police bag down. And when I'm talking about our guns, and that's when I say we need training. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I am talking about. And we have to organize better. That's what I'm talking about with our guns, and they should never be surrendered. Because if they didn't have guns, there's no way they could have stood in that street when in front of that dude's house, in front of them white folks' house, and told the police, y'all got this many days to come get him, or we going in and arrest him. And there's no way when they told when they allowed food delivery drivers couldn't force them to turn around, would not allow them to bring food to the house, and they called the police. There's no way black folks could have stood in that street with nothing and have the police turn around, because they stood down with the police, and the police was like, well, it's too many and they ain't breaking no law. There just ain't nothing we could do. Without that type of ammunition, without that, right, there's no way they would have been able to face the police the way they did. And when we get these militias, if we get another one, when we get another one, we really need to get off YouTube, off social media, trying to embarrass people who actually went out, put their life on the line for black folks the way we did the NFAC, because it makes it so much easier for anybody to come in and attack them, because when people hear us and they know there's nothing that's going to be done. On that note, I yield the mic.
Okay, Oni, I'm not against. I'm not for disarming black people. I never said I wanted black people to be disarmed. All anything I said was that I think that in this country, at least, where you got psychopaths, these children came to these politicians asking for this. What would you tell if you were a politician? What would you tell those kids? They just lost some of their friends. Some of their teachers got shot up. They're coming to the Capitol asking for this. What do you say to those children? Hey, kids, fuck that. You out of luck. I mean, honestly, what would you tell those children? And no, I'm not capping. I never said anything about disarming. I simply said.
You asking me what I would tell the children?
Yeah, what would you tell the kids?
I would turn into Donald Glover. I'll tell them this is America. Like, what the fuck? like children got if they got to go through an educational process, and they got to learn the hard way that you dealing with a psychopathic people, a psychopathic nation. You know, I don't know. Was it Bobby E. Wright who wrote something along those lines about white folk being psychopaths? Yeah. So my thing is that you got to tell these children, hey, you know what? Maybe you need to arm yourself too, because you are surrounded by psychopaths. Psychopaths are running the fucking government, and you're not gonna go lose your damn job, trying to not understanding that. Oh, actually, how it go down, how the get down is to go down, or the go down is to get down. You know, I'm not gonna go up there and go along to get along or whatever it is. In the sense of what this dude's doing in church. I'm out of church and I'm the righteous one, the person who attacks first admits defeat. I'm not gonna do that. I'm gonna tell the kids what it is. Be like, hey, you know what? This is America. People have guns. People have mental illness. They stole this country, and it's up for you to protect your damn self, because nobody else is going to. And the police are the people who are supposed to protect you. The people you think are supposed to protect you ain't supposed to protect you. They're supposed to protect the property. They're supposed to protect the bourgeoisie. And you're being prepared to be cannon fodder. And yeah, you tell them like an IS is. You don't go and lose your job. Or you're supposed to be a legislator. You don't go and lose your job because some kids. It might be this. Y'all remember that BET Black Panther? BET Black Panther where some Black Panther has to go and save some kid at some like dangerous site. And when he brings the kids back, the parents say, well, Johnny insisted, or whatever. Not Johnny, keep what he insisted, right? And Black Panther says, oh, so now we listen to children? You know what I'm saying? Like, you ain't supposed to be listening. You're supposed to be teaching the children. So if a child comes up to you and says, hey, can we block out the sun to stop global warming? You don't just say, well, what can I say? You start building a fucking thing to block the sun. You say, no, stupid. Damn son. We go lower climate emissions or something. We go lower emissions. That's it. You give the right solution, the practical solution. You don't lose your job. You do the real thing. You don't go out of order like that white boy was saying.
Can I add something real quick?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, so I really feel like people underestimate like the amount of guns that are sold and bought illegally that exists here. Like, I mean, the damage is really done when it comes to guns. I mean, they've manufactured them out the ass. Like, they are out here. It's so easy to buy a gun. I mean, do you have Telegram? Like, I mean, I'm not even like trying to be joking about the situation, but like, it's really so easy to buy a gun. It's a click away from you buying a gun, from you buying drugs, from you buying whatever type of illegal thing you want. You know what I mean? Yeah, you may get caught. You gotta worry about the police and all that stuff. But it's legal to. I mean, not legal, but it's easy for you to access weapons. Like, full stop. I mean, one, they talk about take away guns from black folk. Look, black folks got guns now. Like, you know what I mean? Like, they got guns that you can't get in the shop. You hear me? Like, plenty of them. There's a plethora of options. So yeah, they did restrict them. Okay, go on the street. Like I said, they be online, you know, where you can access child porn and things like that. And it's guns on the site too, just as much as it is. Like I say, in the digital age, so much has became accessible now, and even like internationally. And I mean, the damage is done when it comes to guns, full stop. Like, it just is. And there's no amount of legal laws and things that you can make that's going to make the situation better. One, I don't even support gun control for real. Like, you know, I believe everybody should be armed. You know, everybody should be armed, like, just as your own safety precaution, period. I don't care who you are. I wouldn't give up my gun. I don't advise anybody to give up their guns. You know, I mean, it's just really done out here. And your only option is to really arm yourself. It's like others have mentioned, we really are living with psychopaths, you know, and people who are looking to profit off these illegal markets. You know, if you can go buy fentanyl on the street, you think you can't go buy a handgun? Like, come on now. Like, I mean, anything. I don't know.
Hey, Carl. One thing I want to say, right? I ain't gonna. I'm gonna let you know. I understand what you're saying, right? But as long as you can make your homemade gun, a 3D printed gun, and they're legal, you can't control that. And the people that's like behind, because the 3D print ARs and AKs, that printer is $5, $10, $15,000. So we're not making them, and we're not putting money together to get that machine where we can make them, and we're not getting machines to make our own bullets, which is some of the things that we're doing. But instead of saying gun, because I would like to see, because I've seen some of these militias, I've seen documentaries, right? I've most of them, when you see white folks, those militias out there, most of their guns not registered anywhere. It's something they made at home. It's made on a 3D printer, something they made at home. No serial number. I would like to see when they catch them. Like, where did he buy this gun? What's the serial number on their gun? Most of them don't have serial numbers. So if you're gonna do a gun control, and I don't even agree with this because I want us to get into doing this, you would have to make that illegal. But they never talk about making that illegal because they are the ones that's doing them. It's legal to make what you have to go pay a certain amount of money to have your suppressor. But it's legal to make you a suppressor it's legal to make you a suppressor at home. They're what they're talking about, gun control, is controlling how you get them and who get them from over the counter. But when you 3D print them, they don't even have to know, and it's legal. No serial number, guns can't be traced, nothing. So gun control in this country actually is a myth. It is something good for Democrats to say, because that's what they say. And I do believe they want to take all of the guns out of the hands of Black people. That's my take on that. I don't know about nobody else because they ain't my concern, but they want the guns out of our hands. And until we get into that 3D print, we already behind on the amount of guns that we own because we wouldn't ban them. Our gun ownership went up. But until we get the 3D print machine, I even forget the name of the machine now that make your bullets. Until you get those, we're behind. That's why they're gonna have like that white boy that went on North Carolina A&T campus the other day. The dude had homemade explosives, loaded handguns, loaded rifles, and an extra 1,000 rounds. I'm willing to bet you most of those rounds, those 1,000 rounds, I'm willing to bet you most of those were made at home. But we just have to think and say, you know what? If we were organized and we came together, we could do those same things too. We could 3D print guns. We could make our own bullets. We could protect ourselves, but now I'm done.
I appreciate that. You know what? Let's go to shoot the breeze topic number 4. I think I got everyone on that last topic. Shoot the breeze topic number 4 tonight is why historians never mention the Battle of Adwa. Since we were talking about guns a lot in that last prompt, let's build on that a little bit and talk about this battle that's not spoken of much.
Why is the Battle of Adwa so important to African history?
It's important because it's one of the greatest victories against white supremacy and imperialism. In the 19th century, European countries colonized the entire African continent. They met at the Berlin Conference in Germany from November 1884 to February 1885 and just sliced up the entire continent like a piece of cake. Britain, Italy, Spain, Portugal, Belgium, England, you name it. And then Italy came to try to take its colonial possession, Ethiopia. And before the commander-in-chief left Rome, General Oreste Baratieri, he promised the king of Italy, at that time it was still a kingdom, King Umberto, that he was going to bring back Emperor Menelik II in a cage so he could be displayed in the zoo. Because he was confident. All this notion of white supremacy made them really believe that Africans are basically savages, backwards. There's no way that any African army could withstand a European army. So to the shock, the Battle of Adwa, March 1, 1896, lasted no more than 6 hours. The Ethiopians killed about 3,000 Italian soldiers, captured almost another 3,000. General Baratieri himself fled from the battle scene. They killed 2 generals. They captured 1 general and marched them back to Addis Ababa, the capital, which, by the way, was founded and named by Empress Taitu Betul, the wife of Emperor Menelik. And Taitu herself was on the front line with 6,000 men under her command. They made the 3,000 prisoners of war, the captives, the tables were turned. Now they made them work for many, many months under African supervision. So now you have Europeans tasting how it feels to work under slave-like conditions, being ordered and commanded by Africans. Italy paid millions in reparations, and then the captives were released. Now, this is not taught widely in the history because it would explode the myth of white supremacy, that Africans are inferior, Europeans are superior, and no way could Africans defeat Europeans in armed battle, in war. And that is why the story is not widely told by the Italians and by fellow Europeans. In fact, some of the accounts were preposterous at the time of the battle, soon after the battle. Some of the magazines in Europe claimed the Ethiopians were actually Europeans. So Italians had lost against other Europeans who just happened to be in Africa. That is why this history is important. The legacy is important. Africans all over the world, whether they call themselves Africans or not, African descendants, must know this history. It is empowering.
All right. Sorry, that's my mistake. Should have talked about them before. Why historians never mentioned the Battle of Adwa? Let's start with Carl on this one. Carl, what are your thoughts on the prompt and what you saw in the video?
Well, I've heard of the Battle of Adwa. The reason he mentioned it already. The reason why historians don't mention it is because it shows Africans organizing and uniting to defeat a European power. That's why they don't mention it. For some reason, you know, they like to portray Africans as not being able to fight or being weak warriors, even though every colonial power had African army. You know, the British used the Maroons in Jamaica. You know, the French, you know, they had the King's African rifles. So they always had Africans fighting, but for some reason, they didn't believe Africans could fight. So that's why they didn't mention it. It shows that the Europeans' desire to conquer the entire continent of Africa, it was going to be frustrated. And there was another battle with the Zulu. I'm probably going to say this wrong. The Battle of Izinwana, which was the greatest defeat that was inflicted on the Europeans by a colonial power. So, you know, the Zulu massacred them. But we don't ever hear about that battle. You know, you never hear about the battles that were done by the Ashanti or the Zulu or all throughout, Africa that was done in fighting for our freedom, because it's all a part of the propaganda. The European has always wants to be seen as invincible. He wants to be seen as unbeatable. So these events where they got defeated by a military power who, in their mind, wasn't superior to them. Even for example, they don't rarely talk about the Haitian Revolution. When I was in college, I was taking early American history, and my history professor at the time, he talked about the Louisiana Purchase. And he didn't say what led to the Louisiana Purchase. He just said the French sent an army down into the Caribbean, and they got yellow fever and they died. That was what he told us in school. Now, I knew better, and I called them on it. Now, they didn't just die of yellow fever. They died because they got their ass kicked in Haiti. But the idea that Haitians, the African people, could rise up and defeat what was then the most powerful three colonial powers, the French, the British, the Spanish, they don't want to talk about that in history. So they just kind of obscure certain things about it to keep the truth from being known. And that's why there's so much, at least in my state and here in Florida, they're always talking about teaching critical race theory. What they really don't want to teach, they don't want to teach, at least in public schools, Black children the truth, which is why we have to educate our own children. You know, I didn't get any Black history taught in school. My father taught me. I didn't learn that in school. I had to get education at home. They bought me and my brother books. So this type of knowledge about this battle, they're not going to talk about that. They're not going to talk about them getting defeated. They don't even want to talk about when they used to lose in World War II. Whenever we have these movies and these videos about World War II, they always leave out certain parts. Who won what battle? Why was this battle fought over? The history being obscured is always it's a continual thing, which is why we have to continue to fight for the truth. All right. That's all my thoughts. Thank you, Coco.
No, thank you for that, Carl. In the chat, Nama X says it cycles. We defeated them for over 3,000 years in Kemet as well. Tables are turning again. Real Black Gentleman was talking about the subtitles. Real Black Gentleman, what do you have to say about the video in terms of the prompt?
I think that it just is a testament to Ethiopia and, like, you know what I'm saying, at its heart, Africa, and, you know what I'm saying, you know, the idea that, you know, there's people who will determine their own destiny. And even though Ethiopia, like, how would I say it? Ethiopia is funny because I might say that they've been colonized by like religion or whatnot, but like, you know what I'm saying, the Ethiopians are, you know what I'm saying, they hold their own in a very unique way. They have to, they're kind of, they kind of are at the center of a lot of activity in that region. You know what I'm saying? Like the way that you know what I'm saying, they lost Eritrea, you know what I'm saying, which I think is a setback for Africa. You know what I'm saying, you would think that Ethiopia, you know what I'm saying, should have access to the sea, which kind of makes sense. You know what I'm saying, it's one of those things that I noticed that I think a lot of people like miss when they think about Ethiopia. But like, you know, core Ethiopia, like, I mean, what am I trying to say? It's like, you know, a lot of people already said a lot of people don't like to they'll talk about Africa and how, you know what I'm saying, they'll just say how it's bad. They won't talk about any kind of colonialism, any kind of history, which is a thing about Africa in general that I noticed that, you know what I'm saying, is like history, whether through Islam or through colonial machinations, they don't like to teach people history. They don't like to teach people like what happened 30 years ago. You know, like remind people, which, you know what I'm saying, I find, you know what I'm saying, I chalk that up to like a type of creationism. But I just think that you know what I'm saying, the few places, the few little areas, even within a lot of the countries that may have been like designated as colonies, the few peoples out there who really, you know what I'm saying, held it down and really bucked against, you know what I'm saying, the outsiders and the invaders, like you always can learn from those people across the continent. Like the Zulus, like, I mean, the Zulus, how would I say it? Like, it's like South Africa and the Zulus. Like, that's something that, you know, you can look into and like see like how they're really doing against, you know what I'm saying, world powers. They're really at the mix of a lot of world like, you know, issues. And, you know, a lot of times you can try to find connections between like, you know, Ethiopia and South Africa and how they can, what they have in common and what they don't. It's always important to, you know what I'm saying, recognize the, you know what I'm saying, the battles in history, the, you know what I'm saying, like how those people who fought, you know what I'm saying, who didn't like enslave their peoples and stuff. You know what I'm saying, what I'm saying is Europeans went across, you know what I'm saying, the west coast of Africa. There's a lot of people who didn't give in. Maybe they might have gave in the third time, but that first wave, that second wave, they were always strong. You know what I'm saying? I always think about that. I'm gonna pass the mic.
Thank you for that, Real Black. Gentlemen, let's go to Bakari. Bakari, what are your thoughts?
Okay. That's great to know. I'm gonna be honest, I didn't know it was called Adwa, but I've known about Ethiopia defeating Italy. It should be taught more. Even our historians, even those people in the so-called conscious community, I've never heard them speak of it. But it's good because you will see their superiority. Like, you know, we'll see that they are not superior, they are not supreme. Even if you go back, like Carl mentioned some stuff that, you know, they won't teach it, so we have to teach it. And I respect the fact that he said he learned at home, his parents taught him. That's great because that's what it first teaching started. But like, study the one-eyed queen. Uh, I raised my voice, and then a couple people don't come back over here no more. But like Gas, he like to talk about Rome. But why don't we talk about how the one-eyed queen, the one-eyed queen, Armenian, I can't say her name right, but just Google the one-eyed queen who defeated Rome in Nubia. So we have stories where, and they had to ask for a peace treaty, and it absolutely favored Nubia because she didn't bow down and she did defeat them. And those are some of the things that, those are some of the stories that we do need to be teaching our children, and those are some of the things that we need to be talking about. Because whenever we talk, we always talk about what somebody did to us. It was this guy in, I can't even think of his name now, but I want to say he was in Senegal or Gambia, right there together. In the Mavids, you know who I'm talking about, them Berbers, Muslims, were, you know what I'm talking about? And you would see how they bowed to him. We did not always just take an L, but even sometime when we talk, we always talk about what they do to us and how they did us and what they still doing to us. Then the word white supremacy come out of the mouth, And it's like it runs together. They are supreme because the only thing we know is what they did to us. We need to learn and we need to talk about the times that we defeated them. Yes, that's great to know. That is great to know about Ottawa and those other places, those other names that Carl mentioned, and just a couple things that I mentioned. But then if you come back to the 50s, 40s, 50s, and look how when the KKK said they were going to go tear up Mount Bayou, Mississippi, 15,000 strong black men, women got together, went out with their guns and bullets and made the KKK back down, ran them off, and they could not burn the town down like they thought. These are the things that we do. These are the things that we do need to talk about, because if we talk about them, we can see us doing something, and we can see us like, oh, if we stick together and we decide to stand to this beast, you can make the beast yield. But as long as we always talk about what they do, the victory, we can't even imagine a victory because we only talk about what they have done. That's why we like to say we can't do this, we can't do that, can't. It's hard to imagine a victory when the only thing you talk about is what they have ever done to you. And on that note, I yield the mic.
Thank you for that, Brother Bakari. Well said. Well said. Let's go to Oni next. Oni, what say you?
You know, actually, Milton actually had courses in Brooklyn, so he would. I think it was like a free journalism course. Although you did have to get his book, I think, but I have his book still, so it's pretty cool. Milton Alamati. Why historians? I mean, because if you go to the wrong people, they're gonna tell you the wrong things. You know, it's not that historians don't mention this stuff. It's that, you know, the phrase is Negroes always knocking on the wrong door, talking to the wrong people, and asking the wrong questions. You know, if I go to my neighbor, and I say, no, like, let's say, in fact, let's say I go to some Jew and I say, hey man, what do you think is the most important, you know, historical, you know, like what's the most important historical figure, right? He's not gonna say, oh, I think Marcus Garvey. You know what I'm saying? He's not gonna say that. He's gonna tell me, oh, I think Moses or some shit. Why? Because he's supposed to. That's what he thinks. You know, we the only people that want to tell our L's. White folk, you know, what's interesting about white folk is this. They go through this, like, they only tell you they go through slavery like nowadays, and they only say it just to dismiss black folk, really. But they go through this long period of being conquered by the Moors, by the Arabs, and they just call it the Dark Ages. You know what I'm saying? They just call it the Dark Ages. They don't go into any more detail. They say little is known about this period. Meanwhile, realistically, the you know, El Andalus was this advanced colony, you know, this advanced system of you know, kings and sultans and new technology and scientists and just a glorious golden paradise civilization. But white folk say, oh no, it's the Dark Ages. You know, nothing was going on those times. And it was like shit was popping in southwestern Europe, and the reason why they don't say it because they took an L. 700 years. They just brush it over, you know, but they don't talk about it to the point where you ain't even know that it happened. Like somebody needs to tell you, oh, you heard of the Moors and the Atlantis? They're like, you're like, what? You know, and this is not. It's not. I'm telling you, it's not even like a short time period. This is a longer time period. I don't know how long Rome was. I'm not gonna say it's longer than Rome. I don't know how long Greece was. I'm not gonna say it's longer than Greece, but it was more recent than the two. It was more impactful than the two. The numbers that we use come, the Arabic numbers, like we say, they come from this period. This Latin speech, this sort of stuff, they all come from this area, right? From this moment. But white people don't talk about it because you don't talk about your L's. So again, if you're knocking on the wrong door, talking to the wrong people, and asking the wrong questions, yeah, they're not gonna go, oh yeah, you know, you guys fought bravely at Ottawa. No. They're gonna say, well, man, you know, you lost like a chump in Shanghai. What are they gonna say? They're gonna talk about their victories, and we the only people want to talk about our losers. You don't talk about our losses. We the only people. Well, oh man, shit, man, we got, man, I'm a descendant of slavery. You know what I'm saying? This white boy getting enslaved by, this white boy getting enslaved by the Romans in England, right? 1,000 years of ignorance. He don't say shit about it. In fact, I think I forgot who it was, like Himmler or some shit, was trying to show Hitler their great civilization, and Hitler's like, all you found was a bunch of sticks and things that just show that ancient Germans were just sitting around campfires while the Romans was doing shit, right? He's like, let's not talk about it. Why the fuck this man want to talk about us being primitive, showing us little dagger points? Nobody gives a shit about that stuff. Hitler might as well have said, we ain't Negroes. We ain't trying to big up some losses we took. We ain't trying to big up the knocks in our heads. We ain't gonna say we children of prehistorians. That's it. I mean, that's why you don't hear, because you asking the wrong people. One, and two, because the people you asking, it's an L for them, and they have the damn sense to not tell you they L's. That's it.
Yeah, Nama X seemed to echo those thoughts. He said, only teaching some serious lessons tonight. With that said, let's hear from Tanzan, who's from, you could say, from the general region, right, Tan?
Yes.
So how do you feel
me,
about
yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So, in my opinion, I think it shouldn't just be, why are they not teaching, and why are historians? Which historians? I think if you read the right kind of history, and unfortunately, though, that's another problem, that a lot of our history has not been written or has been written by other people. So that's something that we still have to accept. But this one is recent enough in modern history to be able to find the sources for it. So the first thing to say is, why do people never mention it? I think in this day and age, with this day and technology, it's something that people really can find for themselves. Unfortunately, there's no systematic way, there's no canon of putting things together. Even the CRT, that was simply a slice of of history, but it's not the overarching story. So I yeah, we have to come up with that curriculum. And I know, Koku, you are working on getting the books and things that material that we need to study, reference, and places that if someone wants to go on that search, it has to be, for now, a personal one, because there's no social place for one to learn these kinds of things. I would say that the first thing is that people should just generally learn military history and tactics, not just history, because people are saying, oh, historians. Yes, history is good. It's just the general, this happened and then that happened and all of that stuff. But when you're learning about military history, you're learning about the tactics, you're learning about the terrain, you're learning about, the history as well, but also even the personalities and the characters, the way generals, go at war, the way, they think, and even after the attitude and, actions after the victory. So war is it's a very exciting thing to learn about. And one of the ways to really teach it, I would say, is, for example, video games. Like that combines the excitement of history with actually being in it and strategizing and those kinds of things. So in the next maybe decades or whatever, maybe not decades, but people should be able to combine those kinds of lessons where you can actually visualize those kinds of scenes, you can put those things together and so on, and make a game out of it. This is something that I see that we're also lacking in the way that we can make entertainment, but we're not very good at making games. Because I look at the way people always say, oh, ha, 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 you know, white man can't jump, they can't dance. But one thing that they can do is they can make a game out of everything. And I'm not even talking about the modern visual video games. I'm just talking about regular games. When they get together, they usually have, you know, they're always playing some kind of game. Even Monopoly. Monopoly is an economic game of risks and chances and, you know, fate and yeah, and the reality of it and so on. So it's a game, but it's a way to prepare you to, you know, for your future. And so are so many other games. You know, they have charades or whatever it's called. You know, it's a visual linguistic games. It's a game of guessing. Or I know Black people have the, what do they do, the dice, the ones that they throw on the ground. Yes, so those ones also have some artistic merit, but also the children's games, you know, Legos, those kinds of games also teach engineering skills and pattern building and so on. So, oh wow. Anyway, so all I was saying was, why don't they mention it? Yes, because it's obviously because it's going to be a stain on, you know, on their historical reputation, and they have no need. History, as I said, is written by the victors, and the victors have no, you know, reason to mention their losses. So yeah. All right.
Thank you for that. 10. Let's go to Buana. Buana, what say you?
So I've heard what everyone had to say, and something that jumped out on me in reference to what the brothers were saying is that references. I think Tan talked about it. So I'll use my time to just give good references. So first, for the listeners, I'm sure all of the panel would have either read or watched information on these particular things that I'm going to mention. So first, for anyone who would be interested in the Battle of Adwa, there is a person who is, his name is Haile Garima. He is a film director from Ethiopia, but he lives in Washington D.C. He made a documentary. I think he made either a movie or a documentary called The Battle of Adwa. Anyone can look it up on the internet, and if they're interested, maybe purchase the DVD if they were interested. But he goes through what actually happened with the Battle of Adwa. So anyone interested in that could look up Haile Garima. He made the movie Sankofa. Okay. Also, one of the premier characters that came out of the Battle of Adwa is Emperor Menelik. Now, Emperor Menelik I think he's Haile Selassie's grandfather, but he is really one of my favorite emperors in terms of African history. You know, you could really look him up on Wikipedia, or try to find him in a book if you have to, because he was really a personality coming out of Ethiopia. Another thing that was mentioned, I think, when he was talking about the Moors in Spain, people usually when they mention Ivan van Sertima, you always hear they came before Columbus. But Ivan van Sertima wrote many other books besides that, and one of the books is called The Moors in Spain. You know, because I think that when he was mentioning what they in fact did in European society. So look up that book, The Moors in Spain. And also, we also talked about another thing where we was talking about science and technology and medicine, things like that. Ivan van Sertima also wrote another book called Africans in Science. So those two books, if anyone is interested, based off of many of the things that we would have discussed here tonight, these are your references. So you don't no longer have to wait for someone to teach you these kind of things. You could empower yourself and try to find these books and documentaries and inform yourself. We don't no longer have to wait for someone to give us information. We can empower ourselves to go find it ourselves. Y'all guys got the reference, so y'all do it with y'all wish. So I'll stop there.
Any comments from anyone? Did I get to everyone? Okay. Any further comments from anyone here? All right. Wasn't expecting that. Hold on. Let me grab Shoot the Breeze topic number 5 tonight. That was a good discussion just now. You guys make sure give the show a thumbs up. Share it with your peoples. so that they can join in the discussion live or after the show posts on YouTube. Make sure you check out all the other shows on KWAZ Radio as well. Shoot the Breeze topic number 5 tonight. Let's discuss the Black Socrates. This takes us to a YouTube video as well.
So, all right, there's a historical figure who many people don't know about now, and then his impact is so immense. This is kind of sad, but we're gonna teach the people today. Please speak about Hubert Harrison.
All right. Hubert Harrison was a prominent, you can't even call him a civil rights activist. You could call him a thinker, an organizer, an orator, a writer. I mean, this guy, philosopher, he was like the traditional polymath is what the term is, right? He knew a lot about a lot of different things, spoke different languages, could read in different languages. I mean, but the thing is, nobody talks about this man. Nobody talks about him. He was a prominent figure in the American socialist movement in the early 20th century. Now, he broke away. Now, what people, when people say these terms or use these organizations or movements like socialism or capitalism, they think they were radical about everything, right? They're radical about class, they're radical about race, they're radical about gender, and that was not the case. Harrison found out during his time in the socialist movement that they were not as progressive about race as they talked or he thought they should be. So he broke away from that. He started his own movement, you know. He was a very influential on Marcus Garvey. He was very influential on other Black radical thinkers in the early 20th century. He was a person who started organizations. He's a leader in a movement that was called the New Negro Movement. He started a publication called The Voice. He was a very influential writer, and when Garvey started the UNIA, he was a very prominent writer in that movement. So his role in the early Negro movement is immense and touched a bunch of different areas: the arts, literature, education. He would start these lyceums where groups of men and women would get together and really self-educate and read and debate and talk. You know, some people go to New York now, and it's as prominent as it used to be decades ago, but like the street corner preaching and those who would give lectures on the corner, he was an early proponent of that and was great at it and would captivate. See, the thing about Harrison that people have to recognize too, he was very concerned about reaching the masses, not only giving the message, but learning from the masses as well, right? Where organizations like the NAACP were kind of middle class focused, or he felt like the socialist organizations were more concerned with the middle class, or even the CPUSA, the communist movement, they were concerned with the middle class. He was always about those who are overlooked, the masses. Not only again what he could teach them, but what he could learn from them as well. And that's who his preaching and speeches were directed to. Now, he's problematic for a lot of persons because even today, because there are two things he was against that the African American community is still very ambivalent about today. Number one, capitalism. He was anti-capitalist. Number two, he's anti-church, anti-religion, period. Right? He was hardcore science, reason. He didn't want anything to do with religion. Right? If it couldn't be proved by logic, he didn't want to touch it, and that made him somebody who was not very popular. Another thing that Harrison has to be credited for, what made him different from a lot of mainstream leaders, is that he did not want to take support from the white community for his organizations, right? He wanted to be Black, supported by the Black community. He wanted to focus on Black issues, and that kind of set him apart too as well. But yeah, overlooked figure, who's very influential on a lot of people who came. J.A. Rogers, A. Philip Randolph, Marcus Garvey. Well, Rogers and Randolph, if you read their writings, they talk about how brilliant he was and what a great speaker and orator he was. But if you read his writings, there's a collection of writings that are available. You get a book from him. I mean, he's everything. He wrote about everything, talked about everything, but greatly influential and overlooked.
All right. Question I have now. We spoke about the influence, right?
Yes.
Some people argue that Marcus Garvey pirated his
Well,
ideas.
Harrison said that.
Harrison.
He said everything good about the UNIA he took from the Liberty League he took from the Liberty League.
Please elaborate on that. What are your views on that?
Well, I mean, Harrison was I think Marcus Garvey took from Harrison mainly with this race consciousness piece. You know, black pride, trying to uplift the black race in terms of his consciousness about not being the inferiority complex that many African Americans were experiencing at that time. But he was also an internationalist. He was looking at making connections, for instance, between the Caribbean community and the African American community in this country, where there's been a rift or wedge between those communities throughout history. Another thing that he was focused on is that he did not believe that African Americans had the role of going to redeem Africa. He believed that if Africa was going to change, it's going to be on what Africans did for themselves. All right. Now, he differed from Garvey. Some of it was personal, some of it was philosophical. He thought Garvey was an egomaniac. He didn't like how Garvey handled his finances. He thought that Garvey inflated a lot of things that he was talking about when he gave his speeches and so forth. So he broke away from Garvey after a period of time as well. Another part that they differ with, Harrison was not really a firm believer in some like a vanguard, a leadership that was going to bring black people out of their condition. He was a believer in the masses doing for themselves, a community doing for itself. So he was not a fan of, Du Bois' talented 10. Like it's going to be the educated elite of the African American community that are going to change things. He didn't believe in that. He didn't believe in Garvey's view that, some leader was going to come out, again, the Black Messiah thing. Some Black Messiah was going to come in and change the conditions of African Americans. And he saw Garvey, I think he saw it as a little dangerous, that Garvey thought he was kind of some Messiah figure who was going to lead people back to Africa to change their condition. So they're different on many things, but again, he himself said that if there's anything good about the UNIA, Garvey got it from me. And again, the organizations that he started, the Liberty League and the Voice, as far as the paper. And by the way, the Liberty League, I think, was the first mass Black radical organization in this country. And Hubert Harrison started that. All right. So they had their differences, but again, the influence that he had on various leaders was immense.
And why do you think history has kind of left them out of the pages?
Everything that we value in this country is being important. The two major things: the value of capitalism and the religion. He was against both of those, so he's not appealing in any way. He did not, again, seek support from the white community, and he was against many of the leaders that have been upheld throughout history. He was against Booker T. Washington and the Tuskegee Machine. He was not a fan of Du Bois. For instance, I don't know if some of you or people watching this may know, Du Bois wrote this piece called Closing Ranks when he was trying to get a job with the government. And he was basically telling the African American community to, I think the line he was like, put aside your petty grievances or something, like overlook all the racism and all the torment to support the war effort. This was all about. And Harrison basically said that because Du Bois wrote that piece, he's unfit to be a leader in the African American community, right? Because the compromise, we're going to overlook all this and support the war, basically because you want to get you try to get a government job, whatever the case may be. And another thing, he was immensely critical of a lot of people and a lot of philosophies, and that rubs people the wrong way. So I think that's another reason why. I mean, he wasn't really supportive of a lot of the movements that we support today. I thought were so grand back in the early 20th century.
Yeah, so I see where Real Black Gentleman was saying some stuff in the chat. Let's start, Real Black Gentleman. Let's discuss the Black Socrates. And by the way, I think who was it? Trigger Happy 262 maybe, or Nama X said it. This trapping of this black man in this European concept of Socrates, that's problematic too. But I get the gist of what's being said. Real Black Gentleman, let's discuss the Black Socrates. What say you?
Oh man, I'm not with it. I look. I think Garvey was. I mean, him talking about like the masses should just spontaneously, you know what I'm saying, upright. elevate their how? I mean, people need to be sparked. There needs to be a catalyst. You know what I'm saying? People tend to do that. It's like I don't even get what, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's like I'm not with, like, when people reflexively use one ism against another ism without even breaking down both isms. It's like, yo, it's like I'm not with that. I don't see like myself trying to define myself in social. I mean, again, to me, it's simple. It's very, very clear when, you know what I'm saying, you work and you play. I mean, it's like socialism. I mean, socialism is play and capitalism is like work. It's like, I don't know. It's like trying to like make Garvey out to be some he, you know, it's this again. He said, I mean, someone who described him as an egomaniac. Are you serious? I mean, it's like, I mean, dude, this is like you have to be boisterous. There's nothing wrong with having a big voice. I mean, really? I mean, I mean, it's like if you want to like have worldwide vision, you have to have a big scheme of things. I mean, Garvey said some real bold stuff, man. That's why I mean, it's like when he had the interview with the dude and talking about, well, we'll have a lynching party out here tonight. There's 5 million trees. Man, 95% of growth is not on that level 100 years later. It's just, he was like, do you know you'll be lynched? You know what I'm saying? It's like, Garvey was thorough, dude. It's like, I mean, it's his vision and his company is still the, you know what I'm saying, you upgrade it, you renovate some ideas for, you know what I'm saying, 100 years later, it works. You build up, you know what I'm saying, you organize people, you organize businesses, you make connections with Africa in the Caribbean. You get some boats. I mean, you should have some boats. I mean, that's the thing about Garvey, the Black Star Line. I want boats. I want black people to talk about having boating companies. I want black people to have shipping magnates. I want a whole bunch of just a fleet. I just want to see black people with a fleet of boats, with hundreds of boats just out there on the ocean. You know what I'm saying? With the GPS, so we ain't gonna drown. You know what I'm saying? Good life vessels in case you might have to float out there. I'm just saying it should be, you know what I'm saying, up there. That's Garvey. When I think about Garvey, I see it. It's like all this other stuff is just like, man, like, look, Garvey had the sauce. I mean, and yeah, he didn't come from America. It doesn't matter, because you know what I'm saying, ultimately, when you break it down, you talk about black people trying to elevate. If you're a black person, you trying to have any kind of connection to history and to Africa or anything like that, I don't see how you disregard Garvey like that. I mean, I don't know. I'm past.
I appreciate that, real black gentleman. In the chat, Bakari said humans are herd animals, and every herd has a leader. No leadership is what we have today. Look at us with no leadership. Bakari, talk about it.
Oh, when the guy was quoting and said Hubert Harrison said no leader, just the mass of people, it doesn't work like that. It just don't work like that. You hear people saying that today, oh, we don't need no leader, everybody lead themselves. But every group, every animal, they have leaders. And look at the people who don't have leaders. Sometimes I think we are fighting the system, but in actuality, we're fighting ourselves, right? No one else should choose our leaders. We should choose our leaders, right? We choose who we want to follow. We will not just follow, work with, and be cool with, and someone who's accountable to the people. You know, that if that's what we choose. But to say we shouldn't have any leaders and everybody just go, that's what we're doing now. Literally, if you look at it, that's what we're doing now. So now, and look where it has us. We're scared to go in our communities and talk to our youth. We ain't got no leaders, or the youth ain't gonna listen to you because we don't have no leadership. Everybody is doing what they want to do, right? So now, when he said he was a socialist, and this is for my good brother Carl, and I wish Keithway was listening, how he got away from socialism. But he said he was against capitalism, but obviously he was okay with Garveyism, which I tell black people that is the thing for black people to do, because he was in it and he realized this ain't for black people. There's no racial consciousness in socialism. With Garveyism, there was racial consciousness. He was an editor of the Negro World. I don't see how he say Garvey got everything from him. They were around at the same time. And it's okay if Garvey did, if Marcus Garvey learned some stuff from the Black Socrates, that is okay. Because we're supposed to learn from one another. It is okay to learn from someone. I can learn from Carl. If Carl is teaching something good that I think is going to can benefit our people, what's wrong with me using Carl's idea to help benefit my people? That shouldn't be a knock. Ooh, Garvey carpet me. Well, they call you the Black Socrates, so you must carpet somebody. Now, I'm not knocking him because I'm going to look and study him more, and I'm going to be honest. I heard his name before, maybe one or two times. I'm being honest. I don't know much about him, but I am going to look him up and I'm going to study him. But we have to get out of wanting to be the ultimate leader. Our leaders and our organizations should be working together. I'm not a socialist. Do I believe there's some good things to socialism? Yes. Do I believe there's some good things to capitalism? Yes. But I practice Garveyism. But would I work with Carl? He's a socialist. Yeah, I would still work with Carl because Carl is still Black and he's still a brother. What I have that he can use, he should be willing to use it. Because what he have that I can use, we will be willing to use it. And that's how it's supposed to be. But I'm not going to get mad and call someone an egomaniac or whatever. We can't be mad and talk about the ultimate leader. I'm not a big fan of what some people would call the talented 10th, but I do understand where I don't agree with the talented 10th. They're going to be the leader because education is going to get you out of this. No, but I do understand that and know, okay, we do need education. So we need education to do certain things. No, I'm say leaders are for Christians. I guess everybody in the world is a Christian except Black people because everybody got leaders. It doesn't make sense, right? But I just read the first part of that. But anyway, but that's what I think. So there are some things that the brother just said about the Black Socrates that I agree with. And there's some things that he said about the Black Socrates that I don't agree with. I don't agree with telling Black people you don't need a leader. That's absolutely asinine. That's absolutely asinine. And anybody who thinks somebody did something without a leader, without proper leadership. See, when you say a leader is not necessarily one person. So that's why I had to switch it up and say proper leadership. You have leaders. Every country has leaders. Like these Black people who talking about, I'm gonna say this, then I'm gonna close, I'm gonna yield the mic. Like these Black people now who want to work with Russia. Russia has leaders. So the people that don't have leaders, the people that have leaders have things in order. The people without leaders want to bow to them and work with them and say, yeah, those people should be our friends. So the people with leadership is going to dominate the people without leadership. Because when you have leadership, you have organization, and you have strategized. The people without leadership is just running around like a chicken with their head cut off. On that note, I yield the mic.
Bakari, it's funny. Recently, you saw Malema. Malema was kind of protecting Putin and Russia, and now I think recently, like today or yesterday, he has a kind of LGBTQ stance. It's strange. But Bakari, before you go, I want to ask you. One time on Shoot the Breeze, there was a brother who came on the panel, and it turns out like y'all were from like the same town. Did you end up building any further with that brother?
No, I gave him my email. I don't remember him hitting me. I had to go through my email. I don't remember him hitting me. I wish he would come back. We were from the same town. Well, I'm from Glen Island. He knew where I was from, but he was from Green. He was from the South Side. Yeah, I knew exactly where he was from, but no, we haven't. And let me say this right quick. Norma X put in the chat. Mali didn't liberate itself with a leader. It liberated themselves by the masses of people. But the masses of people have proper leadership so they can. I have no idea why that's so hard for Black people to understand. I really don't have an idea why that's so hard for black people to understand that you need proper leadership to do something. We are hurt. I know they don't like when I say animals, and I understand why, because of everything that have been said about us, monkeys, apes, gorillas, all that nonsense. But we're mammals. And you have leaders. We are herd animals. And every herd is going to have leaders. It has protectors. And that's what we don't understand. No group of people just went out there and said, yeah, we the mass of people and we going to do the same thing. No. That is something they're talking about. That is something that the leadership was putting out there. But like I said, I'm going to say this once again before I yield the mic. The same people who think they don't need leadership, want to ally with people that has leadership. And I wonder, once that group with leadership decide to turn on the people without leadership, the people without leadership going to easily start selling one another out. You need leadership. I don't know why black people are so against saying, yes, we have leadership. That is absolutely asinine. That's absolutely insane to me. I don't get that. I don't understand that at all. Well, we shouldn't have. I don't get that shit at all.
Let's hear from Carl next.
So I wasn't too familiar with Harrison myself, but he's against religion. He's pro-socialism. He sounds like my type of guy. But his point about revolution coming from the masses of people, I think he was a little bit ahead of his time. It sounds like. Now, I believe that we do need leaders, but more so than we need, just as much as we need leaders, we also need the right ideology. Because too many times, once they kill our leaders, the entire organization falls apart. What happened when Malcolm X created two organizations before his death, and then once he was killed, those organizations fall apart. So we need the right ideology along with the right leadership as well. So I think they needs both. But I think where he was in opposition to Du Bois, who believed in the talented 10th, these 10% of black people who get educated and come back and uplift the other 90%. But even Du Bois was against the talented 10th or as time progressed because he lived to be 95. So he understood that his whole idea about talented 10 was nonsense because these black people go to these white institutions or even black institutions to educate themselves, but when they come back, they don't contribute to the well-being of the masses of black people. So Harrison more so was opposed to Du Bois in that instead of educating a small, talented 10th, you kind of have to educate everybody. And also too, his problem with the white socialists is that they believe the major problem is class, it's not race. And as a black man, especially a black man living in his period of history, we understand that's bullshit. Same thing that I believe it was Asada Shakur, Angela Davis had when she was a member of the Communist Party. These people, they're so focused on class, they're not interested in the racial aspect of things. So how are we going to organize with the white proletariat when the white proletariat is racist? They don't care about us. Their racial concerns have more to do than with their class issues. So, but he sounds like an interesting man. His opinions on Garvey is a little shocking, but just Garvey and Du Bois had beef. They had famous insults with each other, just like his Harrison guy. He seems to think that he contributed more to the UNIA, but it's not about who contributed what to the UNIA. It's that where black people are oppressed, everyone should work towards their liberation. So does it really matter if Garvey took some stuff from you? Maybe it's not important. What's important is that you liberate your people. So I would like to learn more about him. I especially like the fact of him being anti-church, anti-religion. he understood that Christianity has done as much to enslave African people as any chains, any weapon, any type of physical bondage, it's a mental bondage. And I think that for his time period, that's a very astute analysis that a lot of people just weren't willing to take. That's one thing they're not going to give up is white Jesus. That's the one thing they're not giving up. They will give up anything else. But white God, oh no, we're not giving him up. So I think for him to have that perspective is I really like that about him. Kind of like Carlos Cooks was an atheist as well. So just want to know more about him. But I think he made a lot of sense, and in hindsight, he made some errors. But with the limited knowledge I have about him, and it makes sense why he's not mentioned in history because he did take the stance against capitalism. He did take a stance against religion. Two things that Black people still hold close to them. And I think as time goes on, he's going to be proven that he was right about that. All right. Thank you, Kofi.
All right, Carl. Thank you for
Took a
that.
stance against socialism too. I had to say it. I apologize.
I love socialism. I love socialism.
He took a stance against socialism too.
He took a stance against the socialists, not socialism itself.
I had to. I'm sorry, Koku.
I know.
I had to take a shot at Carl. My bad. I'm sorry.
No problem. In the chat, Oni said herd animal is poignant. Bakari mentioned that earlier on in the chat too. Oni, what say you to this?
Okay, so let me say this just to Bakari's point. So some lady, we're a little intimate, I guess, and she decided to give me some children's books or something. I don't know. For my son, right? Not for me. So I'm going over one of them about animals, and I asked my son, what's your favorite animal? He says elephants. I'm like, cool. So then it's like this page. There's a lot of information on elephants, different types of elephants, all that kind of stuff. I didn't really know. I actually took a picture of it. I was going to say, why can't Black people like this? But I didn't. I decided, let me not post that. Let me not be negative. But the elephants travel in herds, okay? And when the oldest woman dies, or when the leader dies, then the oldest woman takes, her place. These elephants form, like they're herd animals, and they form organization based off of their own tradition. Now obviously not every animal has the same tradition. Obviously lions would follow men and that kind of stuff, right? But the thing with the socialist mindset is that Karl Marx introduced this really interesting idea that was patently false, right? Essentially, there's this idea of how history moves. And so before Karl Marx, and I'm not saying exclusively before Karl Marx, but one thing that Karl Marx bigs up or rejects is this great man theory. And instead he's like, no, I guess with Hegel, they're like, no, it's really conditions that make people move, blah, blah, blah. And it's like, if you get caught up in the condition mindset, in the material, the Hegelian materialism, if you say, the dialectical materialism, all that kind of stuff. If you get caught up in that, you're going to come to the wrong conclusion. And so as we see from the Garvey situation with Hubert Harrison, even if Hubert Harrison was this brilliant guy, even if he was, right, what we see is essentially, as Brother Bakari said, was that realistically we're herd animals. So you have Garvey, the powerful orator, okay, the powerful, considered the best speaker, the best orator of his time, right? And then you have Hubert Harrison, who, let's just, if we're going to believe his biography, right? I posted the biography in the chat. If we're going to believe his biography, he's the best thinker of his time, right? And the reality is that you're not thinkers, if you will. We're animals. We're herd animals. And so we're going to go to the best leader. And so, when I'm listening to this guy and, he had this influence on that influence and that influence, the historian has this romanticized view of history, okay? And they don't look at it from a realistic perspective. I'm using that word because of Buana, right? but they have this romantic view where this person is so influential, ergo they're so great, everybody's praising them, they're so great. But like we could find people today that we could praise and say they're great and they're influential in multiple circles, and it really doesn't mean anything. What really meant something, I'm not saying I don't want to study the guy too, because I remember some dude used to be like, yo, you study this guy, you should look into this guy, you should look into this guy. And I just never did. But and this presentation did make him seem interesting. But what I'm saying is that, yeah, we have people today who are, like somebody could easily say, in the future, somebody could say Boyce Watkins, was a brilliant man. He was the best blah blah, and he's blah blah. It's like, yeah, in 100 years, if people were talking about today, they might talk about Boyce Watkins and his influence, and they might get a quote from Koku, because Koku said this before. Koku said, "Yeah, I used to listen to Boyce Watkins heavily." Right? You can get a quote from Koku. So if Koku is this big guy in the future, 100 years from now, right? They're gonna be like, "Well, y'all should go read Boyce Watkins," right? Or Boyce Watkins, and it's like, but what does that even fucking mean? It's just humans have this experience, they have these lives, and they're influential. He's an intellectual. He's established in the Harlem area. Yeah, he has that sort of stuff. But again, Garvey is the orator. Garvey is the voice, and Garvey gets the action done. Garvey gets the I don't know the number, I can't remember, maybe millions of people across the world. And then this dude poo-poos on him. Oh, everything he did good was for me. Shut the fuck up. You know what I mean? Like, shut the fuck up. No disrespect.
Just slide to the side.
Just slide to the side. I mean, if you know what I'm saying? Like if or like I know somebody pretty popular now that people give credit to all the time, Amos Wilson, right? Amos Wilson's pretty popular, right? But imagine if we find out that some dude, like let's say in his lifetime, Khalid Muhammad became some big deal, right? If Amos Wilson was like, man, everything that Khalid Muhammad says, I said that shit. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know why everybody rocking with him, everybody in his organization. I said that. We'd be like, shut the fuck up, dude. Like, we need that sort of leadership. Stop, like you sounding stupid. And for what it's worth, Amos Wilson, he never said anything like that. I never heard him say anything like that. But it's like that's what we hear. We hearing some dude get outclassed by real motherfucker, right? And then getting outclassed, not even saying, oh, not even just shutting the fuck up. That like that's what it is. That's like that old school conscious beef, but it's in fact, I think we heard that with Umar and Tariq. We heard that with Umar and Tariq, where Tariq said, man, I put that motherfucker on the map. And that sound corny. Like what is the fuck? Like, what is the battle? What is the struggle? Right? What are you trying to accomplish? And if it's for people to say, if is it Liberty League or is it Liberty Hall? Right? Because Liberty Hall is where the millions got the message. Liberty Hall is where people were losing their lives over this stuff. People got the death penalty for reading for reading the Negro World out in the open. Meanwhile, we already done forgot you. In fact, the quote from J.A. Rogers about Hubert Harrison in this biography I put up, he says, people don't even know this motherfucker in J.A. Rogers' time. And I'm not saying that as a good thing or a bad thing. I'm just saying, like we have to recognize, and I mean, obviously somebody might say, well, Garvey was kind of forgotten too. Not really, but still, we got to recognize what it is that we're trying to accomplish. And like, if you're going to call Garvey with a big inflated ego, and I'm not saying he didn't, but if you're going to do that, at least, as y'all boy Jesus, I guess this guy's an atheist, so he don't got it, but y'all boy Jesus said, get that speck out of your damn eye. Get that log out of your own eye, because you sounded mad egotistical. No disrespect. Although I sound like he's a good guy though, but like, no disrespect.
Is that from Tanzania?
Yes. For me, I would say the first thing is that two people can have different viewpoints, and they can both be right to some extent. So, I actually did not know about Herbert Harrison, and so this is a first for me, and it's quite interesting actually. So I didn't know that there were people who were already thinking about religion and so on at that time. So I'm going to have to read a bit more about him. But from what I just looked up and from what the prompt was about, he did have some very interesting ideas that I wish that had been brought forward as not a challenge but an alternative or a different way of looking at things, because not everyone is going to think alike, not everyone is going to have the same way of doing things, and some people may not be in one thing maybe because they have not found the particular incentive to join. So I think he had some good ideas, and he should have been added to the canon of African American history. Um, the one thing that I would say is that we shouldn't look at just being anti something. We should look at it as being critical of aspects of capitalism, let's say, and tying those to the system of racism that Black people endure. So, which are a valid criticisms. So, I think he had good points, and sometimes maybe it's good to have what I wouldn't say a leader. I think it should be good to have different ideas, not so much leaders, but ideas or proponents of ideas, so people can choose and dissect different information and different ideas and see which one works, and not to throw everything away that doesn't, but see if that can be used. Maybe he was ahead of his time, maybe those were not ideas that were going to be well received at the time, and so on. So, and even the whole of this Western canon, even the philosophy I had, he's being called a Black Socrates. I didn't really get that from what I heard about him or read. I think he's a thinker. A philosopher is somebody who comes up with a system built on other systems, and I don't really think we have. Well, Teze would disagree, but I don't really think we have that. I think we have people who have thought about our problems and solutions and have proffered their solutions to what they see as a problem. And he had some very good ideas, so I will give him that, even if someone disagrees with how you look at things, whichever view that you take. I think that you should still be able to look at the critiques and be able to answer them, or dismiss them and say no, this is not correct because of 1, 2, 3. So his criticisms of Gavi, I don't really know. And everyone is allowed to, so you're allowed to answer your critics, but everyone is allowed to criticize you, I suppose. So I don't think that they were maybe differing in in aim, maybe in strategy, perhaps. And yeah, so he seems like an interesting person. Yeah.
All right, Tanzan, thank you for that. Um, let's hear from Buana.
Yes, sir. So there's a few things that I want to mention. First, if we don't like to call him Black Socrates because he's coming here, history calls him the Black Socrates, but that's neither here nor there. But if we want to get out of that Western paradigm, we shouldn't call him Hubert Harrison either, because that's also a European name, and and he should maybe be called, and that's not an African name. So if we're gonna not call him Black Socrates, maybe we can call him Hubert Harrison. That's neither here nor there. In terms of organization, I have found in listening to this that a lot of the our early leaders and thinkers was big on organizations. They was very, very big on organizations. And I think that currently, we have this idea of rugged individualism. We have a whole bunch of Indians and not necessarily no chiefs right now. And we could take a page, because I'm guilty of rugged individualism and having those ideas as well. But I think that we should take a page from history in understanding that these brothers was very, very steeped in organization. But I think the problem becomes that uh, everybody wants to be the man up front. In our community, we say that they call it the head nigga in charge. Head nigga in charge, and everybody wants to be up front. And they don't understand it. When you are nation building, you could be a genius, yes, but why don't express that genius within an organization? You make that organization stronger. You see, Trump is the president, but Trump is not the smartest person in the room. It's the people around him who make him as strong as he is. And so goes for all the other presidents, because they work towards one specific aim, which is making the nation of the United States the strongest nation in America. So they express that brilliance within that organization that is in the so-called presidential administration. They should follow suit, do the same kinds of things. You know what I mean? If yes, you are a genius, but the bigger picture is not to express your ego and be the N-word in front. The bigger picture is the nation build. So you express that genius within an organization. What made Malcolm X so intelligent is not necessarily that he was autodidactic. It was because that he had John Henry Clark around him. So he not only had his own genius, but he used those geniuses as well. You know what I mean? So when he came up before people, many of the things that he was expressing these things because he was a genius. And that's what made him so elite person. And in terms of Gavi, the Hubert Harrison, considering this guy egomaniac, you can't lead any black organization without having some level of ego. You know what I mean? You can't be a leader without having some level of ego. But if you take it within our community itself, you can't be a leader in our community with having some degree of ego. You know why? Because one of our favorite sayings within our community is, "Who does this nigga think he is?" So you must have an answer for that. An answer for that is potent enough to say, "I am this." I am to counteract that, because if you don't have that level of ego, if you don't have that level, they will beat you up until they'll just beat you up until you can't get beat up no more. You know what I mean? And particularly within our community, because we don't respect black leadership. And these are things we have to fight for, as opposed to someone else coming in our community with a different kind of face, and they could just say things and we willfully accept it. We have to fight for our leadership. So he should have been an egomaniac, yes, especially when you lead a millions of Negroes who have that philosophy in their mind, or who does this Negro think he is? But I think that, and Oni could correct me if I'm wrong on this, because he has his book. I think that one of the issues between him and Gavi is I think that Hubert Harrison get his first wife, affair with Gavi's first. So I think that was one of the biggest issues between them two. That was the falling out, and history doesn't necessarily say that, but I think that was really one of the underlying issues between Harrison and Gavi. But both of them was as men, but ultimately at the end of the day, Gavi had the show. He won the show. So people consider him as intelligent, but an intelligent man would get up behind that brother and empower that organization, make it more stronger. You know what I mean? Make it more stronger in ways that he could. This is what intelligent men do. They don't start off their own unpopular enclave when very few people will listen to what you have to say at that time. Come on, brother. You know what I mean? Intelligence is what intelligence does. Not necessarily what it expresses through your mouth, because anybody could sound intelligent when they're talking. Or and paper is a thing, because you say, well, this guy wrote a lot of books. Paper and pen is a thing. Is paper lay down on the table and let you write all over it. That don't necessarily make you intelligent. Intelligent is what you do. But I'll stop there and let the brothers them go.
Wait, sorry, what'd you say about him and Garvey's wife? What did you say?
I read somewhere that I think that Hubert Harrison had an affair with his first wife. Now you could correct me if I'm wrong on that, but I think I read that somewhere. I might It might be the wrong particular gentleman, but I think it was Harrison.
Dang. No. I just downloaded the book. I ain't read it yet. But
Yeah,
dang.
yeah.
Okay, bro. You know, he all right in my book.
So, hey, let me say, so
Go ahead.
it's hard to have, and I don't know who said this. I think I was about to put in the chat, but I agree. It's hard to have racial pride and be a socialist, because when you're a socialist, you're actually for everybody, right? And you can't just focus on you. Even now, as I was reading a little bit about Hubert Harrison, skimming through, his thing was he wanted the socialist workers people of the world or something like that. But it was clearly for everybody. And my thing is, right, when you can't feed yourself, but you trying to make sure everybody else eat, I think that's a problem, because at the end of the day, we are the ones that end up getting eaten. Like when Carl mentioned the Black Panthers earlier, it was talking about them carrying weapons, right? But what happened? Did any of those other people that was in that socialist movement with the Black Panthers, did you hear anything about the White Panthers getting killed or going to prison? Did you hear anything about the Asian Panthers getting killed or going to prison? Did you hear anything about the Jewish Panthers getting killed by the police or going to prison? The people that end up getting eaten in these organizations and destroyed are the Black people who's reaching their hand out for everybody, trying to be their friend. But what we're doing, we're actually being used by other people to further their movement. And for some strange reason, I understand why Black people here would say they're against capitalism. Whether I agree with it or not, I don't have to agree with it or disagree with it to understand it. I understand when you look at slavery. I understand when you look at how everybody in this country, how all these white people in this country got rich off the backs of African slaves, right? But I don't understand when we talk about socialism, why when we talk Native Americans have to be mentioned, because they got rich. Those tribes are rich today. They get money today. But this country is able to give them off the backs of African slaves. They were slave owners. They were slave catchers. But when it comes to us, let's stand up and say, we for all of the poor folks. But when you look at them poor white folks, it was the poor white folks. I'm going to say it one more again for you. It was them poor white folks that was coming in lynching. It was the poor white folks that was burning stuff down. But then we gonna turn and say, but we got to be for all poor folks. No. And until I hear a socialist, and I don't care who it is, say I'm for Black people, I'm fighting for Black people, I can't ever rock with that movement, because I have never heard one said, and one would never say it. And it was actually brought here to go against. It was actually brought here to go against what Marcus Garvey and the UNIA was doing. It was I like Kwame Ture. I respect Kwame Ture, but I would tell you this. He left Oakland not because other people was involved in the socialist movement. So once again, this is something else that happened with Black people because of our inferiority complex, because we like to scream white supremacy and don't think words have meaning. He left Oakland because other people was in charge of the Black Panther Party. You can find her interviews where the Japanese guy was laughing at him. Actually, Tony Aoki, who was a CIA agent, and that's another thing when it comes to the socialists. We only mention the Black people that sold him out. Everybody know William O'Neill, but they don't never mention the other people who was in the organization who was selling them out. Tony Aoki was a CIA agent, but he was actually like giggling when he was talking about, yeah, we gave them guns, and yeah, they would come and ask me what they needed to do, and they wanted me to lead the organization. And that's what happened when Black people team up with other Black people. I learned, like Carl said, his parents taught him My parents taught me, and I learned a long time ago from the time when I was a little boy. And I was asking, my dad had learned me alone. Don't ever think you're gonna have a white friend or no white people that really got your back. I never forget this story. It's like I never forget it. And he was on his job, and he was like, it was this white guy that used to march with them, talking about black people deserve or the right to vote and so on and so forth. And as they are working, my daddy got promoted on a job and put in a position over him. Those same white people y'all think got y'all back. Just like that dude told me, I said, Dad, why you don't deal with them at all, period? He said, they ain't there to help us. That white boy said, I want black folks to get the right to vote. But it ain't now color man smart enough to be my boss. And that's become the problem. And you can't show me a socialist movement in this country. You can't show me a socialist nowhere. You can show me Thomas Sankara, he had his own country, but they reached out to the other white folk. We can go through, and it's gonna always be that way. And you sure can't show me nothing in this country what the so-called socialist movement has done for their people here, or trying to build toward Africa and build toward the Caribbean greater. And Carl, I have called you out on my channel a couple of times, not in a negative way. I say it in a friendly way, and you probably didn't even know I had a channel, but I don't call your name a couple of times. But you can't show me what it ever did anything for the masses of black people, like Marcus Garvey in the UNIA. Never, not here. You cannot show it. And on that, I yield the mic.
Yeah,
I want to say this.
Check out the other shows on KWAZ Radio. I'm sure everyone would appreciate you dropping by during their shows too. Only wanted to add something.
Yeah, so I didn't know what Barna was talking about because I was just joking. I don't know what Barna was talking about, but yeah, it looks like I opened up this book because I just downloaded it because this topic came up, and it's like they're talking about Hubert Harrison. They're like he also was a man of amorous affairs, including interracial affairs, and one with Garvey's first wife, Amy Ashwood, and he at times practiced a sexual double standard. These more personal matters hurt his home life, and despite his great love for his children, caused a relationship with his wife Lynn suffer some particular difficult times. But yeah, man, this dude was a fucking animal or some shit. Like messing with Garvey's first wife. I hope it wasn't while Garvey was married, but like, damn, like
Yeah, that's heavy. It was heavy when Buana said it, and now that you went and looked it up, yeah, that's heavy. That is heavy. Anyway,
This is the reason why I don't try to romanticize history, because mine is mine is mine. You know what I mean? So I don't romanticize it.
Yeah. Did I get everyone in that prompt? Does anyone have any last words for that prompt?
Well, I'm gonna say I don't know if you guys can tell. I'm a little sick, so I might have to. What do you say?
I can tell.
You guys can tell. Yeah, so I guess I'm gonna dip and go get some whatever. And I think tomorrow I might, Brother McCarthy's not gonna like it, but I might be talking about China. So it is what it is. I gotta explain my yellow tint, I guess. I don't know. Anyway, yeah, man.
Hey, let me say this right quick before I go. Hey, Carl, like I said, because I'm gonna get up, because I got to get up early in the morning, man. But Carl, when I said your name on my channel, like I said, I never said it in a disrespectful way. I'm like, I wish Carl was here so we could have this discussion.
Of course, your show on Friday, right?
Yeah, I've never said your name in a disrespectful way. I was
on Friday, so if you ever want to hit me up, I'll be happy to join you on there.
Hey, give your email and I'll give you my. I'll just send you my thing, and you can subscribe, and yeah, you can come through something. Because I'm gonna be honest. In all honesty, when I say what I say about socialists, I can, like I say, I can use ideas from other aspects. Like I say, I agree with parts of socialism, not with all of it. I agree with parts of capitalism. because we need capital. Not all of it. I agree with Garveyism. That's my stick, and I'm gonna stick to that. About that's what I think. Black people, that's what black people should be doing. Hey, but Koku, thank you for letting me speak. I'm gonna stop raising my voice on your panel at people with my passion. I believe they think about when I come, they run. It's Zulu. I thought
Yeah,
you
you,
was
you need to stop raising your voice.
he put in the chat, oh shit, Bakari, him out. And he literally bounced. Like, damn, guys, they done all ran from me. And I ain't trying to make nobody run. It's just passion. They talk loud. I guess I can talk a little louder. I'm from the country. I talk loud anyway. So when Intwa de Mela, this when they hear the lion roar, they run. But I'm gonna stop doing that because I don't want nobody to think I ever disliked anybody that was on the panel. Guys or Izuli, actually the loud conversations with passion, shit, that's good to me. I like them, but but I think they took it the wrong way as if it was some type of beef, and I don't have no beef with nobody. I disagree with some things that they say, but other than that, Azuli say too much passion for him. Hey, let me say, Azuli, I'm glad you finally said something. Azuli, you got passion too. My voice is deeper than yours, and you run. But I'm gonna say this: I went to the baseball game the other night, Azuli. Not only was I the best second baseman in the stadium, I realized I'm literally the best baseball player in the state of Georgia after watching the Padres versus the Braves. I'm just that damn. At 51, man, I can still do it. On that note, I'm gonna listen till I fall asleep because I got to get up early in the morning, man. Peace and one love.
Yes, thank you for coming through, Bakari.
One love, Bakari.
Yes, sir. Thanks for coming through, Oni. You guys check out Oni in the morning.
That's
You know what I'm
one
going to
love,
do?
one love.
I'm going to drop Shoot the Breeze topic number 6. But what I want to do, take a minute for station ID break. So what we'll do that real quick. And on the other side, we'll be discussing Shoot the Breeze topic number 6. The FBI watches music videos too. You guys stay tuned.
You are listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast on KWAZ Radio.
This is D Webb with the Harsh Reality Podcast, asking you to tune in where we tackle the news of the day that affects our community, only on KWAZ Radio.
Peace, family. This is Oni, inviting you to listen to the Pro-Black Perspective, where black problems are addressed with black solutions.
Greetings, fam. Tune in to The Learning Curve with me, the Revolutionary Matron on KWAZ Radio.
You are listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast on KWAZ Radio.
Also, make sure you check it out. Tanzan African Mind, the Brother Bakari podcast. Bakari was just with us. Check out Consider Cheek Show and the Forecast Radio. Everyone on KWAZ Radio. Shoot the Breeze topic number 6 tonight. The FBI watches music videos too. Let's watch the attached clip from YouTube. Sorry. Let me share this with you guys. Let me share this with you guys. So we'll do what we always do. We'll watch, and then we'll comment.
FBI bus turns up a trove of guns, drugs, and vehicles, along with stacks of cash.
Turns out a music video helped the feds figure out what to look for when they raided 2 Albuquerque homes. Guns, cars, expensive jewelry, and cash are among the images front and center in this video titled Heartless, apparently shot in a Mesa del Sol parking lot. Now, many of these items are at the center of a federal gang investigation after they popped up during an FBI raid last Thursday. This distinctive Polaris slingshot, for instance, matches one of the vehicles the feds seized when they searched a home near Rio Bravo and Isleta. Inside that home, they also found $12,000 in cash, drugs, guns, and thousands of dollars worth of jewelry, including this necklace with a pendant in the shape of New Mexico. It matches the one the vocalist is wearing in the video. that can also be seen on top of the stacks of $100 bills, along with a gold-colored counting machine, which also turned up during the search. That's not all the feds and local law enforcement found at the home. That's where they arrested Jerry Bezzi, who's believed to be one of the men in that music video. The feds learned about the video from MDC's gang unit, which is part of the FBI's Violent Gangs Task Force. The FBI says this video even helped them figure out what to look for when they drafted their search warrants for the homes of Bezzi and Julian Leyba. The feds found Leyba at the other home they raided that same day near Wyoming and Copper, finding a stolen AR-style rifle, other guns, and bulletproof vests. It's not clear whether any of the guns are the ones used in the music video, but a number of the production's other props are now in the custody of the FBI, and the two men, both convicted felons, behind bars.
Leyba is facing federal charges, including for being a felon with a gun. Bezzi is charged at the state level for drug trafficking and also being a felon with a gun.
All right. Should be topic number 6. The FBI watches music videos too. I know Tan stepped away. Let us know when you're back. Let's start with Real Black Gentleman. What say you to this?
Well, I mean, shoot, if you're gonna be blamed with it, I mean, like this is again, so black people don't get the memo. Like you really, this times have changed and people are looking at you. You act like if you're just gonna, this is just like the counterintuitiveness of like, you know, of trying to be bold and have bravado and letting everyone know, you know what I'm saying? Because you're young, this is socialism, right? You know what I'm saying? You're trying to connect with people and try to let everyone know your status and everything. That's what socialism is all about. You know what I'm saying? Laying all your cards on the table, basically, right? And so when you get caught up, I mean, you try to be like, that's not mine, and you know what I'm saying? You look goofy because it's like you doing the most out here. You know what I'm saying? High signing and signifying, and then it's like it's difficult for me to sit here and try to put a defense on you when it's like, man, I can't sit here and defend all that. I can't. You know what I'm saying? It's like, ow, you got all the goods. It's like, look, you got the piece. Yeah, you got the little piece. You got the New Mexico piece. Look at it. Come on now. It's like you doing the most. You gotta. This is you know what I'm saying? I don't mean this to lambast it. It's like I want people to have initiative, you know what I'm saying? But we go out there and get caught up. I mean, this ain't you know what I'm saying? Like I didn't see no black folks in there, you know what I'm saying? But like you know how it do. I mean, it's like you see it happen. It's like it's like this is I'm rambling at this point because it's like I'm like, really? Like people cannot go out in 2023, as we keep saying, like in 2023, like and keep doing this bold stuff and like expect, you know what I'm saying, people ain't don't have an eye on you and you doing the most. Man, let me pass the mic, man.
Thank you for that, Real Black Gentleman. Carl, what say you to this?
So there was recently a court case where they were using people's lyrics against them in the trial. And it was a white woman. She wrote a book about how to murder your husband, and she actually got convicted of murdering her husband. So these guys got to know anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law. Now there are some people, especially like some artists, I think Jay-Z mentioned about having song lyrics excluded from court on grounds of this First Amendment, you know, freedom of speech type behavior. But if you're doing stuff and you got it on camera, I don't know what to say. I mean, it reminds me of it was an episode of Boondocks where the rapper was talking about how he hit somebody with a bottle on stage and they arrested him. But you know, it's just I don't know. These young people, I don't understand what's wrong with their minds. Like you're doing stuff. What do you think is going to happen? But also too, there's a level of street cred they're trying to get that appeals to this type of behavior. So maybe in their mind, they feel like they're getting street cred and they're keeping it real. I don't know what he thought was going to happen, but the feds are always watching. You know, it's funny. how many times we see how deep the infiltration is in these organized criminal syndicates. Like with Black. I think it was some mafioso organization. They always got rats and snitches, and they're paying people off. So I'm not surprised that this is happening. I'm just the audacity of it to be on camera making a music video is just, I don't know, it's almost comical in a way. But yeah, he of course the FBI watches. They watch tweets. I mean, the Patriot Act is still in effect, so of course they're still watching. Uh, this is probably small change. This dude, he's probably gonna do some time. Uh, and he might get out. He might make another album, but we'll see what happens. But this was just dumb on his part. Some people need to go to jail. he seems like he's one of the people that just need to go to jail. That he's not gonna do right. There's a place for people like that. All right, thanks.
Thanks for that, Carl. Tanzania's back. Let's hear from Tanzania.
Yeah, like I said, it's not a surprise. It's just at this time, I don't know why anybody would be surprised. Like when people start recording out in public, but this time they're not just recording, they're putting it out there. So there's no more, escape clause. There's no more just doing things for the sake of it. And it's funny that they actually have a whole task force for this when on the whole of things, I mean, I don't know how big the operations are, but you would think that there would be more serious and heinous crimes that would be committed that they would put their resources to. But, at the same time, by now, especially all these musicians who are caught up and be, self-snitching in their lyrics, by now they should know better, but apparently they don't. How do they not expect to be? People have put the stuff on on Facebook, on social media, so it is not really a surprise anymore. It's what is surprising is that they are still just doing it so brazenly. Yeah.
All right, Tan, I appreciate that. Let's welcome Razuli back to the panel. Razuli, I noticed you came back when Bakari stepped away. By the way, Kibwe was backstage at the end of the last prompt. I guess he wanted to speak about that prompt because he left when I moved on. So my apologies about that, Kibwe. I thought you would have stuck around for this prompt here. But Razuli, what say you?
No, thank God you got rid of that second baseman off the show. Too much passion for me. But I'm saying this. They're always listening. They're listening. They're listening to us right now. They're always listening. So what's the difference between what we're doing and what they're doing? And number two, I don't understand what makes you get a warrant for a video. That could just be props. How do they know? This is the thing that's funny style to me. How do you know that all these things are not props? Because when Kanye makes a video or when other people make videos, other rappers make videos with guns and money, where are the warrants for that? There's somebody. How do you get a warrant based on just on a video? Like, how is that probable cause? How is that? I don't understand how does that work unless they are informing snitches in the clique that are part of the video acting like they're gang members, then they are actually informants. I don't understand this. And number three, these boys are crazy. Everybody's looking for fame, 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 fame. You're doing the dirt and then you're recording it. That makes no sense to me. But hey, it is what it is. It is what it is. I yield the mic.
I appreciate that. I guess that leaves us to Buana. Buana, the FBI watches music videos too. What say you to all this?
They absolutely do. And Azuli is right. They not only watch music videos, they watch shows like these as well. They watch political shows. They watch many different kinds of things because of the Patriot Act. Because and with the Patriot Act, they are able to do phenomenal things like illegal season searches, against the Constitution. These people they really will try to take a go at you because there are jealous people in the FBI too, and they watching young men get exorbitant amount and nice cars, and they some of them get jealous of it, so they look for things to hook these guys up, and unfortunately, these guys are former felons. You can't be associating with other felons in a music video. The world is gonna see. Come on, brother. Didn't that young man, Bobby Schmurder, get locked up like 7 years out of his life because of a music video that he made? I mean, this ain't the time to do that, And I know these guys are what Indians, Native Americans or whatever you want to call them, but we are guilty of these kinds as well. You can't indict yourself, man. You can't indict yourself. I mean, someone in that crew had to say, "Hey, bro, this gonna go out to the world, right? Maybe we shouldn't do this. Maybe this ain't the smartest thing in the world." But I think that the ignorance superseded the intelligence within their crew, and this is what the result is. And this is unfortunate thing that we usually do too as well. We engage in these kinds of things, and what I would suggest is we need to think twice when we take certain action. We need to think twice. That's what I would suggest, and I'll stop there.
Does anyone else want to comment to what Buana had to say just now? Okay, looks like not. So that was Shoot the Breeze, topic number 6. Let me pull up Shoot the Breeze, topic number 7 for you guys. Shoot the Breeze, topic number 7. Make sure you guys hit the like button. Don't let that pass you by either. This prompt is a little bit long. Let's try to keep the prompts a little bit shorter. Hold on a second. I'm kind of messing up here. All right, Shoot the Breeze prompt number 7 tonight. So keep them a little, keep them shorter because then they break up and it's a little difficult to manage. Should be topic number 7. A former materialist or atheist explaining how the Haitian Revolution would not work without voodoo. There are often naysayers who push the idea that our African spiritual practices are useless or that they didn't save us from colonialism, slavery. How do you respond to the clear use of spirituality in miracle science? This came with a link taking us to YouTube. Let me see something. Saying the video is not there anymore, but it could be an error on my part. Let's see something. Hold on. Sorry about this. Let me try to copy that again. I think I might have copied it wrong. Let me copy it again. Okay, and now let me try to share it with you guys one more time. All right, here we go. I'm supposed to play a certain range. Let me find that again. I think it's 121, 121.31, 121.31. So let's go.
Yourself anymore.
Right. So even in terms of personal development, my problem that I had with along the lines of what you're saying, which would be a very interesting part of the conversation too, is that when you do an analysis of Christianity,
one of my critiques of Christianity is that it does not teach personal responsibility because it's based on third-party reconciliation, right? And third-party reconciliation is simply, I offend you, but I go and apologize to Jesus.
Yes.
Right? The Jesus is here to absolve your sins. So instead of me going to seek forgiveness from you, I actually go and I beg forgiveness from a third party, right? It's a third party reconciliation, which is also the metaphor of the story of Jesus, which is basically third party reconciliation. Jesus died for your sins, not his. He died for your sins. So he took responsibility for your sins. So how does that teach responsibility when you can rely on someone to actually serve your sentence for you?
I love how you break
and
stuff
serve
down,
your
you know.
punishment for you.
Yeah.
Right? It doesn't teach responsibility.
No.
It doesn't, because you can just put it on Jesus. And then the other side of it too, from a practical colonial administration point of view, Catholicism is actually very important because it's part of the military wing of every colonial administration, because it's literally a spy operation, right? Once you can get people to report their quote unquote sins to a priest who is associated with the colonial administration, if the people who are so-called slaves are planning a revolt and they hear thou shalt not kill, the slave or the person who's been enslaved who feels guilty will now go and confess on a Friday to the priest who literally is the officer, the MI5 or CIA officer who gets a confession without having to torture.
Brother Heru, you're dropping bombs. Please don't stop. It is so astute what you're saying. 100%. Yeah.
Yeah, so I mean, so these are the problems that I've had with it, because I look at these things and I see how it has practical applications and implications in the world, right? So I couldn't participate in those things because I could see very clearly, I mean, what other system could you get people who you are oppressing to literally tell you what they're planning without you having to capture them and put them through a torture process or interrogation? People are volunteering information to you by religious edict.
Absolutely. I just, you know, it's there, but exactly as you said, you know, and you said that your conversations end up being prophetic because you're now reaffirming a lot of things that as obvious, you know, as they say, some things are in plain view, but we can't see it. But the manner in which you formulated that and presented that, it makes it even more so clearer.
Yeah,
you know
I
what
mean,
and I related to my
yeah.
experience.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it was actually a very expeditious way for Rome to take over the world and the children of Rome, because all of these countries are literally spawns of Rome. England, I mean, I don't know if you've ever had a chance to read Julius Caesar's diaries, but yeah, so it would be very interesting for you to read it and for all Africans to read it, because Julius Caesar conquered England. He brought civilization to England, and what he said about the English when he first met them, the Saxons and the Britons and the Welsh, all these people, he was so appalled at their lack of civilization and their illiteracy that he didn't even feel that they were fit to be slaves.
Yeah.
He says this on his conquest of the British Isles. It's a very important document for people to read. And so then the development of the Catholic Church, right? The domes and the basilicas and all of that, they're thinking of how they can conquer the world. And what better way to conquer the world when you have a religious system that encourages people to snitch on themselves.
True indeed. Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
I mean,
exactly.
It's actually, I mean, if you had law enforcement and you asked them, what is one of the things that we would love to have? They would love to have a pill that they could give people where the people would just tell you the truth
100%.
and snitch on themselves.
Yeah.
Right? And religion is that drug, and the Catholic Church is that drug.
Yeah.
If you can Catholicize everybody you'll be able to conquer them and maintain your power so much quicker, because anything that people are going to do that's untoward towards committing a quote unquote sin will be reported. And actually, that's what happened with a lot of the slave revolts in the United States, was the ones that weren't successful at all, and none of them were fully successful towards the end goal. It always had someone snitching who felt bad that they were doing something against the doctrine of going to heaven.
That's right.
Right? So they would report, they would go straight to the priest, and they would say, hey, I feel so bad about what we're planning to do. We're planning to kill the slave master on Friday or on Saturday. So of course the priest says, you've been absolved, my son, and this and that, or maybe they even hold you in the church, and then they go and tell the military wing, because
that's right,
no missionaries existed without a military wing.
Oh, 100%.
They had to be supported by the military of the country that they were coming with. So we understand that this was all, it helps people in land grabs, right? And those of us who can see it, we can see it. And that's why having your own understanding of spirituality, or that which is unseen, which is all human beings have that question, where did we come from? And where do we go after we die? That is the main philosophical questions that all human beings ask themselves in all cultures and all walks of life. But if you have something that does not serve your liberation, you will always be a snitch against yourself and your people.
100%.
Right?
Shade to that. That's
Right?
a beautiful exposition.
So, and that brings us to voodoo, which voodoo literally was a liberation tool and what I call an anti-snitch tool. Why do I call it an anti-snitch tool? It takes you away from Catholicism. You are no longer confessing to the priest. And the way we know that voodoo was an anti-snitch tool is the declaration by Boukman Duty at Bwakaiman. That we must absolve and we must erase the gods of Europeans from our minds.
That's right.
Right?
Absolutely.
Because he understood that there can be no revolt if your people are programmed to snitch according to religious edict. So you got to get rid of that first.
100%. Yep.
You got to get rid of that first, and you have to replace it with something else. So you're able to now worship, because African people, we love to worship. There's something about us. It just is. You're not going to get rid of it.
Brother, it's our ashay. It's our ashay. It's our energy. Yeah.
Right.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Right. So they say, okay, you have a European saint that we have, but we're going to use that saint as camouflage for our own Luas, which is the African spirits, the African deities that represent certain principles and will guide us and what have you. So the slave master thinks that we're praying to the saint, but we're actually praying to an African deity. And we will never go now to this priest to reveal what it is that we're doing, because our religion is actually a religion of subterfuge.
That's right. Absolutely. Yes.
Right? Which is necessary for a liberation theology.
100%. 100%.
Right?
Yes.
So
indeed.
a lot of people think that voodoo is about having a doll and sticking a pin in a doll and making someone and controlling someone, but they don't understand, particularly in the Haitian context, its importance in breaking literally lines of espionage.
100%. Yeah, no, it's as I said, the manner in which you've explained that, it's 100% beautiful, brother. I just love it. Yeah, no, 100. And the fact that you even see that the ceremony at Bwakaiman had to have an oath. Yeah, there was something that bonded everyone. That again includes ashay. In this case, the ashay from the blood of a pig, whereby everyone knows they've now bought into that unity. That no one then you've actually now put this idea of confessions into a totally different light, because I only saw it mainly as that expression of religiosity, But where you've extended it to now, it's everything an intelligence service needs. Because again, we know the Catholic Church still to today has a
Yeah.
paramilitary wing.
Of
You know,
course.
and it funds it just as any country funds its military budgets. You know, so yeah, thank you for that. I love it. I
Of
love your
course.
exposition.
And the thing is that even the languages of Western Europe are referred to as Romance languages,
Hey.
which comes from Rome.
Yes,
Romance
absolutely.
languages, they were
Right.
all conquered by Rome. They
Mhm.
would not have stuck if they did not accept Catholicism. The reason is that Catholicism makes it easier for you to manage a police state,
Right. Yes.
right?
Absolutely.
So we have what we
Absolutely.
have today.
Of course.
You could not have a police state of slavery in Haiti coexisting with sincere Catholicism, because
Mhm.
every plan that you make will be reported by the people who were supposed to actually get their liberation. You could not have 1804 happen where a bunch of people who were enslaved declare their liberation and actually win a military campaign if they are sincere Catholics.
Right.
Because every move that they're making would have been reported to a Catholic priest who is on the
100%.
side of the enslavers,
Mhm.
right? So the development of voodoo was actually necessary. And so imagine that you are someone, imagine me and you say, we don't like this slavery thing, we need to get out of it. What are the things that are necessary for us to do militarily to get out of it? Well, we're going to have some type of weapons, we're going to have military training, but we have to deal with the intelligence gathering problem.
Mhm.
Which means that we have to deal with the question of Catholicism and this question of voluntary, happy confessions.
Mhm. Mhm.
Right? Most confessions are done under duress. In
Yeah.
Catholicism,
Yeah.
people are trained to happily confess.
You say anything and everything, you know. My own
Yeah.
experience, I'm going off
Of
with now.
course.
Yeah.
Of course.
Yes. Uh-huh.
So you could not have had the Haitian Revolution in a land of sincere African Catholics,
Right.
because the military campaign would have never worked.
Mm. Mm.
These
All right, I see a lot of comments in the chat. Jose echoing what was said in the video. He says you can Catholicize anybody, and he says how though. Nama X says amen. Erase anything related to the European Asian books. Triggabi 262 says you don't get the Haitian Revolution with Abrahamic religions or atheism. Full stop. He says this also shows you that war isn't just guns. It's a holistic nation affair. Culture, religion, philosophy, or psychology plays crucial points in how soldiers fight. Nama X says the earliest evidence for the adoption of Christian religious practice in the area of the modern day Democratic Republic of Congo dates to the late 15th century. Triggabi 262 says American soldiers believe in the divine right for America to exist. Jihadists believe in Islam to exist. With that said, let's start off with Kyle Ezekiel. What say you to what you just saw?
So I'm not an atheist. I'm agnostic, but I'm not an atheist. But with that said, I agree that the Haitian Revolution wouldn't have happened without those African spiritual beliefs that pushed them to want to rebel. And there was a level of organization that was involved, not just where the revolt started, but among all the other plantations in that area, the way they coordinate the attacks, work together. They dealt with people who would infiltrate, and the snitches, those who were going to tell. So when you look at the slave revolts that happened in the United States, none of them ever reached that size. I think Nat Turner maybe had 60 people. Um, the German Coast Rebellion in Louisiana had a couple hundred. So I don't think any slave revolt that happened in the United States, within the borders of the United States, that is, was successful But plus there was a numerical disadvantage, whereas in Haiti, the Africans were the majority, whereas the U.S. that wasn't the case. But also too, they kept their culture intact in a way that African people in the U.S. just were not able to do. They couldn't beat drums. They couldn't celebrate their festivals or their gods. You could have your tongue torn out for praying to your deity in America. So I think that does have a large part to play in why the Haitian Revolution, well, the initial revolution was successful. Now, the only thing is that the French come back in 1825 and they force Haiti to pay for the cost of their freedom. So while the revolution itself was successful, just kind of wondering how come the spiritual systems weren't in place to kind of counteract them being almost, I won't say re-enslaved, but forcing them to pay reparations to France. Just a question on that. But good topic though, and I agree that without those Vodun, it would have never occurred.
Thank you for that, Carl. Let's hear from Real Black Gentleman.
To the best of my knowledge, like, I mean, Vodou isn't like pure African, but it's what wound up happening is that they hacked the Catholicism that they put in us, and basically like added in as much of the African in it, and they just like took the theology and just they hacked it, and that's what you know what I'm saying? That's basically what black people did in this country. You know what I'm saying? That's what Nat Turner did. Nat Turner was like basically, he took the Bible. He was a preacher. He was like, what was the saying? He who saveth a man, and he who has that man in his hand shall surely be put to death. I mean, that's what Nat Turner was on. He was a preacher. You know what I'm saying? And he took the Bible. That's real liberation theology. That's real. That's like, look, you know good and well, we don't deserve to be in this situation. And your book is saying what it is. It's like, that's why they didn't want black people to read, because like they're going to use, the word, you know what I'm saying? Spitting on them. I mean, they're going to see, that's my thing. It's like, I get it. It's like, it's all, and then how do I say it? It's just liberation theology. It's just, you can call it, you can give it a name, but it worked. It's like they won the war, which was essential. I mean, they didn't quite win the peace. That's that put Haiti in a situation and winding up having to pay. You know what I'm saying? And then just the whole the Dominican Republic issue. We're talking about Haiti being free. It's only free on part of the island. What about the rest of the island? You know what I'm saying? I think that gets lost in lost in the whole Haiti independence thing, because it's like, I mean, there's a whole other side of the island. It's like, why didn't Haiti get the whole island? That's part of why Haiti wasn't as free as it could be, because there's pressures from within and from without, and let alone a naval, blockade. You know what I'm saying? They're on the island. How are they going to get off? You know what I'm saying? Like, build a boat. You know what I'm saying? It's like it's things like that where, you know what I'm saying? It's like you always give the Haitians their ups for organizing. Is understanding why that they were made. You know what I'm saying? That's that whole, again, like I said again, that whole, why is the Dominican Republic not in Haiti, two different countries? Why have they not? Because, I mean, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, you have to like use the religion as far as, you know what I'm saying, what dude said as far as like Catholicism making you like, you know what I'm saying, go to the confessions, like that's the whole thing. It's like, it's all spookism. It's like, man, you afraid of something, and you have to tell someone like what you're seeing, and because it's like, it's funny how like God is like invisible and all seeing and all knowing and is invisible, but then it's like you have to talk about, you know what I'm saying, everything and describe it. It's stupid. I don't know. I'm a pass.
Thank you for that, RBG. Let's hear from Tanzan. Tan, what say you?
I would say that yes, there was definitely a spiritual component, even if whether one believes in it or not, or one is agnostic about it. But the mentality aspect of it is important in the morale of people who are going against any kind of, whether it's a sports match, war, or any kind of competition or confrontation. So even in terms of lifting the spirits, metaphorically, of the men or the people who are going into, such situation, altercation, it's going to be a positive one way or another. So I think that, yes, you need something that unified the people, that gave them a sense of purpose and dignity, and more importantly, that was their own. I think that was the most important part, that it was their own, creation. It was not something that they took from somebody else, and that gave them that push, to see things through. I know that afterwards, yes, as someone said, they didn't keep the peace, but for that time, it worked in rallying them together towards a common goal. So yes, it was definitely a morale booster. It was something that it was a big component, I would think, of why the reasons why they were. Not that other people did not believe in themselves. I'm sure that there have been many revolts and rebellions, otherwise, but I think it just gave them this fearlessness and this courage to go into war and actually, show a certain kind of fearful courage to their opponents. The other thing I would say is that, you need to maintain that kind of spirit. You cannot just have it, as a spark and then, you go back to normal. It's something that has to be maintained. And maybe that is one of the reasons why it did not spread as much. And I know there were outside forces, so I'm not all the way knowledgeable on it. I only have an idea. As for atheism, that's not going to work either, because it's really like a negative idea, and people don't really they don't really unify, or they don't get behind rally behind something that is a non-entity. So that may be a personal choice that someone makes, but it's not really grounds for creating this general feeling and inspiration. So yes, I would definitely say that it would not have worked. I wish they would have done more. I wish they would have pursued it more and maintained it. But yeah, it was definitely a factor. And another reason too is that when you see how much it was, they tried to suppress it or badmouth it or warn people against it and so on. Even if we're not fully aware of the power, there's something there that they were afraid of the people knowing or practicing. So yes, I'll end there.
I appreciate that. And Buana, you heard everything, everyone. No, actually, no. Let's go to Azuli. Azuli's back. Azuli, what say you to this?
I don't know what to say about this. Anytime you are indoctrinated into another person's religion, who's trying to enslave you, who's trying to destroy you, hey, you're in trouble. Only thing is nowadays they find a way to turn the African spirituality or the indigenous people's spirituality against each other. They don't use it for freedom like they claim. They say they used it during the revolution. And to say that, I don't know if if Toussaint and these soldiers that were in the French army who revolted, I don't know if they viewed voodoo as a weapon. I think it was the roots, the regular Haitians, the slave that you really used it. Because I have never heard, but I did hear Dessalines. I have to make that research. Were these leaders involved in the voodoo, or were they just fighting and praying to Jesus at the same time? So, but I know like they said, the Wakaima ceremony, which was numerous ceremony. It's not just one ceremony, but that's the one that everybody want to highlight. So, but the question is, how come? One question I want to, how come? Well, I'm not saying how come, but other, how come they only use the African spirituality when they would talk about the Haitian Revolution? What about these other revolution, these other rebellion that happened in these other on the Caribbean or even in Africa? Did they not use African spirituality? So did on the continent? So y'all were fighting colonialism. Like, did the what were you using to fight? Were you just using yourself and your own weapons and Christianity to fight them? So
Logic
I don't
and
know.
reason.
What?
Logic and reason. I'm joking. Sorry.
Okay, I'm just trying to understand. These are the fight. What did they use? Obviously nowadays, if you don't tap in, I think you got to tap it into that quote unquote black magic because the way it's looking now, they have everything in control, under their fingers. So I don't know.
All right, Uzuli. Buana, you heard everything everyone had to say. What say you?
Okay, so there are several things here. Several things here. So let's first start with Haiti. So they in a war, would the ranking would generals and leaders of any army would they tell their rank and file soldiers may not necessarily fall in line with what they personally believe, but they have to create the imagery or symbolisms to cause a man to believe in something so strong that he is willing to put himself at harm or at risk, you know what I mean, to fight for whose ever interest that they do that they wish, the leaders and the rank and file. So it would have behooved them, you know, the Haitian leaders to give the violation to really believe in, understanding what they would have to fight up against. So African spirituality, of course, would have been a good thing to use, and I think it was very brilliant of them. However, the war for Haiti's independence wasn't won, even though they had a strong belief system, and which is very important. You know, to cause men to go out there to possibly give their lives. Many of them did give their lives, but I believe that Haiti was won not only through belief but through actions as well. And it is said, and Azuli could correct me on this, that one of the generals, I think his mother was a Dahomey warrior. You know, these people would have understood tactish being a tactic, you know, how to go out and things like these things. Strategy won the independence of Haiti. You know what I mean? Being tactical won the independence of Haiti, not necessarily the belief, but belief is important, and I would not take that away, not take that away at all. But when you say that African revolutions wouldn't necessarily be won with African spirituality, then I have an issue with that because you know I am reminded of people like Samora Machel, who was a complete Marxist in Angola, and they was able to displace their enemies in Angola, and they were Marxists. They were Marxists. What's the other guy? Mugabe. Mugabe was a Catholic, you know, and many of the members of the ZANU PF was Marxists as well, and they was able to displace the Boers in South Africa. So there's different complexities that goes into these kinds of winning wars and not having the ability to win wars, what people actually believe in and what they don't necessarily believe in. We are talking about a specific time in a specific situation, and you have to bring context to certain things. And like I say, on the African continent, you have people who was complete Marxists, but they was able to overthrow their enemies in in Africa as well, and create revolutions where they was able to. What do you say to those people over there? You know, so there's complexity to the conversation and historical complexity to the conversation. So I wouldn't just pin it just on African spirituality winning the war. But I do know that even in parts of Africa, with the rank and file soldiers, what they tell some of the soldiers is they give them like a ceremony and things like that, and cause many of the soldiers to believe that they are impervious to bullets. You know what I mean? They hit or they'll become invisible and shit like that. They tell rank and file soldiers many kinds of things to make them to actually go out there and perform a physical act. And the physical act is something that really wins wars. Though belief is important as well. Belief is very important. But the physical act have to be carried out, because belief don't only win wars, brother. The physical act as well is win wars. So I'll leave it there.
I think you got it confused. I think you got it confused. You don't understand voodoo, or you don't understand tapping into the energy. When you tap in, according to voodooism or voodooists, when you tap in the energy, you call the energy upon your body, and your body does the work. We are not saying it's not. What are you talking about? Belief. When the soldiers, I don't know if anybody has ever been to a ceremony or whatnot. If you call on to certain spirit and they enter your body, of course, your body's gonna be doing the action. But I don't understand what you mean by belief. These African, I mean, I'm going by what they say about the revolution. And these people call these ancestors to get into them. It was helping them. It was like tapping into a different energy to do the fight. But they did the fighting. We're not talking about no spookyism there. So, and again, you're talking about Marxism. First of all, let's stop lying saying talk about these people overthrew. They were given their independence. All these African countries. Stop saying that. I'm not saying that there was not any fighting, any this and that. Yes, they fought, but at the end of the day, those colonial powers gave them their independence, as opposed to what they say happened in Haiti. So, for people who keep saying it's a belief or whatever, it's just like when you see Christian people speaking tongues. In their mind, when you ask them, they don't know what happened. It's a spirit that you call into the body to help the body complete the task. It's not that they believe and then the spirit do the task for them. That's what I wanted to say.
So my question becomes, if you have the spirit, Mami Wata, if you have this the lowers, if they take on, your physical body, you know what I mean, and maybe I'm explaining it wrong, and if I shoot you with a gun, what are you saying is gonna happen? You think that they're gonna be impervious to being harmed by that gun or that I shoot you with? That's the first question I have to ask. The second thing is, anyone look up the Battle of Quito Carnival inside Angola, and you would see that no one was given independence in Angola. They fought for their independence, and many African Angolans died. Not only African Angolans, but many Black Cubans died in Angola. Nobody gave them their independence. They actually fought for their independence. This is a historical fact. But that's the question I have for you in terms of the spirit, being imparted, being one with the body, and then being impervious to any kind of harm. Is that what you're suggesting to me?
Azuli.
It's exactly what I'm suggesting. It's exactly what I'm suggesting. It's not exactly what I'm suggesting. It's exactly what they tell, what people who practice that hardcore tell you. So how do you know the people in Angola were not calling on ancestors? How do you know that?
What I'm saying is
no. But how do you know that? How do you come up with that and say, oh, they weren't? How do you know that?
No. But what I'm telling you is the leadership in Angola, because I'm talking about the leadership in Angola. The leadership in Angola were Marxists. That's what I'm saying. This is a historical fact. We don't have to be back and forth about it. Maybe the rank and file people did in fact have their own version of African spirituality, but that war was led by Marxists. You know what I mean? But needless to say, if you are telling me that because like you say, if you're saying that I am right about that the Africans on the continent and the Africans in Haiti, they are given this idea, or they believe in this idea, that if they was to like be one with the gods or whatever, they would not be able to be harmed by guns or bullets and things of that nature. That's where your brothers lose me. That's where your brothers lose me. Unless you could show me, because maybe I'm too much a materialist. You know what I mean? I have to see that a man could be shot with a 45, and because he have the gods being one with him or whatever, he would be impervious for me shooting him and him being harmed. I have to see that. I really have to see that.
Have you seen people walk on glass?
I seen video clips where people chew glass and shit like that and be unharmed. And I've heard many stories. I live in the Caribbean, brother. You know, I heard many
So how you
different kinds
asking
of
me
stories.
if that could happen, why can't a bullet be happen?
No, listen.
If that could happen, why can't that happen?
All I'm saying is, show me it. If it happens, sure. Show me it though. Show me it though. I need to see it for my own eyes. Maybe I'm a doubting Thomas, and I have to see it actually happen, not hearing from third and fourth party sources.
Hey, can I say something? I mean, I can believe that back in like those times, like bullets weren't that like accurate or powerful. When people talk about dodging bullets, like those muskets weren't that powerful. It's like momentum, like, you know what I'm saying, in sports. You know what I'm saying? I was always taught playing football, when you play hard and run hard, you don't get hurt. It's when you go at half speed and the other guy is going at full speed is when you get hurt. When you're going in battle against, half-ass bullets, you better run hard. If you run hard enough against a half-ass bullet, it's not going to penetrate you. Bottom line. That's what I think I was really trying to say. Back in those times, got to keep it in perspective. That's all I wanted to say.
So even though that they a bullet, a musket at the time, even though I could buy the argument that the musket bullets wasn't as powerful. But we ain't all only dealing with muskets. We dealing with swords as well. So if I try to run you through with one of the swords that I would have, because you had the spirit inside you, you would be impervious from your stab wounds as well. These are the kinds of the conversations on where the conversation goes when we have these kinds of discussions. So now I'm asking, me personally, maybe y'all could say I'm atheistic, I'm not. But I have to, maybe I'm a doubting Thomas. And like I say, I live in the Caribbean. I hear many kinds of stories, but I have to be a witness to what's actually happening and not just hearing some third party evidence. They see these kinds of things happening or whatever, because we in the Caribbean, there are many kinds of stories, brother. Many kinds of stories. I just personally have to witness it myself.
I want to add that one of the things I was toying with at the top of the show, I was telling you guys I want to do something a little shorter, well, a much shorter form during the week. What should I do? And actually, one of the thoughts that's been in the back of my mind is doing a ceremony or doing several types of ceremonies. Haitian voodoo, hoodoo, and others from the continent, right? So if you guys know people who I can have on to give us an episode of just breaking it down, an episode or two of just breaking down the science of these ceremonies, right? And then has the ability to then perform a ceremony with us in attendance. That's something I'd like to do. I think we got to be a little bit more proactive about the spirituality thing, to turn agnostics into believers. I think we have to be a little bit more serious about that. Does anyone else want to comment here? All right, let's go to Shooter Breeze topic number 8.
No, I won't comment, man. I won't comment, man. I won't comment, man. One of the things I studied slavery in the Caribbean is that you had a lot of mambos, or spiritual women, right? one of the things that they used to do is they used to be cooks for their slave masters, and many of the people who were their observants, they used to see them as all very, very powerful people. I wish it was because of African spirituality and things that they was perceived having the ability to do. Okay, and even causing some of their masters to die. But when you look at some of the historical references and notes, they used to kill a lot of their masters by grinding up glass into almost like a powdery like form and putting it into their foods. So internally, that master will bleed out. You know what I mean? Now, someone who don't understand what's going on, watching that from a distance, they'll attribute all power to that mambo, not understanding that she ain't just pray that the gods would kill the master. She actively would have done something to cause his death. You know what I mean? So, like I say, man, I understand the spirituality element, but I don't dismiss the thinking, the logical, and the reasoning element as well. I don't just displace that for the supernatural. But that's just me. Just me.
All right. Let's go to Should Be Stopper number 8. Should Be Stopper number 8 tonight. Black people agents against their own prosperity. This takes us to Twitter again. Takes us to a tweet. Hold on a second. Takes us to a tweet from Combate. Maduro, China is giving strong signals that it is possible to be a great power without being an imperialistic power, while extending hands of cooperation. The 21st century is witnessing one of the greatest civilizational transformations in 7,000 years. This came with a video. It's a 2-minute video. Let's watch it, then we'll discuss it.
Señales contundentes de que se puede ser una gran potencia sin ser una potencia imperialista. De que se puede ser una gran potencia extendiendo las manos para la cooperación, para la solidaridad, para el trabajo compartido a todos los pueblos del mundo sin importar su tamaño, su color. El siglo XXI está siendo testigo de una de las transformaciones civilizatorias más grandes en 7.000 años. Si revisamos la historia de la humanidad en 7.000 años, es la historia de un imperio sustituyendo a otro imperio. Es la historia de la conquista, de la dominación. Es la historia del colonialismo en sus distintas expresiones. Es la historia del esclavismo en sus distintas expresiones, que ha visto a la humanidad por lo menos en los últimos 7.000 años. Imperialismo, colonialismo, esclavismo, y que cada potencia que así surgió, excepto la Unión Soviética, cada potencia en 7.000 años quiso sustituir los espacios y los territorios para dominar a los pueblos, para someter y esclavizar a los pueblos. Y el siglo XXI está siendo testigo de uno de los cambios civilizatorios más contundentes, más auspiciosos y más importantes, con el surgimiento de la China milenaria como gran potencia política, militar, diplomática y económica del siglo XXI que apenas está despuntando.
Very interesting. Very interesting. Very interesting. These conversations different people are having, right? And the question is, who's tuning into these conversations? Because I'm sure that we have similar conversations in so-called black countries, but who's tuning into those conversations? That's something that the average one of us needs to want to resolve too. This idea that you don't even take this stuff in yourself personally. Like, that's an interesting setup right there. That guy is talking some shit, and you have to wonder who's really the audience for what he's talking about. It is very interesting. Tanzan, black people agents against their own prosperity.
Well, sometimes knowingly, sometimes not. But I did miss a bit of what he was saying. I know Nama tried to translate a bit, but we might have missed the translation at the bottom. So I didn't get everything that he was saying. I think Nama said it's something to do with extending your arms of cooperation. So if it's in those terms, then I would say, seek all your opportunity, don't turn anything down, especially if you have a bargaining power. And if somebody brings you a different alternative, then yeah, use that to bargain, use that as a chip and as a leverage. But if someone knows more about what they were saying, maybe they can also inform us. But yeah, I think that was the question. But yeah, I'm not sure if that was how it was framed.
Yeah, when that happens, you guys should speak up. I was looking at the video from the YouTube page. So I didn't notice. I saw the closed captioning. It was in red and white. It was in red and white letters. But when that happens, you guys got to say something. If you can't see.
Sorry about that.
Yeah. But basically, he was kind of blowing China, kind of like, one of those. To me, it's kind of like a puff piece, I guess, to get his people ingratiated with them.
Mm-hmm.
But he's basically saying how they are the next power, they're the next empire, and they did it not using the same ways that others have done in the past. And I guess that's what the prompt is tying into, is that you can ally with China, right? Mm-hmm. Get the benefits of what they're doing for soft power, and benefit for your people off of it, and not worry about them doing the same thing to you that previous folks did when they had those alliances.
Mm-hmm.
IMF fund and World Bank and all this old shit. So that's what I think the person is getting at with the prompt. And that's what the guy was talking about. The guy was really talking about the virtues of the next empire, China.
Okay. Yeah, so I think it's just a matter of positioning, leverage, negotiation, and understanding, the new rules to the game, being ahead of it instead of being caught, by surprise. So if we really learn how to play the game, know what our strengths, weaknesses, what we can actually provide, what we can demand, also negotiating as a team instead of individual countries. So yeah. I'll end with that.
I appreciate that, Tan. Let's hear from Mazuli. Mazuli, what say you?
I don't know, because I couldn't read the stuff number. All I heard was Spanish. But at the end of the day, this man, I don't know how if he means it. I know when people do that, it's usually their family and their friends who's going to benefit, and the people are still going to suffer. So all these men are cowards, man. Cowards, just trading. They don't even know what China's going to do. They don't even know if it's going to be. It might be pleasant now. Well, let's see 50 years from now. So I don't know, man. These men, a bunch of these men are weak, man. We all weak, man. So I don't really have anything to say.
In the chat, Hashtag Podcast said most of this rhetoric simply reactions against the West. U.S. is done. You're seeing a shift in power. You can position yourself to gain power after the smoke clears, or you can be a victim. Now, my ex agrees with that. Trigger Happy wants to know what we think of multi polarity. Before that, though, Nama X said something I want to read. Yeah, he said, "Oh, trust me, I'm consuming this information." For some reason I missed it. He says he's consuming this information, this news weekly. So that's good to hear, because I wonder. Now that's good to hear from Nama X, but I wonder, what's the demographics of the people who are really paying attention? Who that guy's audience is, who he's being transmitted to directly. Like I wonder how much are in that at all. Yeah. So who did I hear from this? Now that was Azuli. Let me hear from Carl next.
So this is a reaction to the United States losing its dominance in the world. So now China is stepping in to become the world's new leader. That's what it appears to me. And there was a humanitarian crisis in Yemen that was resolved by the Chinese. So the United States, with Saudi Arabia, with the help of United States weaponry, was basically funding a humanitarian crisis in Yemen, and the Chinese helped negotiate a peace. So the United States doesn't like that. So China is taking steps on the world stage to become the new global leader. Its economy is due to surpass the United States soon. That's why there's a lot of saber rattling and talks of war with China. That's why there's a lot of fear mongering towards China, because China is going to be the next global leader, and the U.S. does not want to lose its position. So, since the fall of the Soviet Union in the 1990s, the United States has been the world's only superpower, and that is a situation they want to continue for all eternity. That's not going to happen. So the Chinese are building, bases, and they're trying to become more diplomatic without, the tactics that the United States uses: overthrowing governments, killing people, assassinations, none of that. Not to say the Chinese are necessarily the good guys in this, but they're even the deals the Chinese are making with African nations, they tend to be more, I don't know, fair. They're not taking advantage of them the way the Europeans are. So the United States is undergoing a change. They're no longer going to be the world's only superpower, and we have a world where there's multiple superpowers, and that is not going over well. And they recently did a article I read that the United States is missed its recruiting goals for the U.S. military. So a lot of young people who are leaving high school aren't fit for military service. So it's a mess right now. I personally, I don't see a problem with that. I believe that a multipolarity world is better for everybody. We don't need one country ruling and dominating everybody. But I think African people need to organize ourselves, because we don't want to be the continual underdogs. Whether the Chinese are better than the Westerners isn't really the point. We need to be able to determine our own actions and determine our own political goals and where our resources are going to be used for the betterment of our people. All right. So thank you so much, Kuka.
I appreciate that, Carl. Did I hear from Real Black Gentleman on this one yet?
No, I haven't spoken yet.
Go ahead, Real Black Gentleman.
Let's see. I mean, as far as the answer to the question, I mean, I mean, it's a mix. I mean, it's a mixed bag. I mean, I don't think that. I mean, there are some black people, some black leaders who have no sense of innovation. You know, from an outside perspective. I mean, it's like their countries aren't known for like really doing big things. I mean, as far as like against our own prosperity, again, I'm not saying it's the people. I would never say it's like the masses, just because there's too much innovation that goes on just on a day-to-day basis, just trying to like get ahead, and you know what I'm saying, just trying to, you know what I'm saying, build a better plow, just trying to get better yield, just trying to get something better. I mean, Dan Goatee's, you know what I'm saying, he's trying to bubble up and do what he's doing for better or worse. You know what I'm saying? In Nigeria, it's people's trying to be industrious. So it's like it's just a matter of true. I mean, I think that it's difficult because if I'm thinking about the world, I mean, I think that you have to you really want to make sure that you have a strong like base. I think Africa can't do it in its fractured like state. I mean, China is a very large country geographically. I mean, Russia the biggest country. United States is the third biggest. You know what I'm saying? These are big countries. You know what I'm saying? Even Brazil's the fourth biggest country in the world, I think. Maybe it's the fifth. It's like the fifth biggest country in the world. Brazil's the fifth biggest country in the world. You know what I'm saying? Like these are huge countries with huge resources. You know what I'm saying? The gather and the do stuff. Africa doesn't have that. And until Africa, you know what I'm saying, nuts up and says like, I want to be a part of a huge landmass on its face, with no bones about that, and get all the internal contradictions apart. We're always going to be looking at other countries to try to facilitate that. I mean, if you have a big country, you don't have to worry about taxations and borders and red tape between countries and all that. That's part of, you know what I'm saying, the whole colonial thing is just like it's sad because I mean, if there's, you know what I'm saying, if you want to build a car, you need rubber, you need steel, you know what I'm saying, you need oil. And if one country has all the rubber and one country has all the iron, I mean, come on, why can't it just be one country between those two so you can actually make a car, a really important thing? You know what I'm saying? At this point, like whatever, that's just where I'm at. I mean, I don't like the idea of China will say things like, well, we're trying to like respect people's national sovereignty when, China knows full and well that that national sovereignty was basically concretized by Europe. I mean, even China sends all it, you know what I'm saying? China learned from the Europeans. You know what I'm saying? All the peoples around the world send all the people the best schools in the United States and in Europe. They did that. That's the whole playbook. That's what African students do. You know what I'm saying? That the rich Africans send their students all across the world to learn from white folks. And until, you know what I'm saying, African leaders, you know what I'm saying, can have some pride and actually like have education, like just not really like not trying to have money for the sake of having more money than the next guy, and have a, really, I mean, truly have a culture of like making sure that, I mean, if you truly like invest your money into active things, you will get your returns on your investment. You might not have actual cash, which I think, you know what I'm saying, a lot of African nations have. You know, people have a lot of cash and they're not doing that with the cash. I'm a yield.
Appreciate that. Do we have from Tanzania on this one? Maybe Tan stepped away.
Yes, I did earlier.
All right. That'll take us to Bwana Hagaziki. What say you?
Yeah, so from what I could tell from this video and what's going on in global and international politics is that the world is shifting. You see a global power shift that's occurring right now. And where there is instability, where there is a moment of weakness, there's also a grand scale opportunity, in particular for Black people worldwide, where you have instability and uncertainty. I think that we should take a opportunity in this moment to look out in the world and find out where we could use our skills, where we could use our finances, or we could use our energy to benefit in this time of instability, because power is shifting. In terms of China is going to gather a lot of their power and resources from Africa. They're not going to get it from China. They're going to get it from Africa. This is the reason why they're going into Africa. So if they are going to become the superpower, one of the superpowers in this world, by getting the minerals and resources out of Africa, so should we. We should stake our claim while it's early. And if anyone think that we're going to replace white imperialism with yellow imperialism, and I'm good with that, listen to the speeches from Dr. Amos Wilson, and when he Asian imperialism in the 21st century, spoke about it extensively, I believe. And I think that we should be abreast of these kinds of things, because it's not going to look nice in terms of what's going to happen to black people, because the Chinese ain't too nice with their own people. Ain't too nice with their own people. So what do you think they're going to be with our people on this planet? So I think that we should look around the world and take our own opportunities where we can find these kinds of things right now in the world, since there's an opportunity that is availing itself. We can't just sit back and predict, okay, well, the yellow peril is going to come over and just take over, and we just sit back and just watch this happen while we stand to the sidelines and not participate and try to stake our own claim. I think it's an opportunity, and I think that we should take these kinds of opportunities where they exist in the world. And it's because if America is open for business to the yellow folks of the world, they should be open to the business to their children. Their children globally and worldwide. And some of the children who have money, who have resources, who have the ability to advance their society as well. So I think that we should really look into take our own as well to gain power, because these are power moves that's being made. And I don't think that we should just be left out of the equation because we, are ready to fold our hands and shrug our shoulders and say it'll never happen. I don't believe that. I think that we should take our opportunities where we can find them.
How are you going to make power move in your week? With what? So you could scrape for bones? So you could scrape for bones and crumbs the same way you were scraping for crumbs and crumbs?
Good. So let me answer that. So I am weak by myself financially, but I'm weak with 10 men. 10 men with the ability to put their finances and resources together. You asked me a question, let me answer your question.
Let's talk about real tangible things that
I am telling you. You asked me a question, let me answer your question. You asked me a question, let me answer your question. So you say, this is what you say. You say how I could do something when I by myself am weak. I know millionaires in this country. I just ain't sell them the idea of looking in other places of the world you know how much people come to me and say, give me an idea that I could put my money behind. People have come to me and young men have come to me and told me that with money and means. You know what I mean? So, like I say, man, where we are is where we are. We just look at things differently. And I respect your position and I respect your opinion. But for me, I'm going to try to do something different. That's all I'm saying, brother. That's it.
Shout out to Gas him up in the chat trolling. Shout out to Gas. Shout out to D-Web from the Harsh Reality Podcast out there. Having a conversation with Trigger Happy 262. Does anyone want to add anything else to this prompt? If not, let's go to Shooter Breeze topic number 9 tonight. Shooter Breeze topic number 9 says the decline of the U.S. dollar, kind of building off of the previous prompt as well.
Told you that China started buying Saudi oil in their own denomination. I think it was pronounced yuan. Now that's from March of last year, and it's going to accelerate the death of the petrodollar. Now I don't want to explain to you what that is again, but I will. All right, here we go. So Saudi Arabia won't sell oil. If you want to buy oil from Saudi Arabia, you have to convert your currency into U.S. dollars. And what that does is then everybody in the world has to have U.S. dollars on hand in case they have to buy oil. And that props up our U.S. dollar. That's why our U.S. dollar is the reserve currency of the world. Why does Saudi Arabia do that? Because we promised them the use of our military if they do that. And that's why we're helping commit a genocide in Yemen. So that's what the petrodollar is, right? And so now, because Joe Biden and the NATO are antagonizing everybody else in the world, not only Russia, not only China, not only Venezuela, not only places like that, but also all of Europe is getting pretty sick of our shit also, because they're the one paying the price for us blowing up Nord Stream pipeline and killing their economy. So right now, Saudi Arabia starting to sell oil in, is that yuan? Is that how you say it? Which is bad news for American economy.
Well, that's why we can just print money like assholes, because
of this.
Yeah.
So Russia says China will start paying for gas in rubles and yuan. That's September 6th. Hang on. Saudi Arabia is set to join anti-Western bloc with China and Russia.
Wait, we helped them commit that genocide.
March 29th. I know. Hey, we helped you commit a genocide in Yemen. Why aren't you our friends? The kingdom's cabinet seeks full membership of the Shanghai Cooperation Organization as the U.S. disengages with the Middle East. What? You want to see? That's Putin, and that's the guy running Saudi Arabia. They seem pretty chummy. I wish they would show Trudeau sitting next to him. Remember when that happened? Now what's going on? Iran and Saudi Arabia will normalize ties under agreement brokered by China. Saudi Arabia and Syria close to resuming ties in a Russia brokered talks. So China and Russia are now the leaders in the Middle East. And what are they doing? Are they bombing? No, they're bringing peace. You don't think the world sees that? The world sees that. You know, the number one country that that the world fears every time they do this survey? The United States. Why? Because we're blowing up the goddamn whole world. That's why we did Iraq, we did Syria, we did Libya, did Afghanistan for 20 years. We're now doing Ukraine, doing Yemen, doing Somalia, Ethiopia, the Sudan. That's what we're doing.
Not to mention the countries we screw up. Like, for example, Libya. I didn't know we screwed up like 4 other countries around Libya because of that, because of killing him.
Yeah,
it destabilized
the whole region.
Yeah.
And so now China and Brazil have reached a deal to trade in their own currencies, ditching the U.S. dollar as an intermediary. So now all other countries used to trade using U.S. dollars because everybody had to have them to buy oil. So it just was more convenient for everybody. But now, because the United States are such such maniacs, how about that?
Hegemaniacs?
Such imperialistic maniacs. This is what they said Trump was going to do. Trump was going to make the rest of the countries, even our allies, hate us and work against us. That's exactly what's happening now. There are new economic power centers joining it to oppose us. This is what they said Trump was going to do.
Which is more effective than bombing, by the way.
Yes.
It works for us, all that all that currency manipulation.
China and Brazil have reached a deal to trade in their own. And you know how people try to make it sound bad that China's doing their Belt and Road Initiative?
Mm-hmm. Oh, in Africa? Yeah, how terrible that is.
Why don't they just bomb them? Why would they give them money for stuff?
They're just doing the thing we do with the IMF, those monsters.
China and Brazil have reached a deal to trade in their own currencies, ditching the U.S. dollar. The expectation is that this will reduce costs, promote even greater bilateral trade, and facilitate investment. China is Brazil's biggest trading partner with a record $150.5 billion in bilateral trade last year. Really? Today, as well, Saudi Arabia has joined a China-led security bloc. A China-led security bloc. That's the end of it. And trade alliance with China, Russia, India, Pakistan, and others. Saudi Arabia's cabinet on Tuesday approved a memorandum awarding Riyadh the status of dialogue partner in the Shanghai Cooperation Organization. The SCO is a political security and trade alliance that lists China, Russia, India, Pakistan, and 4 other Central Asian nations as members. Beijing is Riyadh's largest trading partner, with bilateral trade worth $87.3 billion in 2021. Okay. And I think it's safe and impartial to say at this point that Biden and his team are being significantly outmaneuvered in their foreign policy. Boy, is that the understatement of the year so far.
We got Russia right where we want them.
Their economy is stronger than ever. Their influence in the world is greater than ever. We're seen as the terrorists, and they're seen as the peacemakers. Holy shit. This is, again, if every nightmare you had about Trump's foreign policy were to come true, it would be now. Except it's all being done by Biden and the neocons running his administration.
And also, Biden did most of the Trump things.
Of course.
None of the, like, any of the good ones, any of them promised. All the stuff that you said you hated and more.
Go to jimmydore.com to see my new stand-up special, COVID Lies Are Funny. For only $10, you get to become a premium member, too. And come see us do our...
All right, Jimmy Dore. I see you guys really like your Jimmy Dore. I have a cousin who listens to Jimmy Dore. I find that so kind of strange. Real Black Gentleman, the decline of the U.S. dollar. What did you see in that Jimmy Dore video?
I wasn't really paying attention. I was thinking about the Gucci lyrics for Bricks, right? But I mean, again, like, you know what I'm saying, not having too much sway in, like, you know, hard geoeconomics. You know, black people are at the whims of, you know what I'm saying, powers that are, you know what I'm saying, more dominant than us. So again, all we can do is pay attention and make sure that if, you know, people talk about, oh, the dollar falling, when you're in the United States, you don't want to be in the middle of something when it's falling. So, like, people, I don't get glee off of hearing that. I mean, yo, like, you got to think about this with a sense. Like, you don't want the United States to fall on you, black. You don't want that to happen. You don't want that to happen at all. Like, so, like, just be careful about, you know, when people talk about, you know what I'm saying, you know, I don't want to, you know, use too much little figures of speech, you know, the devil you know versus the devil you don't. It's just like the United States does this, you know what I'm saying, to itself. So knowing that, just make sure that, you know what I'm saying, if things go left, just that's all I can say is that, you know what I'm saying, make sure the United States ain't falling right on you. You know what I'm saying? That's basically all I got to say.
Real Black Gentleman, Nama X in the chat says, why not? Real Black Gentleman, are you going to respond or no? All right. I guess not. Who do I need to go to next? Tan. What say you? The decline of the U.S. dollar. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Coco.
I can hear you fine.
Okay, so is Tan there or no?
She probably went to do something.
Yeah, I guess Tan's not there. Carl, what say you?
I mean, if the decline of the U.S. dollar means the decline of the U.S. empire, then I'm all for it. The United States has, like I was saying in the last prompt, and I'm saying in this prompt, that U.S. imperialism has caused untold misery and suffering across the world. So no empire lasts forever. Eventually, all empires fall, and that's just what's happening in this case. Because so many of us have lived our entire lives in which the United States is the world's only superpower. It's kind of hard to imagine that this won't be happening. But when we think about so many of the wars, like they were just talking about what's going on in Yemen, what's happening in Palestine, what's happening in the Caribbean, in Latin America, and in the Middle East, and all of these wars are either done in part by the United States or either they're funded by the United States. So a decline in U.S. power, the collapse of the dollar, shit, bring it. We need. If anything, I'm hoping that the empire will contract. So there's over 800 military bases around the world that done by the United States. So there's bases all in Japan, in Germany, Thailand, the Philippines, in Africa, thanks to Obama. Thanks, Obama. So if we can see the empire contract, if we can see America have less money to spend on bombing poor people into submission in the Middle East, to killing, you sending drones to blow up weddings. I'm all for that. I'm all for that. You know, uh, a multipolar world, I think, is good for everybody, and I think that African people need to stake our claim. We need to, like again, I was saying before, we need to be a part of this poll. We can't just be the world's grocery store where they come by us and steal our shit and pay us scraps for it. So no, so I think that if it's going to be a place where we can break away from U.S. global domination, and I'm not saying go with China, but we need to chart our own path. And I think Jimmy Dore, I'm not too familiar with Jimmy Dore. I don't listen to him too much, but I just think that they're saying it's horrible and everything's happening under Biden. It was going to happen no matter who was president. It really was. I think that had it been Trump, it was going to happen. Had it been, whoever was going to win, Clinton, if Hillary Clinton would have won, it would have been happening under Hillary. So eventually, the empire has to contract. And I think that's a good thing. I think that if these other countries are going with the Chinese yuan and the whatever rubles they do in China, they're going with these currencies because the United States is just completely unbalanced in how they manage the economy. And if you don't do what they ask you to do, or if you say something they don't like, they can sanction you. So where you don't have access to the medical care your people need. Countries like Venezuela can't get insulin. Countries like Cuba couldn't get ventilators during COVID. Just had an earthquake in Syria, but because of the U.S. sanctions, they can't get necessary medical care. A country like that, what does a country like that need to exist for? And I'm saying that as an American. I was born here. Fuck this place. So goodbye for the dollar. I'm not. Listen, you won't get no argument from me. Peace.
Appreciate that, Carl. I guess Tan didn't return. If that's the case, let's go to Buana. Buana, what say you?
I tend to take a different position from Carl. This concerns me a whole lot, and the reason why I say that is because I live in the Bahamas. You know what I mean? Our dollar is pegged to the U.S. dollar. It used to be pegged to the British pound, but now it's pegged to the U.S. dollar. So if that dollar declines, my buying power declines as well. You know what I mean? It's like, I don't want my nieces to have to buy soap from the grocery store for $11. They have to be able to afford that shit. Right now, gas is what, $6 a gallon? You know what I mean? I'll buy. There's some
Jesus
unintended.
Christ, are you serious? $6 a gallon?
Absolutely, brother. Absolutely. So there's gonna be some unintended consequences to the fall and the decline of the U.S. dollar. I would advise my brothers if they can. Sure, I'd advise them to buy some Chinese yen. I would tell them to buy some Chinese yen and put that in the bank somewhere. You know what I mean? If they can, I would tell them to do that. Considering the fact that now since it's still strong, you at least you'll get more bang for your buck. And as the yen strengthens, maybe you'll get more money. But right now, there's going to be a whole lot of unintended consequences, in particular with these little small black islands that rest south of North the United States of America. And many of them going to suffer, brother. You know what I mean? Even the black Americans, they're going to feel the pinch of that scenario. So, and your families live there as well. So they're going to feel a pinch of that as well. So these things should be considered in the discussion. I know we will see the fall of empire, but we don't want that within its fall. We don't want that fall to go on our loved one's head. So there must be an alternative plan in watching these events as they play out. Some kind of plan that's gonna, we'll be still secure. We'll still be secure on this planet and still be able to provide and feed our families if this empire was to fall. So we need to take some preventative measures and alternative situations, where we put ourselves either in an advantageous position or in a position that we ain't gonna be dramatically affected by it. Like I say, man, every time the buying power American dollar is, we feel the pinch of that. They used to say that when the United States catch a cold, the Caribbean get the flu. So I could just imagine if that dollar completely loses its buying power. So I am very concerned about it. I would say that.
Let's welcome MG2 to the panel this week. MG2, how are you this week?
All good. How you guys doing?
Good to hear your voice. Were you paying attention to this conversation?
Definitely.
What say you, MG2?
I've been trading in markets for quite some time, and I have to be very cognizant of where currencies, euro, dollars, bonds, the whole 9 yards are. And one of the things that I noticed when you played the Jimmy Dore program, he's only giving a fraction of a fraction of a fraction of what the United States dollar really is, what it represents, and what it does. A lot of folks are talking about petrodollar. Matter of fact, his chronological display was very wrong because of things that we knew back in 2018 the Chinese were doing, even 2017, in terms of their delinking, for lack of a better term, or what they now call de-dollarization. The thing is I'm not sure if you guys are familiar with the term seigniorage. And this was even before Bretton Woods. But seigniorage is basically it's like the golden rule. Whoever has all the gold makes the rules. Well, when you're talking about United States dollars, it's not whoever has the gold makes the rules. It's whoever has the gold breaks the rules, enforces the rules, manages and manipulates the rules only for others because those rules don't apply to them. And that's what seigniorage basically is. We have a thing called price percentage parity, is what you use, like if I buy a Big Mac in Chicago and I buy one in Switzerland or I buy one in Japan, I use the price percentage parity to see how strong that economy is, as in terms of how much of my currency in dollar units does it take to buy that particular product. What Jimmy Dore got wrong, first off, is when they were talking about the petro yuan. Back in 2018 and 2017, we were monitoring the futures markets because, that's what we do. We trade them. And China was talking about, of course, delinking from dollar seigniorage. Even though every economy, every currency, and every individual on this planet is a derivative of U.S. economy, i.e. U.S. treasuries, i.e. U.S. dollars, i.e. U.S. seigniorage. Because everything is based upon dollars, even Bitcoin. Because if somebody asks you, hey, how much is Bitcoin? Well, it's up at $28,000. Well, there you have it, dollars. So therefore, you're a derivative of that value. In other words, they get their intrinsic value from U.S.'s extrinsic value from their economy. But what Jimmy Dore got wrong was what China did. And we noticed this because the futures traders I was with said this is a game changer. Because it's not only a game changer for China, but it's a game changer for Africa, in particular Africa. Yet African nations are usually late to the table and don't necessarily are not very cognizant of the depth of what China was doing. What they did is they used gold as a proxy. In order to trade, you use that gold as a proxy in order to, before it was like, okay, dollars for oil. But if you go gold as a proxy and then use that and base your yuan upon the Chinese yuan or renminbi or whatever it is upon that gold, then therefore you have the ability to, literally, and it's a quasi, almost, I wouldn't say a de facto, it's almost like a proxy for quote unquote de-dollarization, because still yet gold determines its value from dollars. And that was, of course, post Bretton Woods, post Nixon and the gold standard, because they said, we're going to use this as a foundation, as a frame of reference to base every other currency on the planet with. And it's undeniable fact that every currency, every economy, anything that anyone does in terms of banking, payment, credit, insurance, investment, and publishing is a derivative of U.S. Treasury. So the thing is when China did that, what they did is that was a game changer for Africa, because Africa has enormous amount of resources that they could peg in terms of being able to do, whether it's CDs, whether it's Naira, it doesn't matter what it is. They could use that as a proxy. And that's the game changer that these traders were talking about, what China did. Unfortunately, African nations didn't take that as a clue. And the thing is when you see, again, it's all about seigniorage and frame of reference. What you have now is not a delinking because of petrodollar. It's a delinking because of seigniorage. What this does is you have a very connected world, informed world, finance world, militaristic, demanding, sectarian, cronyistic, protectionist, the whole 9 yards. The world has basically become quote unquote flat in terms of axis of liquidity. And the only reason why a lot of these nations had to delink, or what they're talking de-dollarization, is because liquidity is centralized. And I'm not just talking money liquidity. I'm talking liquidity of access, information, connectivity. It's all centralized in the European or the Eurosphere. You know, if you seek real true value of a nation state, you have to gauge it by not only its finance, even if it comes from a fiat, but the connectivity, the protection, i.e. militarism, the access, the information that nation state gets. And Western so-called powers have the most liquidity. So what these other folks are doing in terms of de-dollarization, which is a program that I'm working on in order to go ahead and go to these nations, is to decentralize liquidity. Something that they were thinking about in terms of Bitcoin, yet they turned Bitcoin into mood rings and beanie babies. Because that's all, that's all cryptos is now. It's just a modern form of beanie baby. But the thing is, it's more of a way of saying if we can decentralize this liquidity and in a financial way, i.e. depegging from a petrodollar to whatever else, then we can start to decentralize the liquidity of access, information, whether it's low Earth satellites, whether it's medical, whatever it is. Because when you have all the quote unquote the golden rule, you could tell other folks to take your certain type of medicine. If there's a major disease, you can say take that medicine and deny everything else. Why? Because that financial mechanism, military mechanism, media, international trade, all of it is based upon whoever has the centralized liquidity. So what Jimmy Dore says is what media wants black folks to hear, and that's what he doesn't know. It's not just about petrodollars. It's petrodollars or petroleum or energy is just 1/8 of what a nation state does, and that's energy. But you have all the other 7 factors of what every nation has, and that's something that that hopefully a lot of our folks will gravitate away from what quote unquote their so-called alternative media and mainstream does, because all these folks, and we traders talk about it all the time. We laugh at these guys because they're these so-called pseudo economists. We say at the end of the day, it's not about this. Nobody knows exactly what's going to happen. And these folks are saying this is why, and it's really funny, but it's entertaining, but it's really, I won't say deceptive, it's just very naive. On the other aspect, when I heard good brother RBG talking in terms of be careful about wanting the end of a dollar, it reminds me of what Malcolm X said when he was talking about House Negro, Field Negro. And here's what I mean: when your frame of reference is somebody else, and you're afraid to walk away from that because it'll crush you, then clearly whatever you're afraid that might hurt you is definitely not in your good interest in the first place. That's what China, Saudi Arabia, and all these other countries are doing. Outside of what black folks, we have a tendency to have fear or trepidation about getting away from the thing that not only hurts us, but hurts entire, like I said, it centralizes liquidity, so where we don't take advantage. Our proximity as African people to European economies it's like Ukraine could get in the front of the line of a concert and we're 3 miles away, even though we have 10 times the amount of resource. It's the proximity to that liquidity, whether it's money, access, information, or whatever else. But the fact is that we're so beholden to it, almost like a Stockholm syndrome, that the best thing that could ever happen is for United States economy to crash and dollar-based systems to decentralize that liquidity to crash. In other words, they're talking about it crashing. It will not quote unquote crash. It'll just be more liquidity going around the world. And that's what has hurt African people, African countries, African everywhere, is because we've let someone else centralize our information, military, access, agriculture, medicine, connectivity, whatever it is, and money. And therefore, that's why Somalia is going through what it is. That's why, Cote d'Ivoire or Ivory Coast or whoever else, that's why folks in Chicago go through what they do. The thing is, the best thing that ever happened is to listen to Malcolm X very well, but not necessarily for emotive or entertainment purpose. Listen as if you know that you're in Jeffrey Dahmer's house. I don't care how much food he gives you. You know it's all going to be bad. The best thing Africans could work, not only just hope for, wish for, but to actually work for, is to de-dollarize. It will develop our own mechanisms of banking, payment, credit, insurance, investment, and publishing. And therefore, we'll have no other choice because other nations are doing that right now, irrespective of what they feel about dollars. They're getting away from Jeffrey Dahmer's house. I just hope we do. Sorry for being too loquacious, but I just wanted to put that out there for you guys.
MG2, you mentioned that energy is 1/8 of the things nations do. Do you mind obliging me and telling me what the other 7 things are?
Yeah, you've got finance, agriculture, health, energy, technology, international trade, media, and militarism, i.e., protection, and not just protection. Like in terms of armies, you've also got internal protection, whether it's cyber or whether it's police. Those are the 8 things that all nations on this planet, in order to survive, they have to have at least one or all 8. African nations don't control any. The weapons on the African continent are all made by someone else, and all the weapons are pointed inside and not out. So the thing is, like, France would not sell, or Sweden would not sell weapons, or what India just did to become the biggest arms dealer in Africa right now. They don't sell those weapons so Africans can point them at India. So all the guns and everything, in terms of militarism, somebody else owns and controls our militarism because all the guns are pointed at each other. So, and those are the 8 things that even a family has to have. You got to protect it. You got to have agriculture. You have to make sure you're healthy. You have some sort of media when you're talking on the phone. You have education so you can learn. When I say education, I'm not talking schooling. It's practical application of information. You have to have some sort of finance, especially in this world. And it's not just money when I say finance. The basis of trade, the basis of relationships, even if you don't use dollars or anything. That's finance, because you have to build, when you have a garden, you put a seed in and it grows more seeds. That's an investment. So you have to have, I said education, media, international trade, finance, health, agriculture. Of course, that speaks for itself. Technology, which is the word as Professor Mwalamu Baruti broke down very well. It just means technique. But a technology is not just, oh, I got a new iPhone. It's a technique to get things done. These are just very simple steps that when Africans can start to approach and not look at someone else as a frame of reference, i.e., we can't break away those dollars because it'll hurt us. Once we start looking at ourselves as our own frame of reference, as the foundation, it won't be a thing of like we shouldn't leave. It'll be like we can't leave that economic so-called system fast enough. Hopefully that helps you.
MG2, can you assist me by pointing me into the direction so where I could find more information on this particular issue you spoke of?
Yeah, it was back in 2018. It was if you ever go on Tasty Trade, it was like early 2018 on Tasty Trade. They talked about how China was using the gold to delink in terms of using dollars. Man, these are futures blogs. Again, it's like 4 years ago, so I'm gonna try to remember all the because I was actually listening to them, and I said, hey, that was no different than the futures conference that I had back in 2017. I'm trying to remember, it was a webcast, and it was a while ago. We were on a webcast, and this was in 2013. I never saved it, but it might have been Man Financial out of Canada. They were like one of the head, and I don't know if they're still around, but Man Financial was talking about how they were using like certain currency mechanisms and why they were afraid of what they were doing was trying to create inflationary shocks in Tanzania, in Dar es Salaam, so they could go ahead and put and have all those hectares of land for rich white Canadians. And I was a fly on the wall, but that's Man Financial, and I think they're out of Canada. There was I'm trying to think where else I had this. Gosh, oh man, it's going to drive me nuts.
Don't worry about it. Just put it in the comment section after the show if you find it, and I'll just look in the comment section and research it when you put it there. Don't worry your head over it right now, brother.
Start with the Tasty Trade. It was a Sunday futures show that they had, and it was in 2018, and they were talking about the that's really a good place to start. And it's in Tasty. I think it's called Tasty Live now. TastyLive.com. And it was the Sunday's Futures show, and it might have been kind of toward the middle of 2018.
Okay, appreciate it, brother.
Yeah, no worries.
Thank you for that, MG2. Rosulius, I don't think I heard from you on this one, and I didn't hear from Tan. I don't know if she's back or not. Rosulius, you have anything to add here? Rosulius, be muted if you're talking.
Oh, okay. I mean, I understand what the brother is saying. I understand what RBG was saying. What I'm saying, I hear a lot of black people, a lot of these people talking, oh, let's the US dollar fall, break, all of that, oh, let break it. You know that all that shit is attached to your 401k, to your child's thing. All that shit is attached to that. So we're saying, oh, let the dollar break down. I mean, I hear what this guy is saying. Yo, like the brother just said, there's more to it than the petrodollar. So whatever's gonna happen is gonna happen. I'm just a dumb man. I don't know anything about that. All I could do, and that's why I don't like letting these things penetrate my mind, because at the end of the day, I can't do shit about that. So I hear it on every YouTube channel. The US dollar's voting, the US dollar's voting. What you gonna do? And what pissed me off is these people that talk about, oh, what did you do? Did you have savings? Did you shut up? All of this fear mongering, creating all this shit amongst people. If it's gonna happen, it's gonna happen. I don't know. I can't do nothing about it. I'm not a financial person. I'm not a big head in the economy. My parents don't. My parents or my family don't own nothing in either country or whatever. So to me, that, like the brother just said about this guy, he's talking about this, making it over simplifying it, and then making everybody scared, this and that and the third. Like, what can I do about this but just listen to it? Like Buana was saying, oh, that thing is going to increase, this and that and the third. Okay, if that happens, do we have an African country that's going to be like, hey, I know y'all shit is fucking up in the America, come over here? Do black people have a safety net? Everybody, all the black nations want the crumbs from the table. They wasn't building shit from the beginning. They wasn't preparing for this fall of the dollar to take advantage. They wasn't doing none of that. Just taking the money, sending their kids to European school and American school. So all of y'all, all people want to talk about, oh yeah, the dollar's falling. Yes, yes, yes. Okay, I want to see y'all say yes, yes, yes. When your 401k that you thought was gonna save you at 60 is gone. And to me, I'm not saying I understand what the people are saying. Oh, let it crash, or let it burn, let it burn. Okay. At the end of the day, we all know right now, black people are at the bottom of all economic levels. So when it breaks, y'all gonna be down. But at the end of the day, is there a black country that's gonna be like, hey, come over here? Any of these African countries were building up their economy to no. So I don't know what to say about this. I'm just watching. So I'll pass the mic.
I appreciate it, Zuli. Does anyone have any last words?
Can I? I'm sorry. I just wanted to answer his question before I leave. Think of a dollar or a U.S. or a European economy like a seesaw. That's all it is. And the thing is other folks, through their resources and everything else, are at the bottom of that seesaw holding up U.S. dollars or U.S. hegemony. Now, the thing is Africa is always on the bottom of that seesaw. They'll never be able to enjoy the sky and everything up there. The only way that can happen is if whatever's on the other side of that seesaw has to go down. And the thing is a lot of us, I know, and I really dig the brother's passion talking about it. One of the things that I say is Africans, not only in America, but Africans globally, have multitudes, over $1 trillion of velocity, not the amount of money, but the velocity of capital of US dollars that goes through our hands yearly. With that, it reminds me of a movie I saw back in 1975 called Man Friday. In other words, other nation states have used this. They use that as a tool to delink themselves and create their own economy. In other words, they're trying to make sure that they're on the best side of the seesaw. And if someone else can do it, I know that we could do it in a heartbeat. The thing is do we have the will to do it? Are we going to continually be subjected to someone else? So therefore, it's like this Thucydides trap we can never get out. It's more important for every African. It's not a thing of should you or could you. It's a thing of you have no other choice but to see United States economy fall. Otherwise, Africa will always be at the bottom. I'll go ahead and pass the mic.
I appreciate that. If there's no last words.
Yeah, I need to say something, yo. I'm not a house nigga. Like, I understand the whole idea that America is doing terrible, terrible things, that the West is doing terrible, terrible things. But a lot of these people who's trying to delineate is doing horrible, horrible things to black people. We're talking about Saudi Arabia, yo. This ain't the 60s and it ain't the right context, yo. And as far as, you know what I'm saying, worry about America, you know what I'm saying, a lot of people in this country, you know what I'm saying, picked up arms with this country in the 18, you know what I'm saying, 60s on they trying to do something about, you know what I'm saying, their situation. So, you know, I'm saying it's not all bad. Foreign policy ain't black folks' fault in this country. Except you, unless you a black person that, you know what I'm saying, dibble dabbles overseas on some extra shit, you know what I'm saying, for Uncle Sam. If anyone got anything to say to me, you know what I'm saying, you hear my voice, I want to hear your voice. I'm a yield.
There is, in listening to MG2 speak, I'm recognizing that for me personally, let me speak about me. There's a financial literacy shortfall that I am doing my best to overcome, because I know that in this world that my community needs to be financially proficient enough to understand the ebbs and flows of the economies of the world and what's going on in terms of how do we go forward. And I think that many of us in my community in particular, there's a financial shortfall that we must overcome. And I try to do it on a daily basis. I try to get information and inform myself as best as I can. When I hear brothers like MG2 speak, I know he has spent a lot of time studying this shit. And he in comparison to his counterparts, I'm sure he's the equivalent of these kinds of people. But I just need to get up to scratch as well. That's where I am with it.
RBG, before I shut it down tonight, because it's 2 a.m., it's after 2 a.m., D Web from the Harsh Reality Podcast.
As far as, you know, anyone, I mean, this character who I have blocked, but you know what I'm saying, addressing me, this person ingratiating themselves, I don't like it. I don't like it at all. You know what I'm saying, like I don't have time. I'm not on that time of the sideness of this character. That's not a D Web, that's not this person. I'm talking, you know what I'm saying? But I'm just gonna keep it at that, you know what I'm saying?
Okay.
Who make this brother vex that I buy? Somebody make him vex. Oh goodness, man. RBG going off.
For real. First super chat, KW Don 7 says black people globally are already at the bottom of the current Western hegemonic order. What do you have to lose if it fails? Thank you for that super chat. First one I ever got. Appreciate it. Yeah, I mean, what do you have to lose if it fails? This fear of how hard it's going to fall on you, it done falling on you. It done squeezing you. You know, if the slogan is when these people cough, we sneeze, yeah, it already fallen on you. You know, you might as well ride it out. Now, the thing that Trigger Happy 262 was saying in the chat, you don't want to be a sitting duck either. You know, let's try to get organized and ride this thing out proper. But yeah, what do you have to lose? 401k, what does it matter?
I just think that listen.
Go ahead, MG. Go ahead, RB. Go ahead.
My bad. It's just that, man, I just feel like it's like what it turns into is like, well, these white folks is doing this stuff. Well, all these non-white people is just, you know what I'm saying, it's just gonna be good. It's just gonna be good. I mean the analysis, you know what I'm saying? I'm not China, I see China, yo. It's like, yo, I see it. I see the socialism. I see it. I know I feel like, how do I say? I just think that a lot of the figures of speeches and a lot of the sensibilities that we have in this isn't as nuanced as it could be. I understand that if the dollar falls, but yeah, everyone has his rise and fall. But what I'm saying is that black people is not going to be ahead because of it. Everything's just going to transfer slowly, and we won't get we won't have any lead. So it's like, I'm not caping for America. I get it, but I'm not caping for anyone else either.
Right.
I'm certainly not going to sit here and I mean, I know I'm talking. You know what I'm saying? It's like, look, I mean, I see, I find it reflexive. A lot of the international, the workers of the world isms and the socialisms and stuff. Look, I'm not an anti-social person, but I understand capital and how you make wealth and how you get it. Even though I don't have much, I can still see it in perspective. I get it. It's not that. You know what I'm saying? It's like we cannot be reflective. We cannot be so, I don't know. It's like, you know what I'm saying? Like we have to be tactful about how we feel about this stuff. Do not replace one colonizer with another. That's all I'm saying. If anyone needs to take down America, it's the people within it. You know what I'm saying? Why are we going to like outsource that? That's foolishness.
I'm sorry, you guys. I'm sorry for cutting in. My bad. I wanted to leave this for RBG. What I did is I embarked on a project to de-dollarize. And in order to de-dollarize, basically what I did is I said, with my skill, talent, or information, how do I go ahead and make things to where we have all 8 things, at least one of them in our control, whether it be media, whether it be finance, or whatever else. So what I do is I'm using their dollars as a tool. One thing, RBG, I understand and overstand is China, Saudi Arabia, and everyone else is a competitor against us. I mean, the day I wake up, every morning I wake up, I say, those are my enemies, no matter who it is. If they're not African, I have an enemy. But the thing that I have to say is, wait a minute, how can I use that dollar tool to create or instill or inspire an entire new economy that others have to be subjected to that we create? So we're the ones in charge of a reserve and not waiting for, America or anyone else to do it. So hopefully you guys will use your talents to de-dollarize. Maybe not financially, but de-dollarize. If you might be able to drive a truck, you might be a construction worker, you might be a baker or whatever else. If you use your skills to create something that Africans could be depended on, and therefore you could supplant us being dependent on China and everyone else, I think that's at least an initial step that might make everyone's stance on de-dollarization more immediate and not forced with or not going with trepidation. On that note, thank you guys so much, and Hotep.
Yeah, very awesome. Coco, I gotta say something. I gotta chime in here, brother. I got to, man. The conversation is getting very good. Listen, man, I could say that I also am guilty, and I do have Stockholm syndrome to some degree, and I have grown used to certain comforts, and maybe there is some trepidation with the fear of the unknown. What's gonna eventually happen? Because I went to Cuba before, and I see the dirty sheets under a fire. Baby, that's an extreme way of looking at what's going to happen to these kinds of countries in the Caribbean. But I really don't want to go to that. You know what I mean? I get used to my washing machine. But I should develop a degree of testicular fortitude, go and really embrace the unknown. Because if the unknown has a picture with me inside of it, sure, I agree with that. And I can't be so comfortable where I am, as opposed to embracing the unknown and embracing a situation that may be even better for me. So that is to be discussed as well. But I accept it, to some degree. I do have Stockholm syndrome, man, but I'm trying to work on it,
I appreciate that, boy.
That American propaganda, boy, it's a motherfucker. Because you say you've been to Cuba, but you do know the reason Cuba is in the condition it is because of the U.S. blockade. So if the U.S. goes away, Cuba improves. We can't have true black liberation on this planet with the United States as the world's global superpower with nuclear weapons and the ability to project force anywhere in the world. It can't exist.
KW Don 7 sends another super chat. He says it's either get to the grown-up table or be fooled. I like that as the last word tonight. I want to thank everyone who tuned in. I want to thank everyone who participated on the panel tonight. MG2 came in at the end. That was awesome. Buana Hagaziki, Zuliism, Carl, Real Black Gentleman, all of you guys were on. Tanzan, Lero was here earlier. Before you guys hop off the panel, if you have anything you want to shout out, by all means, give a shout out. You guys check out MG2's channel. MG2, are you there? Give a shout out if you're there. If not, let's go to Real
Yeah.
Black. Okay, MG2, go ahead.
I'm gonna give you all you guys a shout out and the folks in the chat.
Appreciate it. You guys check out MG2 and MG3. Both of those his channels. Real Black Gentleman, you want to shout anything out this week?
What was I thinking about? Shout out my dude, you know what I'm saying? He I had a friend who you know what I'm saying, he had a bad accident, and you know what I'm saying, I learned that, you know what I'm saying, he was doing well. So I'm gonna give a shout out to my man Spoonie. I'm gonna give a shout out to him. You know, y'all know, but you know what I'm saying, this is my dude, you know what I'm saying. I'm gonna give a shout out to him. That's all.
No problem, man. I appreciate it. Shout out to your homeboy. Tanzan never came back. Buani, want to shout anything out this week?
Shout out to everyone on the panel. This was an extremely spirited discussion. Y'all brothers in the chat, leave RBG alone, man, because RBG, he's a stalwart person. He's been coming to the Bitter Meds. He supports the Bitter Meds very much. So y'all go easy on RBG, man. You know, y'all point that energy in my direction. I can take the bullet for RBG. Leave that brother alone. He's a good brother.
Right. I appreciate that, Buana. All right, that's a wrap. That's another show. I imagine Hot Shorty Podcast, you guys will be live later tonight. Oni will be on at 11 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Probably Bakari, probably Casidra, maybe even Forecast, who knows. You guys tune into all the shows on KWAZ Radio. Yeah, D-Web will be on tonight, 8 p.m. or 8:15 Eastern Standard Time. Trigger Happy says, good show. Thank all you guys for the prompts. Oni, Buana, Zuli, Jose, who was also in the chat, same piece. Thank you guys for all the prompts. Trigger Happy 262. I hope I mentioned your name. Thanks for all the prompts. Join the Discord. I need to revamp the Discord again. Well, not again. I need to revamp it. I started some work and I never finished it. If you want to help with that, you can help with that. Anyway, until next week. Maybe you'll see me during the week on some other program on KWAZ Radio. But until then, you guys be good. I'll see y'all next week. Peace.
Thanks for listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast with your host, Koku. If you like what you just heard, we hope you pass along our web address, bittermedicineblogs.com, to your friends and colleagues, and share our show to all your social media. Be sure to check out our archive section on our website for previous podcasts. This has been a KWAZ radio production. Join us next time for another session of the Bitter Medicine Podcast. Follow us on Facebook at Bitter Medicine Show, Twitter, Bitter Meds, Tumblr, Bitter Meds, Instagram, Bitter Medicine.